longer on the timetable to evaluate, to develop, and that's where the Lions can benefit, being able to trade back into the second round, get some more draft capital, and then use that to address more needs.
Guys, you had your dream offseason. Now it's time to stop dreaming and realize Brad will play dollar store moves in free agency. By this time next week, you'll be getting angry phone calls by fans when Brad has done little to nothing. We are the Detroit Steelers.
Well, I'm not going to say Detroit Steelers. I do think there is expectations change. No one can argue that Brad Holmes has done a wonderful job of transforming this roster from what he inherited, maybe the worst at that time, the worst roster in the NFL, to where they are now, competing for winning 2 NFC North championships, winning or getting to the NFC title game, falling short, and not an excuse in terms of injuries, but a reason. There's a lot of reasons why they fell short. One of them is injuries. The other one was your quarterback turned the ball over way too many times against a team that took advantage of it. You lost in the divisional round. So when I talk about expectations changing, the expectation now is that Brad Holmes, as fans, we want him to make a big, bold move.
But it has to be the right move.
Right, I agree. I'm just saying that's what a lot of people want.
Well, they want
the Max Crosby.
Yes.
That's off the table.
Right.
They want the Myles Garrett. Most likely that's not going to materialize. So what are the other bold moves that could be realistic? Joey Bosa is certainly one of them. I'm not a fan of that move, but it could happen. Khalil Mack, it is a bold move, but it's bold in regards to the high end that you could get from him. The risk is the dude's old.
Khalil Mack's a really nice move for next season.
Yeah.
It is. And I'll say this right now, like if you want to go interior, Calais Campbell, it would be a nice move. He's produced like one of the best defensive linemen in the game last year, but dude, get those guys instead of Marcus Davenport. But I just wanted to say this. There is without a doubt a growing frustration. I think Holmes is taking some strays right now from in general in this town that nobody's making a bold move. And I think it's collectively with Harrison, Iserman, and Holmes, when are they going to make that play? Trajan Langan hasn't been here long enough.
Yeah.
And you could argue he might make it this summer, but I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here, but I do want to say that trades in this town have historically triggered championships or dynasty-like runs.
Rasheed Wallace with the Pistons, Brendan Shanahan with the Red Wings.
In every sport but football.
Well, we've never had that.
Right, that's
Cabrera to the Tigers. It didn't lead to a World Series, but it ushered in this great era.
Exactly. And Stack for Rip was shrewd by Joe D.
Yep.
And I think people want that move from Brad Holmes. That kind of, okay, now I'm gonna pivot here, and I might move away from a piece that we thought was part of this, but I'm willing to do it. Primo was part of this. Stackhouse was part of this.
Coffee was sent out at one point from the Wings. Give to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. With Holmes, I think the focus is, one, this is a football town. We're chasing a Super Bowl. The hunger's there from the fan base. And if someone's going to make a bold move, he could justify it more than anybody else because they're right there. I look at Kansas City trading away Joe Thuney yesterday, and it broke near the end of our show. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about it. One of the takeaways is obviously how does it impact the division, the Bears, good move to beef up the line. The other thing is Kansas City is a Super Bowl caliber team that traded an elite guard. Mm-hmm. They didn't do it because they wanted to. They did it because they had to. Because the cap, despite what people think, is real. You can play games.
Don't tell anybody in Philly that.
You can play games, and Howie Roseman does it better than everybody.
Yeah.
That's where we look to Brad Holmes. Hey, you got to top that guy. But it's a reminder. Kansas City couldn't keep Tyreek Hill, Joe Thuney. There's going to be tough decisions for Detroit in the next couple years. Can you keep Kirby Joseph and J-Mo and Laporta and Gibbs and re-sign Hutch at a record-breaking deal and so on and so forth? So that's why right now, while you have all those guys coming back and playing next season in the Honolulu Blue, strike while the damn iron's hot, right?
Yes. That's why I think Khalil Mack would be a great addition. Because along with Zadarius Smith, along with Hutch, along with a healthy Aleem McNeil, along with and I have them addressing the defensive line in the draft as well, you can counter what Chicago was doing on the defensive front. You can counter what Philly is doing defensively by beefing up the offensive line.
You brought up Roseman. I think the most underrated move he made, people forget about, is A.J. Brown.
Yeah. First round
The trade.
Yeah. It was a second round, wasn't it?
No, I think it was a first.
Was it a first?
I thought it was a first.
Yeah.
It's bold.
Humongous, though, in what allows Jalen Hurts to be Jalen Hurts. And a great combination outside of Devontae Smith. Two very different receivers, but do things that Jalen Hurts needs to be. And that's why I brought up the Metcalf thing earlier. I think that would be an interesting pivot offensively. You're talking about, you're taking around certain plays, probably like the end arounds quite as much and stuff like that. Monroe's done that a little bit, but I don't know. You're just at a point where you got to kind of try to change this a little bit. Like and I know defensively is where the issues are, but would be intrigued to making a move like that to see what it would do to the offense. Because I just don't think J-Mo's in this long term.
I don't think so either. A.J. Brown was traded for the 18th and 101st overall pick, so a first and a third.
Yeah. Look, Metcalf is the caliber of player I think people want added. But I think we want that caliber of player added to the defense.
Yeah.
Okay, on the subject of the Bears, we have some ticket texts just to read out here. We brought up the fact that they get a lot of love in the offseason. This is kind of their thing. A couple years ago, they added all those linebackers, spent a bunch of money. Look at us. Last year, Caleb Williams is this great situation for a number one pick. They've struggled. Now they had a couple offensive linemen. They're probably going to spend a bunch of money next week. How much of this is real threat and how much of this is hot air from the Windy City? Ticket Texter says, Costa's a jinx. These guys are going to win the division next year. Chicago will shock the world. I didn't know Nick Wright was a regular listener of our show, but appreciate it.
I am raising the caution flag, like I said, about a 4.5. And if they are able to go out and sign a player like a Drew Dahlman to put next to Tooney, what else do they do in free agency? What do they do in the draft to beef up that offensive line? I'm not sitting here and I'm going to say, hey, they're going to go from worst team in the division to the best team in the division. I'm just saying this division is going to get much more difficult when you play the Bears twice, the Packers twice, and the Vikings twice. Because look out.
Ben Johnson is giving me big Matt Patricia vibes. Coming into a city as a first-time head coach and acting cocky as hell, Troy in Woodhaven. Screw that pencil neck geek. Can't wait for the Lions to drop a 50 burger on the Bears twice. Go Lions. Sean the mailman. Ticket Texter points out that they don't think the Lions are this lock for next season. Says, you guys love them so much you can't see how good everyone else is getting. The Lions won't win 10 games next season. Book it. Signed, Ben.
All right, Ben. Well, I'm not going to right now predicting that they win 14 like I did last year. I do think they're a double-digit win team. Yet to determine how far above double digits they go, and just in terms of 10, because I want to see what they do in free agency, what they do in the draft. But I will be honest with you and say I think Chicago is going to be much better than they were last year. And I don't necessarily know that it has to do with Ben Johnson. If they're going to build the offensive line, that's where I'm telling you right now, just be careful.
Guys, I'm not so sure that Holmes and Campbell haven't peaked. One playoff win, a division title. One playoff win and division title more than Fonts. I'm not impressed. Signed, Gary. We need to pick up Joey Bosa. I'm not trying to get rid of our good players. We can just give Bosa a bag and we're good. Owen and Canton. Look, if it's not Mac, I'd be open to Bosa. The guy's had double-digit sack seasons. He's 29 years old. You don't have to give up anything other than temporary cap space.
And maybe that works and he stays healthy because you could partner him with Za'Darius and get 4 downs out of 2 guys.
We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. We've got Dear John at 7:35. And before the hour ends, Michigan State's doing it again, giving up the home game at the end of the season to play at Ford Field. We want to know from Spartan fans, good move, bad move. It's 97-1.
Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting, so even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet on maybe it's a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers, you can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. Only Detroit once. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're injured in a car accident, you feel it. That stress, pain, you're confused. What do I do? You deserve someone that actually cares about you. Talking about KG Law. I'm not trying to send you somewhere where you're going to get the runaround. I want you going somewhere where they're going to take care of you. You're not going to be left in the dark waiting for years all to get some tiny settlement. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, 877kgcares.com. Lawrence KG saw firsthand on his way up in this business that there wasn't communication with people. You'd wait months or even years, and you finally get a settlement check because, well, that's the best offer at the end of the day. That's not how Lawrence does business. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Turning back the clock a little bit. Finished with 50. One of those James Harden games. Step backs, three-pointers, 20 free throw attempts, just bait and calls. That's who James Harden is.
And when a guy like that is on, it's really hard to defend. You could do all that you possibly can, and when you have a guy that can create his own shot, create his own separation with a step back, and he's knocking them down.
Harden goes for 50, Cade a measly 37. The difference, though, 20 free throws for Harden, 6 for Cade, and Cade even acknowledged, like, hey, he's earned that, but there is a discrepancy in reputation there. Pistons lose to the Clippers last night. Wings play a must-win tonight against the Utah Hockey Club.
A must-win.
Yeah, you would agree with me, right?
Yes. It's just interesting to hear you go that far. And I think it's a must-win, not just because, hey, if they win, they can get back into a playoff position, into a wild card spot. We could wake up tomorrow morning in a much different spot than we are today, now that there are two teams in front of them. But I think it's a must-win because of the way the rest of the schedule sets up. You've got to win the games that going in, you're the better team. Go out there and prove it.
It's worth the same as any other game, but think about it. If you lose, it's 4 in a row. It's to Utah, who used to be Arizona, who was the team that played spoiler last season. And I think on some level, it would give Yzerman permission to sit on his hands on Friday. If you win, you wake up in a playoff spot. If you win and you're responsible for waiting so long to fire Derek Lalonde, there's more urgency to add. And I don't want to overstate it. They're not trading multiple firsts for Mikko Rantanen. But the idea that a move can be made, I think you justify it more so with a win tonight as opposed to a skid and here we go again and we're just not ready for it. I don't agree with that logic, but I think it's a built-in excuse if they lose, see, we're not good enough to add.
If what they do at the trade deadline hinges on what they do tonight,
that's silly.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. It's where do they think this roster can get them? And to think that they're going to be a Stanley Cup contender, no, that's not what we're saying. To get into the playoffs, what's the benefit? And you brought this up, in the bullpen. You play the game to win. You keep score, and the whole point of the game is to win. Well, the whole point is to get into the playoffs, and yet nobody wants to get into the playoffs to just have an early exit. Well, half the teams that get into the playoffs are going to have an early exit.
So I tread lightly in this because I didn't hear the conversation. But yes, in the bullpen, it was brought up that a little bit of the afternoon and more Wojo and Rieger, the case was, why buy if you're not going anywhere? And my reaction is you buy because we keep score and we try to win, because we compete and we play sports to win. That's why you add. Well, I don't know why that's so revolutionary. Look in the East right now. I think Tampa loaded up. Florida's going to load up. But look at the rest of the teams. The Devils have an injury to Jack Hughes. Do we trust Washington in the playoffs? You know what I mean? Like, get in, make some noise, get postseason experience. That's the next step for this team. We can't sit here and go, well, because they can't win the cup, it's not worth ever adding. Well, then you're never going to be in a position to win the cup.
Well, I think the big difference should be, it's not why buy. You should buy but don't rent. You don't want a rental. You're not going to sell assets for a rental just to get in the playoffs, and then your rental walks.
Some of their argument was what they're willing to give up and buy won't make a difference in even getting them in the playoffs. That the reality is they're not going to make the playoffs. Some of it was with their schedule.
I'm not willing to throw in the towel on the season. I think that's why tonight's a big game. It's one that you should win. It's one you need to win. Rasmussen's back. And I know people are going, look at Rasmussen. Look at their record with and without him the last 3 years. He's a stabilizer. He's a physical guy. He's a bigger guy. Carter Mazur, I'm not going to put the weight of the world into a call-up, but he's hot, and he gives them some young, fresh legs, and he will go in the dirty areas. And if you have healthy Rasmussen and a little call-up in it and a stabilizing trade, and a coach who's going to be pushing the buttons and pushing this team, I want to fight to the finish here. I don't know why that would be discouraged by any host on the station not to fight to the finish.
You don't want to throw in a towel like Duke did in Rocky IV? Throw in the towel.
Look, I don't think we're Apollo Creed on our deathbed here. Anyway, we got Dear John coming up at 7:35. A question for Spartan fans about your football games, and, of course, the $2 Grand Slam. Let's get to it.
It is your chance to win. It is our chance to give away $2,000. And since Heather is out, I will be reading the $2 Grand Slam today. So let's see who we got. Who do we have there, Jimmy?
Carter in Commerce. Good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning, Carter. We're doing all right. How about yourself?
Not too bad. It feels good to know Michigan State's going to get the job done with the Big Ten for basketball.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, yeah. A Big Ten championship in the state. That's always good to see. And are you, by any chance, going to the game on Sunday?
I will be, yep. Our season tickets, so it'll be, it's been a good year. It's been a lot of great home games, so it'll be an exciting way to finish the season.
Yeah, good exclamation mark.
Yeah, it will be. Do you think every season should end with Michigan State playing?
I would agree. I think a lot of people, there's the stands these days of, rivalries can't die or whatever, but I think that's just a perfect example of the Michigan State game should be that last Sunday, whether it's at Chrysler or at Breslin. It means more,
I agree, and it would be a lot of fun. So are you ready to win $2,000?
Let's see, hopefully.
You know how this works. I'm going to read 10 questions. We have 60 seconds. You can answer. You could pass. If you get a wrong one, we're not going to tell you it's wrong. We'll come back to the ones that you pass on. If there's time, it's $25 for each right. The clock will begin as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Monroe is located in this Michigan county.
Oakland.
What is the nickname of the NHL team that plays in Utah?
Hockey club.
This city is known as the City of Brotherly Love.
Philadelphia.
Who is the radio color commentator for the Detroit Red Wings?
Oh, no. Pass.
What is 8 times 9?
72.
This team finished last in the NFC West last season.
Arizona Cardinals.
Who played Harry in the movie When Harry Met Sally?
Pass.
Who wears jersey number 93 for the Detroit Red Wings?
Cider.
Who wears jersey number 00 for the Detroit Pistons?
Ooh. It's not Duran. Maybe Duran. We'll just say Duran.
Oscado. Oscada.
There was a time anyway.
Ascoda. Sorry about that one. Yeah, there wasn't going to be time for me to finish that answer anywhere.
See, Heather makes it look easy.
Yeah, she does. Yes.
How many do we have here? I got you down for 3.
I have that as well.
3. All right, $75.
Take it.
There you go. It's more than you had when you woke up today.
Yeah, have a great day. Drive safe and enjoy the game on Sunday.
You guys as well. Go green.
There you go. Look, if you're a Spartan fan, you winning is great. Michigan losing to help you win, also great. That was the story with last night. All right, let's go through this. What are you laughing at?
Oscada.
This is from the snob of Michigan geography, by the way.
We'll go through it.
Yes.
We didn't get to that last one, so
Yeah, we'll save it.
we'll save it.
Yeah, hopefully
the
Heather
mystery
can,
Oscoda question for future 2 Grand Slams.
We just know Oscoda.
That's
Yes,
all you know.
yes.
Monroe is located in this Michigan county.
Trick question. It's Monroe.
Monroe County. He said Oakland. Good guess. Nickname of the NHL team that plays in Utah.
Hockey club.
Stupid, lazy name, the hockey club. City is known as...
Whoa.
It is. Come on. That's a
come on.
placeholder. They need to do better. It's like Washington football team.
Which is better than the Commanders. I kind of like the Washington football team.
Do you like the Utah Hockey Club?
Yeah, I kind of think it's cool. Like there's only one team in the NHL with hockey club. It's unique.
City is known as the city of brotherly love.
Philly.
Got that one. Radio color commentator for the Red Wings is Paul Woods. 8 times 9.
72. Nailed that one.
Last in the NFC West last season.
He said Arizona, not Arizona. Good guess, though. 49ers.
Who played Harry in the movie When Harry Met Sally?
Billy Crystal.
Who wears 93 for the Red Wings?
Alex DeBrincat.
He went Sider, who's 53.
Yep.
This next one. Are there any double zeros in sports besides Ron Holland? I can't think of another one. It's an oddity that the Pistons have both a 0
and a double zero.
and a double 0.
Yeah.
The sneaky tough
Yeah.
on the 2 Grand
That's
Slam.
Holland. Yep.
Yes, Ron Holland is the answer we were looking for with the double 0 for the Pistons.
Yeah.
So Carter and Commerce wins $75. Next chance to win, Tuesday, 7:25. Dear John is next. It's 97.1. All right, we don't have Heather in today.
Yes,
So,
no female perspective.
but we look to you anyway. You're the expert. This is Dear John.
Okay.
Advice from John Jansen. You can send in your questions, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Your prompts today: spring break, sharing my location, the wrong lunch, and if we have time, I can't afford her.
Okay.
We start with spring break. Dear John, with spring break right around the corner, I need your help. Our oldest son, 16, was invited to go down to Florida to stay with a friend and their family. We trust the parents, and we said yes, he could go. The family then hit us with essentially an invoice for his portion of the trip. Flight and lodging is almost $1,000 for the week. I was floored. We thought because he was invited, it was their treat. We were going to send him with some cash for meals, but now I don't know what to do. Can I back out? What should I do?
You could certainly back out. And this is one where if you're going to invite, if I was to invite and say, hey, Jack, you want to take a friend, I would expect to incur the expense of that. Now, if it was, that could all be solved by when the invitation is extended. Say, we would love for, little Joey to come along with us if he's willing to pay his way. We'll maybe it's just airline, or it's if you're going to use this to supplement your trip and say, well, we want you to pay for your share of the room, like that again, if you're asking somebody to go along with you, I think it is the parents who are going on spring break. It is up to them to incur that expense. I'm not going on a spring break because we don't want to spend the money. And so if you want to invite my kids, or if I'm going to invite yours, that's an expense that you are going into it expecting to incur.
I think this all comes down to where the communication is starting from. John, you mentioned it. It's starting from the parents who are going on the trip. I think there is a expectation that they will be incurring that cost. If it comes from the parents or the other side, the child that's going down, there's an implication that they will be incurring the cost on their end.
Right. Isn't maybe the answer here, you pay for the flight to send the kid down, but like they're getting the place regardless. The idea that he has to fork over part of the cost of that, it's a 16-year-old. Come on.
Right. But again, this is not one where if this family who's sending their son with another family, if they're not going on a spring break, why aren't they going? Right. A large part of that could be, hey, we
Money.
just can't afford it.
I typically think that a lot of these Dear John situations come down to two things: communication and boundaries.
Yes.
Yeah, boundaries. Tom, what do you think?
This is a totally upfront thing from the get-go. You got to lay it out there. Hey, we've got a spot, but it's going to cost this. And if you don't, then you should not ever expect somebody to. I equate it to what we've done is a couple of sporting events. Some friends have come with us from our kids, and I'm like, no, we got the ticket. You don't need to. People have actually offered, or they send even spending money with them. And I think we really haven't even used that. We just get their concessions. We're inviting them. If we bring it up front saying, hey, so we got this Lions ticket available, but it's $100, then you put it on the table.
Right. Here's the other thing. If you're going to a sporting event, say I've got a ticket and I want you to come with me. If we've done this with Jack. Jack goes with some friends. He's going with some friends on spring break. I'll send him with some money. So if he wants to get a hat at the game, I would not expect that family to buy my son a hat. Snacks, okay, I'm still going to send some money, but that's one where I always tell Jack, offer. And if they say no, then you don't have to.
Sharing my location. Dear John, is this a red flag? I've been married to my wife for 3 years. I'd like to think we have healthy boundaries. She'll go out with the girls every now and then, and I give her space, but sometimes she's out past midnight with no check-in. I'm not worried she's cheating, but I do want to make sure she's safe. Recently, I asked if it would be okay for us to share locations on our phones. She accused me of being controlling and not trusting her. I feel like that's a normal thing for couples to share locations. Who's right?
So this is a touchy one. I'll just tell you how Lisa and I do it. We share our location. And I have no issue if she knows where I am at every moment of the day. Now, she doesn't ever text me. She doesn't ever text me, what are you doing? Why aren't you home? Where are you? It is a safety issue for us. I want to, and it's like when we get an Uber. It instantly, I have it set up on the Uber app. Same thing with Lucy, where when she gets an Uber, it tells me who the driver is. Same thing when I get an Uber. It tells her who the driver is, where I'm being picked up from, when I'm expected to get there. To me, it's a safety issue. I don't have any, trust issues with my wife. She doesn't have any trust issues with me. It simply comes down to safety. So if the woman in this case is so sensitive that, why should I want to share my location? Then it raises the question, what is she hiding?
That's what you said, red flag. I share locations with Kelsey.
Yeah.
And the same thing, when we get an Uber or a Lyft, I get a text or when...
But it's like it happens more so in situations where Lisa's going to be taking Jack to school. They're going to be in the car in a matter of moments. I want to see that they get to school safely because the roads are a little bit icy. I want to see that she gets home okay.
On a much less serious note, have you also done the thing where you go, how much time do I have to get the tasks done before she comes home?
Oh, 100%.
Because then you can, she's still at the hair salon. Oh, she's still out at the thing.
Oh, yeah.
I got time.
Hey, there's different rules when Dad's at home.
Right.
Right? Hey, there's a huge mess. All right. And I know exactly how long it's going to take us to be able to clean that up before Lisa walks in the door. And so I'll look and say, okay, she's got her hair cut. All right, she's going to be home in 15 minutes. Hey, the go time is 10 minutes.
Do you guys share locations? Either of you guys behind the glass?
No, I do not share my location with Tom.
Move on. He wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next one says the wrong lunch. Dear John, our kids go to a Catholic school, but we have not raised them Catholic. It's a really good school. It's close to our home. We got a note from the school that on Fridays they will not be serving meat in observation of Lent.
Yeah.
They strongly recommend not sending kids to school with lunches containing beef, pork, chicken, turkey, etc. on Fridays. Am I in the wrong if I don't comply? They didn't say it's not allowed. Our kids are picky eaters, and it's just easy to pack them sandwiches with ham and turkey and stuff.
It's just as easy to pack it with peanut butter and jelly. I understand kids are picky, but I think there's a matter of respect. I don't think you're out of line by setting a ham sandwich. I just don't think it's necessary. And so why don't you just that's where you chose to send your kids. My kids weren't raised Catholic. They go to a Catholic school. This is not one that I generated, for all those that are maybe wondering. But out of respect for where they go, yeah, we're not going to send them with lunch that contains meat that no one else can eat that is going to be sitting at their table.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is eating it in front of the other kids. Follow the rules. It's 1 day a week.
Yeah.
Right? For what?
For a
5 weeks or whatever
Yeah.
it is. I mean, come on.
But what's the harm to the other kids? They're not forcing them to eat their turkey.
Then the other kids want to do it.
Well, there's lessons you learn in life. You have a religious reason not to eat meat, but you have to understand, you teach your kids other people will during this time.
I hope
of
if they're
year.
going to a Catholic school, they'd oblige by the religious standard.
Right.
To not eat the meat,
Yeah, but
it's very hypocritical.
To your point, though, yes, there are times where there are other religions that go to these schools. If you have a fast in the Jewish, religion, are you expecting everybody else to observe that as well?
That's a question.
So that's why I think I wouldn't send them on Fridays with meat, but I don't think it's necessarily out of line.
We are out of time.
Oh, that's the one I wanted to get to.
Can't afford her?
Come on.
Okay, quickly. Dear John, I'm 23 years old, just out of college. I've got a stable job. The issue is my girlfriend. She's super high maintenance. She comes from money, and she's used to a certain lifestyle that I'm struggling to keep up with. She likes going out to dinner multiple times a week, and the gifts, well, she expects designer bags. I've talked to her about the financial situation. She'll only tone it down for about a week, and then it's right back to expecting stuff. We've been together 6 months, but I'm thinking we need to break up. I don't think I can afford her.
Well, it goes to level of hotness.
Well, you only make so much money. I mean,
Right. Yeah, but I mean, you could get if she's hot enough,
you get a second job.
you might make something on the side.
See ya.
I think it's see ya.
Bye.
I say that somewhat jokingly because it's only going to get worse. Hopefully, you have a better job, And with that better job are going to become more expectations. And the price tag only goes up. It's, well, we can't live in an apartment. We need a home. We need one with a white picket fence. We need one with the swimming pool. We need one with a hot tub. We need one. I need a master bathroom. I need a master closet. Like
I
all
hate
of
the
these
kitchen.
different things.
Redo the kitchen. It's like, we just did it.
Well, long term, she probably doesn't like to cook. Like, seriously, right? Like,
I don't know what she does for work
I mean,
or what
there's a
she's.
lot of people that like designer things that might be a powerhouse cook.
Yeah, I don't think.
well,
those
no,
are-
she wants to go out to eat all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, she likes the finer things.
Doesn't want to be in the kitchen like.
Yeah.
Okay, you watch yourself back there. That's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, you want to have a great green lawn? We had some nice rain yesterday. It's going to warm up over the weekend and into next week. The grass eventually will start greening up. And I know it's a lot. It's really early to start thinking about this, but Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, if you want the best lawn on your street, we all know we get competitive at everything we do. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The number to get them is 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. And here is what you get when you have them work on your lawn. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. So if you got animals, you got kids running around the lawn, that's something you need to take a look at. Each lawn is going to be assigned its own specialist. Certified applicators and arborists are going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. It's been locally owned and operated for over 35 years. Keep your money local. Go with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green. Stay green with Natural Way.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Jim Costa, John Jansen. No Heather Park today. Out sick. Gov and Greg behind the glass. We should probably expect Heather to be out tomorrow too, right? Like if you're sick on a Thursday.
Don't you just take Friday?
You just take Friday, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not accusing her of faking. She texted us at 4:30 in the morning. I believe if you get up and you're not feeling well and the house is going through stuff, stay home.
Sure. And we all know, I mean, she's talked about her kids being in school and their kids that age are going to bring home the goo.
Sure, you could put it that way. Just the germs and all the whatever. So Heather out today, maybe tomorrow. We didn't get her perspective on Dear John, but we got a lot of ticket text. Tom brought in a page worth of the best of your reactions. 8:02, we're going to talk a little bit about Michigan State football. You're going, why? It's March 6th. Let's talk about their basketball team. The football team announced that they will be giving up their final home game at Spartan Stadium to play it at Ford Field. They've done this now. It'll be 2 of the last 3 seasons. Mm-hmm. We want to hear from Spartan fans. Is this what you really want? And what does it say about the program? 8:02. Ticket text, John. If you're expecting your kid's friend to pay for part of your vacation, maybe you need to rethink if you can actually afford the trip to begin with.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's if you are going to ask that individual to go, but you can't really afford it, like, I don't understand. Why would you ask then?
Ticket texter says, I think it's a fair compromise to pay for the flight, but anything else beyond that feels excessive. It depends. You just got to figure out what's...
It comes down to what Greg said. It's all about communication. And if you start it with, hey, we would like little Joey to go with us, but we're going to need you to pay for his flight.
Yeah.
All right.
Rather than hit him with an invoice.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you go, here's how much it's going to run you. Excuse me, you invited my kid. Yeah, you get conflict. The subject about schools and the Fridays and the meet, what you want to do, a lot of response on that. Fridays were always PB&J day during Lent for us growing up.
Sure.
Snowflakes don't want anyone else eating meat on Fridays.
What does that have to do with anything?
They're saying the people at the school are complaining about other people who would bring meat.
Well, I don't think they were complaining. They were just asking.
No, but I think it goes to they'll be around the other kids who will want that as well. Hey, man, I got Oreos and you don't.
Right. Your mom
I
didn't
got
pack
a Capri
pudding.
Sun and you don't.
Yeah.
Ticket texter says, Jerry and Ypsilanti, if you can't eat the meat, can you still eat the pudding?
Now there has a double meaning here to this one. You know what, guys?
I don't know what this one is referencing.
Pink Floyd, another Brick in the Wall song. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have your pudding.
Oh.
Okay. Excellent, Jerry. Great work.
Yeah.
Deep cut. What else we got here? If you are signing up for a Catholic school, you are signing up for their rules as well. You absolutely should not send meat-filled lunches on Fridays during Lent. Brent in Linwood.
I agree. I think it's just a matter of respect.
Out of curiosity, if you're at a business meeting and one of your colleagues is Muslim, would you not drink because they can't drink at the table?
It's different. I think it's very different in regards to you have decided that for whatever reason, you're sending your kids to a school that this is a part of their faith. It's a part of...
But it's not a requirement. They just politely ask that you don't, but they didn't say you can't.
Right. That's why I said I'm not going to say it's out of line. I wouldn't do it.
I don't know. Am I weird here? But if you're going to a Catholic school and it's Lent and it's Friday, you don't eat meat. Like
but what if you're not Catholic? Like that was the point of the message. Was this guy goes, my kids aren't, but it's a good school and we send them there because it's a good education. But if I want to pack them a ham sandwich, tough. The other kids aren't going to eat it because their religion says they shouldn't and they won't, and they'll observe their religion, which is their choice. Ticket texter says, pack the kids what they want. John, you're wrong. Says, do you not eat or drink in front of a Muslim friend during Ramadan? Everyone makes their own decision. So there's your debate. On the subject of sharing your location, my wife's ex required her to share her Waze app. When we got together, she thought I needed it too. I'm fine just communicating where we are. I'm never going to check the Waze app.
So her ex required it while they were married?
Yeah, I'm assuming while they were together. And now with this next relationship, she also wants, that is the expectation she has.
I just think it just seems to be weird if that's an issue between partners or especially a married couple.
Yeah. To me, it's silly. Like you share with.
I share with Lisa, yeah.
And
I have
share
no
locations.
issue with it. Yeah, I always have.
I no
Even before we were
hesitation.
married.
Yeah, exactly. We did before we got married too. If the wife went right to, quote, controlling after the request, then that is definitely a red flag from the story. Yeah, she immediately went to you're being controlling. It's not. I don't think it's controlling to share your location with your partner.
No, and there are times where if I'm going shopping for birthday presents or Christmas presents, hey, I have some errands to run. And, wink, wink, don't look at my location, because if I'm going to a certain store, then I don't want to give it away what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Sure.
Or if I'm banging someone that's not you, I don't want to give that away.
Right, Greg?
Sure.
I suppose that could also work. We got a phone call to get to on this. Jason in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. This is an easy one. It's about respecting a culture regardless of your religious faith. If you're Jewish and you go to a Catholic school, you respect the rules on Friday. If you're Catholic and you go to a Jewish school, you respect the kosher rules. It's about respecting the culture, regardless of the religion that you practice.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's just a matter of respect, and I think that's something that we're somewhat losing, is that matter of respect for those around us.
Absolutely. And it's about living in a world.
Yeah. And it's different from, the whole business meeting and this is what's going on. Now, if it's I just feel like if you are making the decision to send your kids to that school where they have a certain faith and they do this, then it's just a matter of respect while you're there.
Yeah, it opens a whole can of worms.
It does.
This thing. I mean, you go to something like if they're going there just because it's a good school and they don't have that belief or whatever, it's like what happens during prayer. You stand there and stare.
But there's a matter of respect.
Like
you're quiet, you're respectful. Yeah.
Yes, you have to be respectful. This last one says, Dear John, did any of you guys ever hear a follow-up on that beer league hockey chick who showered with the fellas, Jeff and Petoskey?
Oh, I don't think we've ever heard a follow-up on that one.
No, but that's funny how people still remember that one.
Sure.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about Spartan football and what they're doing at the end of the season, and if you're on board with going to Ford Field. It's 97.1.
A rare loss lately for the Pistons. That late-night game last night in L.A. ended with the Clippers beating them 123-115. Cade Cunningham, 37. Dennis Schroeder had 21 off the bench. But for Los Angeles, James Harden scoring 50 with 20 free throw attempts, which was a sore subject after the game. Detroit fails to gain any ground in the East playoff seeding. A second straight loss for Michigan basketball at home. They fell to number 13 Maryland, 71-65. The team seemed to have issues with turnovers, preventing them from gaining any steam. MSU now in the driver's seat for the title, clinching at least a share as they prep for Iowa tonight. Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale staying in Ann Arbor after interviewing with multiple NFL teams this offseason, including the Colts and the Falcons. The Red Wings making a small move prior to Friday's deadline, a swap in prospects between several teams, eventually netting Detroit a conditional fourth-round pick in the upcoming 2025 NHL Draft. Former Eastern Eagle Max Crosby, now the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history after the Raiders gave him a massive $106 million extension over 3 years. That could make Aiden Hutchinson a little bit more expensive. And a lopsided win for the Tigers in Lakeland yesterday, 17-7. Justin Henry Malloy continues his torrid hitting, driving home a run, scoring 2, now hitting .375 with a .500 on-base percentage. Andy Ibanez logging 3 hits, including a 2-out home run, and Kerry Carpenter and Cole Keith are now each batting over .360 as well. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Michigan State football with an announcement yesterday. They will move their final home game of the season against Maryland, it's over Thanksgiving weekend, from Spartan Stadium to Ford Field. We need to hear from Spartan fans on this. How do you feel about taking that game away from campus, away from Spartan Stadium, and going to Ford Field? They did this a couple years ago, and they're going back to this. When I looked at this, my immediate reaction was college football games should be played on college football campuses. Late in the season, you don't see big programs giving up home games. This is a creative solution for Michigan State to address the problem that they can't get people to go to their home game at the end of the regular season. But that is because, and this is where Spartan fans might want to cover their ears, it's a small time program. If you can't get people to go to your games in November, late in the season, that's small time. And because you can't put people in Spartan Stadium in November, this is an acceptable creative solution where, hey, you got alums in the Metro Detroit area. You don't have to stand in the cold. I get why they're doing it, but it's because they can't get people to go to their stadium late in the season.
So the whole goal is to sell tickets. Mm-hmm. They could sell more tickets here and get more people to go because it's a climate-controlled environment. I get it. I don't really have an opinion either way. I'm not part of the fan base. I'm not part of the alumni group. It's not something that if it were Michigan, you wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. But it's not. So that's why I want to know from Spartan fans, is this something that an administration has to take into account what their fan base wants and what the majority, now there's going to be people that are the same thing of you. Like I want it to be on college campus. It affects the students because this is what this is.
Could you imagine, you mentioned Michigan, but let's use some other Big Ten schools. Is Wisconsin going to give up a home game at the end of the year because their fans don't want to stand in the cold? It's Thanksgiving weekend for everybody. You know what I mean? It's not only Thanksgiving
has given up a home game before to go play at Lambeau.
Yeah, early in the season in these marquee events. And by the way, I don't like that either. I think Camp Randall's a great environment. You should play every game at Camp Randall that you can. That's what makes college football special.
A quick note, at home, non-conference LSU.
Yeah, right. But I'm talking
early in the season.
Yeah, I'm talking late in the year, push, stakes, Big Ten matchups, and Wisconsin, I'll answer my question. They're not giving up a home game late in the year at Camp Randall, despite the fact that it's Thanksgiving weekend. Well, the students aren't on campus. That doesn't stop Penn State from hosting a game on campus that weekend. Michigan and Ohio State have the built-in rivalry, which there's always going to be a huge crowd for that.
Yeah.
But are any big-time programs giving up home games in February to play in November to give up those games? Nobody is. Unless you have to. And Michigan State has to. And that's a harsh reality, but their fans do not attend that game. They aren't competitive late in the year. Their fans don't want to stand out in the cold. The stadium is in desperate need of renovations by their own admission. This is a move you make when you're not a big-time program.
I'm not willing to go that far. That it's a move that you don't want to, or that you're going to make if you're not a big-time program. If this is what their fan base wants, then this is what the administration's giving them. And that's why I want to know, is this what
you want?
Is this what you want? I'm not going to answer that for them. I'm just going to, I can only answer it if they were to make an announcement that says, hey, Michigan, the Michigan-Ohio State game, or insert any other game. You're instead of playing at the big house, you're going to go down to Ford Field.
Yeah, if they said Michigan, Indiana is going to be at Ford Field instead of at the big house, you go, why?
Yeah, I would be upset.
I like my Saturdays. I like going to my games. I like tailgating. I like going into my stadium.
I think that's the biggest difference is part of the tradition of going to college football games. And I know it's an NFL tradition as well, and it's great downtown at Eastern Market, all those different things. It's different. Fan bases are in college football are all built on traditions. A lot of those are being eroded away. One of the great traditions is tailgating. I know when I show up, I've got my spot that I park in every single time. There are people that have been parking in it for way longer than I have for 50, 60 years. When they make modifications to a stadium or they make modifications to a parking lot, one of the biggest things that administrations have to deal with is you just took away my parking spot that I've been parking in, my family's been parking in for 70 years.
Yeah. Early returns on the ticket text. And open lines. You can give us a little more on the phones, but text, we get a sampling. Texter says, I'm a state grad and would pick going to Ford Field in late November over sitting in that old, uncomfortable stadium every year. Jason in a car.
So then the question is, if they had a new stadium with modern amenities, and I know, did they announce, or are they making some changes to the stadium? They're putting some suites in, which doesn't necessarily affect much of the fan base.
Most people, yeah.
I'm really torn on this for Michigan State. I understand why Michigan doesn't do it. It's location. Michigan's so close to Detroit versus, look, okay, so a lot of Spartans live in our area.
Yeah.
A lot of Spartan students are home for Thanksgiving. So this makes it convenient for them to a degree.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
That's why they do it.
Me personally, as a student, I wouldn't want to go back to school on the Saturday and go to a football game. I'd rather go back Sunday. This would allow me to go to the football game. But I will say the Spartans have a humongous fan base on the other side of the state, and the inconvenience this causes them is huge. I don't think people in Metro Detroit realize how big Michigan State is in Grand Rapids.
Oh, yeah, they're big out there.
So this is very unfair to them. We don't care about them.
Look, from the standpoint of the city of Detroit, this is good because it creates a super football weekend for Thanksgiving, right? You get the Lions Thanksgiving Day. You've got the MHSA that's going to play the high school championships on Friday and Sunday, and then you've got Michigan State on the Saturday. 4 straight days of football at Ford Field around Thanksgiving. It's great for the city. And to the first ticket texter's point, there are plenty of Spartan fans that value the comfort of going in Ford Field and in the ease and the convenience of going to Ford Field. But I'm not talking about from the standpoint of the city of Detroit. I'm talking about for the university, Michigan State. What does it say about you that your alums won't drive to campus that weekend? They will at Minnesota, Wisconsin, Penn State. You know what I'm saying? Ohio State, Michigan, those fans will drive and go.
The locked-in thing for Michigan, when that game is at Michigan Stadium, the last game of the year, it's at noon.
Right.
This thing's at 3:30 or night sometimes. That's ridiculous. I just think the interesting thing here is that if they keep doing this, maybe one day State can play back-to-back games in Ford Field.
Well, if they move the Big Ten championship game?
He's saying a bowl game?
Yeah. Sorry.
So
you went optimism. You went, hey, maybe they'll rotate the Big Ten title and Spartans will have a day. And
we got to play our roles, don't we?
Trolling Tom over here goes,
Yeah.
Are they getting relegated to the MAC? They'll play the conference title game there too?
I didn't say that. The all-green game versus Eastern.
This one says, if they ever compete for Big Ten titles, maybe they wouldn't do this. It didn't happen under D'Antonio, right?
No, this is obviously very recent. And I just think that, the biggest thing for me is college football games are supposed to be played on college campuses,
yes,
in college stadiums. And some of the charm is that it's uncomfortable and in the weather. And I mean, it's also could be part of the advantage. Now, if you're playing Minnesota, I don't know how much of advantage you're going to get. But if you're playing USC, UCLA, why would you let them play in a dome?
Think about this. At the end of the college football season, there are teams fighting for the right to host a playoff game on their campus in the cold around the holiday when the alums might not be on campus. But they want those home games. And I think that's noteworthy here. I know Texas and Oklahoma have tradition where they don't play that rivalry game on campus. And the same with Georgia and Florida. Tradition. It's part of the tradition. There's no tradition about playing and forfeiting your final game at Spartan Stadium to go to Ford Field. There's no tradition there. It's in a lot of ways waving the white flag. Other programs are not doing this.
But I also think it's different because, Michigan State, Iron Bowl. All of these games are traditions in the game themselves. Michigan State doesn't have that opponent that they play at the end of the year that says, this one has to be played in this location, home or away at this time.
Ticket texters, I like this because Detroit has more hotels. Signed Mel. Jim, MSU hasn't been a big-time program in 10 years. Stop kicking us while we're down. I'm not trying to kick you while you're down. I will give them credit for coming up with a creative solution to their problem that they are not big time enough to host this game at Spartan Stadium. This is the creative solution. It's a backhanded compliment, but it's a compliment nonetheless. This is what they have to do to make the most of their situation.
I don't think it sounds like a compliment when it comes from you.
Okay, fine. 248-539-9797. We got phone calls. We got ticket texts. They're moving the final home game for Michigan State this year. Second time in the last 3 seasons. They'll play it at Ford Field instead of Spartan Stadium. Spartan fans, do you like this? Is this good thing? Is this a bad thing?
Yeah.
It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Michigan State football. For the second time in 3 seasons, they're going to move their final home game from campus, from Spartan Stadium, to Ford Field. They'll host Maryland at Ford Field Thanksgiving weekend. From the standpoint of us in the city of Detroit, it gives you football all Thanksgiving weekend. Lions, high school, Michigan State, great. And in the eyes of some Spartan fans who live in Metro Detroit, they're not going to sit in the cold. It's a shorter drive. I get it. I get why Michigan State's doing it. From a marketing standpoint, I understand why they're doing it.
Well, you also want to cater to your fan base. And if this is what their fan base wants, at least once a year, and it just happens to be at the very last game of the year, because they're not always going to host the final game of this regular season.
Sure.
Here's where I have an issue. If this is supposed to be senior night and I'm a football player, I want to play every possible game I can at home.
Yeah.
Well, I think you mentioned the promoting of it. Like, there's a merchandising opportunity here, too. The game T-shirt. It happened. Battle in the D. Michigan State, Maryland. The two helmets crashing together.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a T-shirt if I'm a Spartan fan that I really care to own.
Oh, but they will exist.
They will, and they'll make money off of it.
And I would want one of those T-shirts.
Well, okay. We've asked Spartan fans, is this a good thing?
What's the tagline for this? The Clash at Ford Field?
Duel in the D? That's something else.
Yeah.
Football, it happened.
Okay.
There's got to be something on it.
I have more faith in their marketing department than football. It happened. So we ask Spartan fans, like you guys, John's not a Spartan. I'm not a Spartan. We don't have a Spartan on the show. So we want to know, do you think this is a good thing? That this is convenient, that it's comfortable, that you like it? Or is it a bad thing? Because I would make the contention that college football is better on college football campuses. The tailgating. I know one ticket texter's dog in MSU's tailgating because they don't have the golf courses of Michigan. MSU has a beautiful campus. Yep. And if you've tailgated there, and I have, they have a great setup. Spartan Stadium needs renovations. It needs work. Those uncomfortable bleachers late in the year is not a fun place to be, especially when your team's losing. What I'm telling you...
You want seatbacks?
I'm just pointing out that's not comfortable.
Most college football stadiums are bleachers.
And that's where I'm bringing this. Everybody else can get fans out late in the season, and Michigan State is struggling. That says something about your program, which is why this isn't a good thing. It's a solution to the problem, but the problem is you're the only Big Ten brand that can't get your guys to come up to campus on Thanksgiving weekend. Everybody else can do it.
But not every Big Ten brand has the ability to go to a dome. Okay, Minnesota would. They got the dome there in Minneapolis.
But are they giving up a home game late in the season? Probably not. Big Ten schools, big schools in general, are fighting to get December playoff games when school's not in session. They don't care that the kids might be away because they're big time and because they want those big time environments late in the year. Meanwhile, Michigan State's surrendering it.
They also have big time matchups and rivalries at the end of the year. This is Michigan State and Maryland. I think this is more an issue of who they're playing than it is. Like, I mean, if they were to move the Michigan State game, which is not going to happen because it's Michigan-Ohio State, but that would certainly be on campus.
I just couldn't see the program Michigan State aspires to be. The teams they aspire to be competitive with and beat and succeed against aren't going to do this.
I get the point that you're making. And maybe it's because I don't have a seat at the table. So I don't really care what they do in East Lansing. If this is a financial decision, if they can make more money, I don't know what the finances look like. Can they make more money going to Ford Field than they can having a game at Spartan Stadium?
I think the answer is yes. And I think if you looked at the crowds last year for their final game, it would support that. Ticket, text, and phone calls. Let's get to Daryl in Detroit. Daryl, you're on 97.1.
Yes, how you guys doing?
Good.
Great show. I'm just, I'm a Michigan fan and a Michigan State fan, but I'm more of a Michigan fan because that's the only way me and my father bonded before he passed away. For years, we bonded through Michigan basketball and talking about it. And I coached too. I sent a lot of players from my program at Michigan State. They played basketball for me for years. And a lot of them were two-sport athletes, Elijah Collins and those guys, Monique McDowell. They all played for me. And a lot of Michigan players, more Michigan players I sent up there. But I've been to a lot of games watching my kids play up at Michigan State. and I went to that Ford Field game last year that Michigan State played Penn State, I think it was. I enjoyed myself. I swear to God, I did not enjoy myself in the cold at Michigan State. And they had a pretty good team for a long time, but I still did not enjoy myself. That Michigan State Penn State game, I mean, a third of those fans were from Penn State. I mean, they drove up here to see. You think they're going to drive to Michigan State Stadium and see them outdoors? No.
No, but that's part of the reason to keep it on your campus. You don't want a third of the stadium to be the other team. That's supposed to be your home game.
Now, you want to sell out. That's what you want to do. you want to sell tickets. I mean, I know you don't want somebody else's fans in your stadium, but you can't stop that.
But when you put it like that, you're kind of making Jim's point. If
you
can't sell the tickets at a home game, so let's move it to Ford Field where we can sell tickets.
Just play it in Columbus. It'll be sold out. That's not what that's not who you want to be as a program. That's not how you want to be known. Let's get to Mike in West Bloomfield. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So I'm a season ticket holder. So I will tell you that, yes, last year, I was there with the 25,000, froze my brains out. Was there against Penn State when it was an ice storm, while you were in Ann Arbor in an ice storm. I think a lot of this has to do with television as well. Mm-hmm. If you look at why Penn State happened at Ford Field, NBC went to them and said, you're getting a night game in November. Look at how many night games Michigan State played on campus last year. It was ridiculous. Now, it's quite possible that, once again, television networks with this new great contract we have said, oh, we're going to take this and put it at night. And Alan Haller could have said, well, if this is going to happen to us again, maybe we're going to do what we did, and we're going to put Maryland at Ford Field and turn it into a football weekend, because I got to tell you, it was fantastic. It was amazing atmosphere. Yes, we all know Mel Tucker basically got fired in the middle, or not Mel Tucker, but Harlan Barnett basically got fired in the middle of the game and all that stuff. But it was a lot better than having to play that game at night like NBC wanted on a Friday night outside. So there might be part of that involved.
The jockeying with the networks. Yeah, so I don't think this game will be at night, like on Saturday night. I don't think NBC is going to promote a Big Ten Saturday night, Maryland MSU that weekend. There probably will be a bigger game. But this is, I guess, them protecting themselves is his point. Because if they get jockeyed around at all, they don't want to be put in a bad spot. But my point is, why is it a bad spot to host a game at Spartan Stadium Thanksgiving weekend? Why is it that fans don't show up to those games? It's because the program's not very good, and it's because the fan base doesn't buy into what's going on there. That's all I'm telling you. You don't have to like it.
Well,
I might be being mean, but I'm not wrong.
No, I think there is, and there's a couple of callers. I was going to make this point, but I'll wait for them to make it as well, because there's other things that get moved around when Michigan State and the Big Ten does this.
Before we get that call, couple texts. 32-year-old Spartan fan here. I mean this with sincerity. 10 years ago, I would have been livid moving this game. But with the direction of college football, state being terrible, it doesn't really matter to me where they play anymore. Another one says, Spartan season ticket holder. The fact that my school has done this twice now is disappointing. Giving up a home game is like giving up. You act like they're giving up a home game and playing on the moon. The game is 45 minutes away from where it's normally played. It's still in the same state. Don't make a big deal of this. There's your pushback. This one says, moving a home game to an NFL stadium, tell me you're an awful program without telling me you're an awful program. From Mike on the ticket text. The campus is dead cookies that weekend. There will be more fans at Ford Field than there would be at East Lansing. This is also a result of the Peacock TV deal. They want to have fans in the stands. I agree with everything this person said. Factually, the campus will be dead and there will be more state fans at Ford Field. I get why they're doing it.
But could you imagine Alabama giving up their final home game? Now, we're talking about the Iron Bowl, but or Michigan or Ohio State, or Tennessee.
Someone that doesn't have a locked-in premier rivalry, they're not going to go, well, all the Vol fans went home for Thanksgiving. So? We're going to sing Rocky Top in the checkerboard end zone anyway. What do you mean it's Thanksgiving weekend so no one's on campus? That's not a problem for a lot of the big schools. If the shoe fits. Let's go to Jeremy. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hey, just want to talk about being a current high school football coach, head coach. The interaction that they had, Michigan State, with our coaches association. I know they worked with MHSA, obviously, but just a little disconnect. I'm a big believer, John. As you were a Michigan high school football player back in the day, and that weekend's everything for the kids and everything. And now, we'll do our Friday night, the one division, and then have a bye, and then have to come back Sunday to do the other four divisions and stuff. It's just, I don't know, a little frustrating, and it's a big weekend for our coaches association, having a lot of people working the event and bringing everybody together and things. So, and just, I don't know. I think it belongs on college campus for multiple reasons and stuff, but in a little selfish reason on our part.
It does disrupt the college or the high school football championship weekend. Instead of having, Friday, Saturday, it's got to be Friday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Correct. Now we got a bye, basically a bye day on Saturday, and got to bring everybody back into town. And you know what I'm saying? It's just, and there wasn't a lot of conversation with our group. It's a little disheartening there and stuff, but no, just my 2 cents there.
No, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of people that do have traditions, and in regards to going to see high school state championship games, even if they don't have their high school in it, it's just something that people do on that weekend. It's Thursday, Lions, and then Friday, Saturday is high school championships.
This just makes it a 4-day weekend, though, right?
Yes, okay. If you're just looking at it from total football time at Ford Field, sure. But I get it. I get the complaint. But it's a much smaller. They're not going to sell out Ford Field for any of the high school championship games.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls. We got ticket text. Spartan fans, you're part of the conversation this morning. Your football games getting moved from Spartan Stadium to Ford Field to wrap up this upcoming season. We've got the Honolulu Blueprints this hour. John and I auditioned for assistant general manager, free agency, and the draft. Moves that we want to see the Lions make. It's 97.1. All right, you heard our blueprints. Stab at it. That's not, hey, trade for Myles Garrett.
No. Something realistic.
Yeah, something a little more realistic. Let us know, 248-539-9797. Top of the hour, 9:02. Wojo floated out a trade possibility for the Red Wings. And Gov, you've worked with Wojo for a long time, and it can be one of two things with this guy. It can be Wojo Damas or the old bit, Wojo Dumbass.
Right, but Dom is usually on more times than dumb.
And he doesn't throw out, he's not one of these like throw stuff and see what sticks guys. And he knows Stevie. We'll get to it at 9:02, what Wojo threw out there yesterday, and if that would be enough for Red Wing fans on deadline eve. They did make a deal yesterday, and John's reaction to it was hilarious because you get the ding on your phone, and you're going, hot damn, here we go. Click into the details.
I, like a lot of Red Wings fans who are wanting to see this team make the playoffs, get better, trade deadline, 4:00 on Friday, and we kind of feel like it's going to be a down-to-the-wire moment. Wednesday afternoon, my phone goes off. It says, trade alert. And then the first couple of words are Red Wings. I think, oh, here we go. What's it going to be? And then I was severely let down and left with some questions. The questions I had, and I would think that this would be a logical response. I don't know. You tell me if I'm off. Mm-hmm. Because the beneficiary of this trade certainly wasn't the Detroit Red Wings. It was, in the moment, the Tampa Bay Lightning. They get a couple of guys that they believe are going to help them not only make the playoffs, maybe do some damage in the playoffs.
Chase a cup.
Yeah. And where was Stevie Y before he was here?
He was in Tampa.
Kind of felt like he was doing his old team a solid in taking on salary so that they could, he could facilitate this happening there. Now, okay, I don't think it had anything to do with that's where he was. We all do, business with people we're familiar with and relationships. But I was left with, well, he can keep making Tampa better, but what about us? What about us? And then I look at the details because, the trade alert was, hey, Red Wings, what do we get out of this? Oh, we're taking on $1 million worth of salary and we get a 4th-round pick. And we send some no-name from 2020 off to, obscurity. Like, what is there a silver lining in this that I'm missing?
Okay. So the Iserbots will correctly point out that essentially they trade Ville Husso for a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
And a little extra relief on top of that. That's not bad asset management. It's not. For an expiring guy who was stuck in the minors, you get a 4th-round pick. But you're fair to question, what are we doing with all these? We got 9 picks for the upcoming draft.
Yeah.
So I hope the deadline isn't facilitating everybody else's bidding and simply calling up Carter Mazur and away we go. I mean, that's last year. They call up Edvinson and we'll see what happens.
Well,
that to me.
And I just think acquiring a 4th-round pick, okay, you gave up Ville Husso for a 4th-round pick.
Fine.
What's that 4th-round pick going to ever be?
The odds would suggest nothing. Nothing.
Not that you don't take a stab at someone and see what happens.
But this felt like a deal we expected the Pistons to make.
Yeah.
Right? They would just kind of be a neutral third party and help facilitate a bigger move, and they get paid a 2nd-round pick in the process. But Langdon actually did something. Nothing big, but something. They added Dennis Schroeder. There's a guy who can give him a little bit of a breather off the bench, distribute, shoot a little bit, right? Just be a pest on defense. Not a perfect player, not an all-star, but a body that could help nudge the Pistons. And that's kind of what we expect or are asking of Yzerman is, no, you're not mortgaging the future to simply get in the playoffs. But when people say, what's the point? You're not going to win the cup. The point is you keep score. You play to win. You compete. The point is you don't give up until the season's over.
Right. That's the first point. The second point is there is value in making the playoffs. There is value in getting experience. Playoff experience is a real thing. There is value in actually making the playoffs and teaching your young players what it takes to get there.
If they don't buy, it's because they're not buying into this being a playoff team. And then I don't know why any fan should buy in if Yzerman isn't bought in. But we got another day. And maybe the move is on the horizon. Maybe Wojo's onto something here.
Well, it's all about, we thought last year, all these little moves setting up for a bigger move. It didn't happen. And then this year, facilitator, but you're clearing cap space. You have this cap space. What are you going to do with it? And no, they certainly don't have to spend the money.
No.
They don't have to fill that cap space. They can take that into free agency. But again, what do we believe they're going to do in free agency?
Yep. If last year's any indication.
That's exactly Red Wings' reaction. It's
If
to
they
sigh
lose-
and say, yep.
Make that a drop. There's your offseason recap.
If they lose tonight and they don't make a trade, I think we might need to have can we have you come in and do an emergency session with Mike and Rico? Because what's going to suck is we're going to get all the way to Monday and your emotions will come out of it. And I want the natural eruption because
he's already booking me on somebody else's show.
Like you are ready to about lose it.
But am I okay? Sometimes I can be
Fanboy.
Yeah, but I don't even think I'm doing that in this case. Am I out of line to say if Yzerman doesn't buy, he doesn't believe in his team, and no fan should believe in the team either? Is that too heavy-handed of a comment, or is that fair?
I think it's fair.
So maybe they do.
The patience is wearing out.
Wojo Damas, Wojo Dumbass. We'll let you know what Wojo forecasts or wants to see. And he doesn't just throw stuff out. He may have a little bit of intel here. We'll get to that coming up next. In the 9 o'clock hour, we've got Dear John. Plus, we do have to talk about how the Spartan basketball team clinched a Big Ten title, and it came courtesy of the Wolverines. Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. It's 97.1.
A normally mum, Cade Cunningham, noticeably upset after last night's loss to the Clippers. When asked what the difference was between the 123-115 setback, he said right away, the calls. He only went to the line 6 times. James Harden took 20 free throws. Harden scored 50 with all of the calls. Coach mentioned it's impossible to guard him if they can't legally touch him. The Wolverines will be rooting for Iowa tonight when the Hawkeyes host Michigan State. That's the only way Michigan can stay alive for the Big Ten title after they lost to Maryland 71-65 last night in Ann Arbor. MSU would clinch the conference outright if they win tonight. And thank you, John Jansen, for the information about Michigan's defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale, staying in Ann Arbor. Great insider stuff. After interviewing multiple NFL teams this offseason, Wink is hanging around. He did interview with the Colts and the Falcons, but John will not be denied. He's got the inside scoops.
In the Trenches podcast.
In the Trenches podcast with John Jansen. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
This is what Greg does. What about us?
Yeah.
What about us? I get it. Tampa's adding a couple forwards and Seattle's picking up a couple first. But what about us?
Mm-hmm. Seems like we're just on the outside looking in. We're facilitators.
Here for the ride.
You're welcome.
For those that didn't understand that update.
Yeah, we gave Chris Villar a little bit of a hard time. The whole Wink Martindale information that he shared earlier in the update did come from the In the Trenches podcast.
You wanted your credit.
Yeah, I mean, just say
you bullied him into it, but you got
we
it.
happen to know him. He happens to know us.
You would think he could give you
got
some
that
love.
information
He
from
said,
somewhere.
"What about me?"
Yeah, what about me?
What about me?
Yeah.
What about us? John, Wojo threw something out there yesterday. Let's play the audio, and I want to know if people are on board, if this is what's in the works behind the scenes, if this is the payoff to what about us? Wojo on the move. Bennington, a gamer. John?
Well, I mean, the best way to improve your defense and kill power plays is to not let the puck in the net.
They always say your best penalty killer has to be between the pipes.
All right, so I've known Wojo for a very long time. Worked closely with him. He's has a good relationship with Steve Yzerman. Doesn't mean that he's necessarily getting intel here, but you know what? When you think about this, first off, Wojo doesn't throw darts. Okay, he really doesn't. It's not the way he does things. So I take a little bit of credibility into why would he pick this, and it's when you really think about it, it's really smart and it's an intelligent move that the Wings would maybe make. They have 3 really bad problems, and it really speaks of just the climb that this team has to make still to even get in. But if you try to fix one of the problems, the one would be goaltender. It's the easiest to fix. So you take a shot on a guy that you can afford. Lyon's gone after this year. Talbot's got one left. Now, the deal wouldn't necessarily have to include Talbot, I don't think. I think that Talbot would become your number 2. But if you're going to fix 5-on-5 right now, you have to make a significant deal.
Yeah.
If you're going to fix the penalty kill right now, you have to make a more significant deal / get defensive depth or whatever. The goaltender's the easiest thing to fix, and it gives him the best chance to actually get in if he is hot and actually make a run. Because the whole point last night, the counter to their conversation was, why even make a move if we don't even know if this minimal 5th defenseman that they might get
makes a difference.
We even gets them in. So why would you give up something? If you're going to give up something, get something that's actually going to put you in the playoffs. And I actually think it's pretty wise.
So we made the comparison when the Wings woke up that they were as hot as the St. Louis Blues who won the Cup.
Right.
Their goalie was Jordan Bennington.
Right.
No one's saying make this move and win a Stanley Cup. But I think Wojo's right in a goalie who's hot can cover up some roster deficiencies. Bennington is standing on his head. He had another win last night and in a shootout. He was great in 4 Nations. He'd be a stabilizer for the next 2 seasons. That's better than Talbot and Lyon. And you can cut the numbers however you want. Talbot faded at the end of last year. He's 37 years old. Lyon was fading at the end of last year. He's expiring. He's not a long-term solution. There's a world where you bring Bennington in and you don't have to trade Talbot, but I wouldn't care if they did. But you have Bennington and Talbot this year. Then you have Kosa emerging, and there's kind of a handoff.
Right.
I think that would make a lot of sense.
There's not a blocking going on here, really.
You need 2 goalies anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I find this to be like, if you're really going to try to fix something, that this is the easiest of the fix.
But what would it cost? Wojo didn't throw it out there.
Well, he put Talbot in the deal.
But that wouldn't be 1-for-1. Linus Ullmark was traded this last offseason from Boston to Ottawa. A first-round pick was involved, and they got him extended. Markstrom was traded to the Devils. A first-round pick was involved. Would Yzerman give up a first-round pick? This guy would be here for the next couple seasons. Would Yzerman be willing to do that?
Ooh, I don't know. I really don't know. I think Yzerman would want to do 2 seconds or a second and a third, that he wouldn't want to sacrifice his first.
Look, he's drafted great players. Great
so the
prospects
is,
in the first.
You have a war chest of picks. You've got, 9 picks
for the upcoming
in the upcoming draft. How many of those could you package to go get Bennington? And is anything that doesn't have a first even worth it to St. Louis?
I think it'd be worth it to them.
If that's the final offer, for them, and they do want to move on. I mean, look, somebody else can come out and offer first. Is that team out there? I know I'm throwing that at you on the fly.
So this doesn't come out of nowhere.
Give up a first?
So Wojo brought this up yesterday. Sportsnet, I think, had floated out Bennington right after 4 Nations because he was hot. And I think Edmonton was mentioned.
They would give up their first in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to win the Cup.
Yeah. There's some other maybe Carolina was mentioned, but the Wings were also mentioned at the time. So maybe someone had also heard something in passing that, hey, this could be a fit.
Or it just could be a logical fit because the Wings need an upgrade in net.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Craig in Fowlerville. Craig, good morning.
Hey, what's getting missed in all this? Good morning, guys. What's getting missed in all this is that we got Carter Mazur is making his NHL debut this evening. And that kid is a local kid from Jackson. I know when they drafted him whenever they drafted him, they had signs up where he was a little kid holding up a sign from 3rd grade. He played for Chris Draper growing up as a little kid here local in Michigan, Little Caesars. It's just, I feel bad that it doesn't seem like that flag's getting waved around. There's a lot of people excited about it. And I just wanted to bring that up. That's an exciting part for a lot of the folks here in Michigan that are involved in youth hockey and hockey in Michigan.
Yeah, Carter's going to get his shot, and I think he deserves his shot. 7 goals in the last 11 games, 11 points in the last 11 games at Grand Rapids. There was some buzz. If he hadn't got hurt, he may have already been here. I don't want to take anything away from Carter Mazur, but I also don't want to put this weight of the world on, well, he's going to get them over the hump. He's making his NHL debut. I hope he's noticeable. He can give him some fresh legs, and McClellan said after Tuesday night that they didn't have their legs. So, hey, maybe here's a young guy who's just going to bring some energy, battle in the boards, drive to the net, just give him a little jolt. I think that's where I'd place it. We're talking about the deadline because we're hoping to get more meaningful, impactful moves.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the weight of the world on Carter Mazur. Hope he has a great night tonight. And I think his family will be at the game, friends will be at the game. Have a good time. This is a game they got to win.
It is a game they have to win. And we highlighted the schedule, whether it's the next 7 games, it's the final 6 of the regular season. They've got to beat the teams that they're supposed to beat. It's as simple as that. They've got to find a way to rack up some points against the teams that they're supposed to beat.
Ticket texters. Bennington helps now, and he also won a cup. Talk about having him in the room with Kosa. It would also be great for his development. It's a win on all fronts. Bennington isn't Allmark or Markstrom. I would never give away a first. Stevie is almost doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I'd say go young. No more Kops, Confers, Fisher, Petries. Well, that'd be a vote for the Mazur or eventually a Danielson or sending Pelika.
Yeah.
But as we've said with the Tigers, you can do both. That's part of the Bennington Kosa. You can do both. Can't just be a bunch of young players. Text I sent to a friend last night, I'll send to you guys. Quote, I want Stevie to do a good job so badly, but he just isn't. My number my whole life has been 19, but I think if they don't make the playoffs this year, he should step aside. End quote, Doug at work. Everybody wants it to work so bad. He's not going to step down at the end of the season. He's not going to get fired at the end of this season.
Well, Bennington would be a revenge move, too, if he actually worked out for the Wings and got him the cup for the Bernie Federico trade, which goes down in lower in Detroit as one of the. That's the Adam Oates trade with the Blues.
How far back are we going here?
Oh, come on. That's like 32 years.
I'm 32 years old.
Well, hey.
Let's get to
Let me give you a history lesson, as Ken Holland said.
Do we still have some Holland drops in the system? Paul in Northville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it. Question for you, Cookies. If Jordy's in net last Saturday night in the Ohio Stadium, which, by the way, it was nice to see him actually have an athletic event in that stadium, by the way. If Jordy's in net in that game and that little breakaway there at the end of the game after the high stick happens, that puck stays in Jordy's belly, doesn't it?
Yep.
That puck's not bouncing out for a gratuitous rebound for the game-winning goal.
Yep. And we're complaining. We're complaining that they didn't get a power play, but at least you're getting a point. You know what I mean? You're getting to overtime.
Exactly. And that's a team. That was a 4-point night. You're giving up 2. You're not getting 2 points. And if we get to the end of the season, and it's those kind of games that are going to make the difference between being in the playoffs and not being in the playoffs. So I think we've got enough first-round picks already that have been taken that are in the system and that are coming up. We have enough to sink a small battleship. Let's go and get this guy, and let's be down there in the pavilion having a great time for some playoff hockey, because this conservative stuff of the Mazur plan is just, it's not working. And we missed it last year because he had his guy at the helm, and he didn't let him go at the end of the season. Now he's brought Todd in. Todd's turning some stuff around. Let's make a run. Go get Jordy, and let's just go do this thing, man. This town deserves playoff hockey again. The hockey town deserves playoff hockey again, man.
Paul, you're speaking my language. Call in anytime. Appreciate it. Good stuff. All right, we're going to get to a little bit of college hoops from last night because we brought up the Dusty May extension when it happened, and it wasn't a unanimous approval on this show.
No.
Michigan's skidding. They're losing home games. They're going to have to fight and claw even just to get a share of the Big Ten title. We don't know if they're winning another game this season. And the big beneficiary is your rival, Michigan State. So we'll talk a little hoops next. Dear John, at the end of the hour, bottom of the hour, it's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and understand you so that they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's exactly what they did for me, and they have modified it time and time again as my life has grown and changed. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It wasn't that long ago, but Dusty May recently extended as Michigan's basketball coach. Was done prematurely. Michigan loses again at home last night.
Well, I've told you my policy, and I am not in the hiring business or the firing business. But I'm not a big fan, and my policy wouldn't be to extend a coach after just 1 year or in the middle of 1 year. Maybe you get to the end of that season and you make that evaluation and you say, okay, yeah, this requires us to invest more money. But I want to see that it's not a one-off, that it can be done again. It's recruiting, it's transfer portal, it's everything that is involved with college athletics at this time, and that's what we're talking about, obviously, Michigan and their basketball program. We're all very happy with Dusty May. There's no question about it. I like Dusty May. I think he's going to be good, not just this year, but in the long haul. I think this program is on the rise. But I said it at the time. I'm not a big fan of, in the middle of the first year, coming through with more money and more years, more commitment.
You weren't extending him for anything he did this season. I mean, that's just the truth. You were extending him for what you think he's going to accomplish in Ann Arbor. And there's a world where they paid him and it doesn't work out and they have to pay him to go away. And that's just what happens at high-level college athletics. So, look, it doesn't look good how they're playing right now. They've lost 3 of their last 4 home games, including one against their rival Michigan State in a pivotal matchup. And then the Rutgers win, the one win in this stretch here, was at the Horn. Illinois embarrassed them. And Maryland didn't make a field goal the last 6 minutes and still beat Michigan. So, look, if there's buyer's remorse, you guys can let us know on the phones and ticket text, 248-539-9797. I don't think there was any harm in extending him other than financial. And I just, at a place like Michigan, I don't think you really complain about if you have to make a big boy decision and buy him out down the line. But I think that the extension was done not because they thought they were the best team in the Big Ten this season, but because they expect to be in the thick of it for years to come. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call, guys. You know, I was going to call you about 3 weeks ago when the same discussion came up. I think it was a mistake to give him the extension. I think his body of work it was not very good this year. I think they haven't improved at all. Matter of fact, they've gone downhill. They still make the same amount of turnovers per game. They think they're a 3-point shooting team, and they're really not. I think he lucked out this year with the 2 big guys. They really don't have much of an offensive threat. They're pretty easy to defend. It was strange last night. I think they only made 4 free throws, which was really strange for 2 big.
I think they only shot 7 of them, right?
Really strange. I mean, I think the best they're a 500 team. I mean, you know, look at some of those games they won. I mean, I know they beat Wisconsin, but that was by 1 point at a shot at the buzzer. They wouldn't beat them now. He got beat by almost 30 points by Purdue. I know they beat them, but Purdue is on a little downhill at that time.
Yeah, that win at the time felt like a big deal. It doesn't feel as big now. Bob, you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I don't think they may not win another game this year. They're probably the worst. 22 wins is fantastic. I know that, okay, but that's not a very good basketball team.
Not to make excuses for him. He's the head coach, and this needs to be cleaned up, and you're responsible for it. Their guard play is just not very good. I mean, it's why you're leaning on bigs to bring the ball up, and it's led to turnovers. It's led to issues with this team free throw shooting. Like, their guard play is not good enough. And if he had gotten one of his FAU guards, does that patchwork this thing up a little better? Maybe.
Well, I mean, when you look at the reasons they're losing, one, they're not getting to the line enough as much as other teams. They're not capitalizing on those opportunities when they do get there, and they're still turning the ball over too many times.
Yeah.
And so what does that tell you? It does lean on guard play. You got to be able to shoot. You got to be able to create your own opportunities, but you can't turn the ball over the way that they're doing it.
If you just took fandom out of it, and I actually think Michigan fans would be more honest about it than anybody, but if you just took Michigan's name and logo off of it and just looked at them as a tournament team based on their resume, you'd say they belong in the tournament, but you'd say they're going to be a team that gets eliminated almost immediately.
Quickly.
Just
First
because
weekend.
With March, single elimination, mistakes get magnified. You don't shoot through free throws well. You're going to give the other team extra possessions with offensive rebounds and turnovers. Like, you are a team that is ripe for the picking. And then the question is, how much of that reflects back on coaching? Did they give the extension too soon? Let's get to Brent and Macomb. Brent, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
I watched that game last night, and I have a couple of things. First of all, Dusty May, you got to give him credit. He put a team together out of nowhere. I think I counted 3 guys who stayed. So you got to give them credit for that, and they've won 22 games. But, man, watching that game last night, they were just, especially Wolf, throwing the ball to the other team. Yeah. It was crazy. The turnovers are just, it's too much. Like, you're not going to win games like that.
No, you're not. Brent, appreciate the phone call. Ticket texters say, guys, it's not that deep. They didn't want to lose him to Indiana. That's the reason he got extended. It's not because of anything they did this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's why do you extend coaches? Why do you make it harder for them to leave? Why do you make it more expensive for somebody to buy him out? Is you don't want to lose them, but would they have lost him to Indiana?
Well, you're not going to extend the bad coach.
Correct. No one's saying he's a bad coach.
No.
To your point.
I'm saying, the fact that he's had a very good, successful first year in Ann Arbor is a factor in why they extended him.
Indirectly. The reason why he would be attractive to Indiana is because they've done a good job, right?
Yes.
The reason other teams are trying to poach him.
That's why he was attractive to come from FAU.
He went to the Final Four at FAU.
Yeah, because
this guy had never been a head coach before. Exactly.
Right.
He has some track record there. Again, I think he's done a good job this season in totality. They are not playing good right now. They are not that good of a team right now. The Dusty May conversation, it's an extension for the future. It's about runway. It's about where will they be next year, the year after, the year after. He is a guy who's going to hit the portal. He is a guy who has success working with lesser talent at a place like FAU. You think that translates now to getting more resources at a place like Michigan. The fact that Indiana would try to swoop in and steal him is all the reason why you want to keep him, which is why he got extended. The downside is you have to buy him out if it doesn't work. That's not much of a downside. Easy to say as someone who doesn't have to pay the millions, but at a place like Michigan where millions, they got endowments in the billions.
Well, yes, they do, but it's the athletic department doesn't have the endowment in the billions.
How about some of your alumni who have
net
worths
but how are you going to keep tapping into them when you're tapping into them for NIL and you're tapping into them for facilities and for the increased costs of the revenue share that's coming?
I could just be completely naive, but I feel like Michigan is not going to have a money problem athletically moving forward.
Well, I mean, those are all answers that we're going to find out real soon.
Yeah, you keep circling this date coming up, right?
April 7. Yeah, it's the House settlement. And if it goes through, it adds another $20 to $22 million on top of what you're already, on top of expenditures from last year. And so how do you come up with that difference? Yes, you tap into donors. Well, donors have already been giving, and they're giving in different ways now, not just directly to the athletic department, to collectives, to NIL. How does that impact all of those dollars?
How do you get a 5-star quarterback to flip from LSU to Michigan, right? I mean, these are – and people don't like it, and I understand people who don't like it. This is just, unfortunately, the business of college sports now. You got to pay and pay more and more and more, and sometimes pay before they're proven. Bryce Underwood hasn't proven anything. Dusty May at least had shown you can go to a Final Four and has clear interest from other big blue bloods. 248-539-9797. We got Dear John coming up at 9:35. Get some thoughts and some advice from the man himself. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all the great sporting events is Stadium Swim, and we got some dandies coming up. It's March. We know what that means in college basketball. You could do it it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. He was on fire.
50 when all was said and done. Mark Champion on the call.
Tough when you got somebody that's playing like that.
And then when you're getting the calls as well, like...
Yeah, I mean, he went to the line, 20 times?
20 free throw attempts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to win on a night like that. They were making shots. He's making shots. He's getting calls. Pistons lost last night to the Clippers. We got some Dear John reaction.
Okay.
And we didn't get Heather's reactions. And if you missed Thursday, should we just expect her to be out Friday?
I would.
Like if someone's out today at work because they're sick.
Yeah.
And she texted us 4:30 in the morning. This wasn't, if she's sick or they got a sickness in the house, I bet you she's out tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just stay home, get better, use the weekend, make it a 4-day weekend.
There you go. Some ticket texts. What do we got here? Texter says, if you can't afford a 10, maybe you should find a nice, stable 7. Signed, Tom.
Yes.
He can't afford her. Says, I make 150 racks a year. When you dump her, send her my way and send a pic. Jim in Escanaba.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing too: is some of the responsibilities. Everybody likes nice things, but how much does she like him?
Well, right, because when they have the talk, she seems like she understands. Hey, he can't keep buying her stuff, but then
she keeps
asking,
keeps wanting, and asking for the nice things, and he could say no, and maybe that's just part of that relationship.
For a high-maintenance girl, if she's hot and great in bed, keep her for as long as you can, then drop her off if you can't keep her lifestyle. Aaron in Lake Orion. We get some of that.
Uh-huh.
A lot of feedback on the lunchroom situation. It says, don't send your kid to a Catholic school if you're not willing to adhere to the most basic fundamentals of the Catholic faith. I'm not even Catholic, but come on, pack something else for Fridays.
I agree. It's just a matter of respect.
There is definitely respect with lunches. I have coworkers who observe Ramadan, and I'm doing my best to not even eat in front of them. That's from Tom in Flat Rock. And another ticket texter says, just pack tuna fish sandwiches.
Yeah, you can have fish.
There's ways around it.
Sure.
Your religious practice has no bearing or standing on me eating meat. GTFO.
Well, yeah, you probably can't use that language in the Catholic school either.
No, you probably shouldn't do that either. I don't know. What I would say is, like, if I had a friend who was a diabetic, I could eat ice cream with them, right?
Yes, but...
Like, they wouldn't eat it, but, like, I shouldn't feel bad eating ice cream.
It's a completely different situation. You're comparing apples to oranges there, where you've made a decision. You are sending your kid to... It's not just a private school, it's a Catholic school.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not demanding that you don't eat meat. They're just asking. And I think out of respect, because you are at a Catholic school, that you don't eat meat on Friday.
You're not telling other people's kids they have to eat the ham sandwich that you bring. You're going to eat your ham sandwich, and if they want tuna fish or peanut butter and jelly, life is full of choices. That's one of the great things we can.
Yes, and you don't have to send your kid to a Catholic school.
You don't, and they're not telling you can't bring a ham sandwich. They're asking you not to.
Just a little bit of respect. I think it's okay.
I feel like you're implying I'm disrespectful in this conversation.
Not implying. I could say it out loud if you want me to, but you're doing a good job of doing that yourself. Yeah.
Okay, this one says, what do we got here? Ticket text on Dear John. Oh, gosh, I got a bunch of these. I want to make sure I get a good one here. It says, I travel every week for work. My wife tracks my location for safety concerns. I do think it's more common now that people do that.
I don't think there's a big deal about it. I think it only becomes a big deal if you make it a big deal.
So I'll share, I told you guys off there, I'll share our reasons not to have share your location happen on Sunday night. So my wife went to a concert down at LCA, and I go to bed early on Sundays, try to get off to the right start with this crazy shift that we work. So anyways, the kids are old enough now that I can go to bed and then they can put themselves to bed. So that was the plan that night. So I went to bed like 10-ish, and then I did look to see if Kelly was still at the arena before I went to bed. I'm like, okay, concert's still going. And then I just said to Anna, look, come get me if you need me. So she was looking to see when Kelly was coming home, and she just kept staying at LCA. The phone was never moving. And finally, she started getting concerned. She started crying. Well, Kelly's phone died. So she was on her way home and actually walked in the door after Anna had started crying and stuff.
Relying on the location.
Yeah, exactly. So they got to figure that part out. But the phone still moves even if it's dead.
Yes, it does. And so with your spouse, that's one thing. With the kids, it's a completely different situation. I can track my kids' location. They can't track mine. They have no need to know where I'm at.
What are you hiding?
I'm not hiding anything. It's just that I'm the adult. They are not.
Right. I don't mind that they see where I go. I don't mind it.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying at the same time.
I feel like it's helpful, right? Like to have the location. It could be a helpful tool to know where people are at.
Oh, sure. How long do I have to clean up the house before my wife gets home?
All right, exactly. How much time
That's
am I working
that's a
with?
large part of how I utilize that information.
And what's the downside? Like I mean, other than feeling like your privacy is, but you're not giving this to everybody. It's your loved ones, your closest family, the people who care about you and look out for you.
The downside is when you're trying to hide something innocent, like a Christmas present,
right?
And
What are you
there
doing
are
at the
times.
mall?
Yeah, well, there are times when, if I'm going to a certain store at a certain time, I'll just tell my wife, I'm like, hey, I've got some errands to run. This is for Christmas. You don't need to look where I'm going because I want it to be a surprise. She'll do the same thing.
Why is he at the M Den?
Yes. Get you some new Michigan gear. But yeah, I think that's all a part of it. But I don't have any issue with, and if you have an issue with sharing it with your significant other, and especially if you're married, then I think there might be other issues going on.
Exactly. Like, what are you doing at the Holiday Inn?
Well, and I think
what are you doing at the storage facility?
Yeah.
Part of that message too was how quickly she jumped to controlling.
Right.
That's more of a red flag than anything else. Is the immediate defensiveness of whoa.
Yeah.
Why do you?
Whoa. Why do you need to know where I'm at?
Yeah. Gator's in the studio. Gator, what's up?
Hey.
So
you guys, I heard some of the questions. The control you're talking about knowing where you're on the phone.
Yeah. Location services.
I think it depends on your age and what your real situation is. I think if you have children, I think it makes all the sense. First of all, I would do it anyway because I'm not the kind of guy that would cheat on my wife or girlfriend, so I don't care. But I think it does matter when you get older. There's a point where it really is it's always about security. You could always make that argument, but when you're younger, you don't want to, hey, get off my case. But I think you should.
Yeah, there's a time where, Lucy will come to me and be like, yeah, Dad, you don't need to look where I'm at anymore. And I'll say, yeah, I agree. While you're at college, or if that's my phone that you're using, then I do want to know for safety reasons.
But when she's out of college, her own life, career,
she's paying
partner,
for her own cell phone, then I don't need to.
The last question best, though.
Oh, if you can afford her or not?
Yeah. That is underrated. One of the really tough things to go through in life as a dude, like when you just get started off.
Mm-hmm.
I could look at that personally and say, yeah, that was a tough time because when I first started out of college, I worked at the radio station in the mailroom. So to work my way up the ladder, there were several years of making just like $5 an hour.
Yeah.
And that was tough on a social life.
Right.
Real tough on a social life.
I could imagine,
it's
yeah.
Like you start ransacking the couch to see if you can find some change.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take some bottles and cans back. I'm living at home.
Or
I'll pick up the pizza and not give back the change. And
one of the first lessons I learned in radio, never say no to free food.
Never.
Especially starting out, and that's a free meal for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a tough one right there, man. I feel for the young
that individual
that are in that situation. And that guy in particular, he's 23, and she's let her go, man.
Yeah, she wants the finer things in life.
I think it was you, John, that said it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Absolutely only going to get worse, and she will never, ever be satisfied.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up today?
At least not financially.
Not financially.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
We'll be talking about all this movement going on in the NFL. Joey Bosa's released. You just had Max Crosby signed.
Yep.
Micah Parsons is going to be looking for an extension with the Cowboys, and Jerry wants to give it to him. Trey Hendrickson might be squeezed out in Cincinnati. And, of course, the Lions are definitely going to extend Aiden Hutchinson. It's just a matter of when and, oh, my God, how much, because it's going to be north of what Max Crosby got. So there's a lot there with the Lions. And, of course, big game tonight for the Red Wings against Utah with the trade deadline tomorrow. Should Steve Eisman make a move regardless of what goes on with the game tonight?
Did you hear we referenced a Wojo theory?
Well, Wojo's a jinx, so you go ahead and I witnessed it firsthand the other night.
I don't know if there's a jinx and if there's even a possible jinx.
It's a name that he connected for the Red Wings.
Okay.
Bennington.
Yeah, he was talking about that the other night.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, what?
And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, Bennington has certainly had his moments, and he gets all the shine because of what happened in the Four Nations tournament there. But in reality, he's Talbot. That's what he's been in his career.
He's won a cup.
Okay, great. But he had that one great season or whatever it was, or he had a couple great years. And Talbot's had a couple really good years too. But I mean, in the end, they're kind of this. They're very similar. Before this stretch of games where they've given up, I think, 32 goals in the last 8 games. Prior to that, the team had given up 11 goals in 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
So, like feast or famine. They're just inconsistent.
Got a full show coming up. Karsch and Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. How are you today?
Tired.
All right.
Well, I stayed up to watch the game last night, and then I had a dog that did not want to come back inside.
What do you mean?
Well, I let her out last night right before I was going to go to bed, so it's close to 1 o'clock, and then she's wandering around the backyard and ignoring any of my calls.
Like every day?
Pretty much. I mean, it's so weird. Like sometimes I'll yell her name and she'll turn around, snap her neck back and look back at me, and I'll say, come on. And then she'll run to me like, hey, here we go. And it's like, well-trained machine. I did well here. Yeah, not so much. No, not when she's got something else on her mind.
Well, what did she have in her mind, do you think?
I don't know. She found something in the ground that she was enjoying. I don't know if it was rabbit poop or what, but there was something that's just annoying as all hell. That she's just got the nose down in the ground, and I'm yelling at her, and her head doesn't even pick up and look back. I don't even get that courtesy. And then because it's late, I don't want to yell too loud at her because I don't want to disturb my neighbors. But the wind was helping too, I guess, because it was whipping around. So, yeah, long story short, she finally came in around 1:30 and then got me up to let her out again at 4:50, which I thought was egregious and wrong. And despite my pleas of not being happy with that, I had to, eventually let her out again at 4:50. So, been a rough night, and the Pistons lost.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and James Harden's beard got fouled last night. A fan of
Yeah, that soundbite from JB Bickerstaff during the update sounded like a low-key bitch about the refs, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, when they make more free throws than the Pistons attempt, I'm not saying that's always going to be the case, but you look at it like, oh, well, that's there's a difference there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then it did appear, I would say, that there were a fair share of calls that went the way of the Clippers. But as Kang and I were discussing this morning, when Harden's on a heater like he was last night, he's going to get calls.
Well, I mean, sometimes you run into a superstar that has a superstar game, and that was it last night. You're not going to win them all, but it was still a game they could have won when it was all said and done. But yes, Harden, he's not Trae Young in terms of foul hunting, but it is annoying. Oh, you're going to put him in that category?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I will.
I don't think he's anywhere close to Trae Young. Trae Young sets the standard so far north.
If Harden gets traded to the Hawks, maybe we'll talk, right, Doug?
Well, let me ask you a question. Was there a review last night where the officials said that the shooter, did they overturn any calls?
I think they may have. I don't know. Did they overturn any calls?
I don't remember.
There
one.
was, yeah.
Not for like a foul shot or anything like that.
I mean, the one with the one towards the end of the game where Cade is guarding Harden. Harden's backing him down at the 3-point line, and Cade reaches in, and I don't know if he made contact with Harden's wrist or not, but knocks the ball loose. But Harden's reaction was if he had just been clubbed in the face. So he recoils, and and as he's turning, he turns to his left, and that's where the referee is. Referee's not in position really to see if he gets hit in the face, but because of Harden's reaction, then the referee's like, oh yeah, foul, okay, and Cade's like, what? And then you see the replay, Harden's like grabbing his jaw and the giant beard that he's got, the ridiculous beard, and you see the replay and the beard is moving, and Cade's hand is nowhere near it. Like the beard drew a foul. It's ridiculous.
Beard drew a foul. Beard drew a foul last night.
I'd like the NBA, and it's not just because of last night. I think I've said this before, that I would like the NBA to kind of follow suit with the NHL a little bit, although I'd like the NHL to change it as well. When you embellish something so badly where you're clearly not fouled where you're saying that you were fouled, you should get a foul. Or turn the ball over at least. That should go to the other team.
Yeah, we do bitch about soccer, but it does happen in basketball. It does happen in hockey, and hockey went so far as to establish a rule to account for it.
Yeah, the problem
much respect.
But
the way that they apply the rule,
it could be better.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was embellishing. He had definitely embellished, but we're still calling the trip. Yep. What?
Well, if it was a trip, I mean, I guess you could get tripped and embellish said trip.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I seriously, Kenny, hardcore high guy. Sorry, he's not answering phones. But I don't think I've ever seen an embellishment penalty called and just that's the only call. Have you ever seen that? Where they call an embellishment and that's the only call?
I don't think I've seen it because usually it comes with a another penalty, another adjacent penalty from the other team.
Yeah, it's always called like a trip. And then embellishment.
And the embellishment. Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, well, sometimes it can just be an embellishment, right?
Now, given that this is not exactly a well-educated soccer talk show, Grunt Guy 11B just said on Twitch, at least in soccer, you can be penalized for embellishing now. Can you? That will help. That would absolutely help. Because I think it's one of the most annoying things about any sport is we dubbed Magic Sponge and can of spray.
Yeah,
guy goes down. Looks like it's a incredibly severe injury. Not only will he not play again, will he ever walk again? Here comes a stretcher.
Thoughts and prayers,
Magic Sponge, can of spray later. He's back, and you would think that we would have figured out what that technology is and brought it to our sports and used magic sponge and can of spray, and maybe our guys would recover quicker.
Yeah, I don't know.
The advancements medically in Europe and athletic training have far exceeded what we do here.
Maybe that's part of the minerals in Ukraine. I don't know.
Don't get me started. Carson Anderson. All right. Let's get to the big news yesterday. There is probably no position in Detroit that will get discussed as much as edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
What?
And yesterday there was news that impacts the Lions. And the question is how, directly and indirectly. And can the Lions, do they pounce on this new addition to the market? Do they respond to the Max Crosby extension? These are, I'm sure, discussions that they've been having out there at Allen Park for weeks. We just became aware of the most recent news lately. I'm sure they knew what was going to go down. We will get to that today at 10:20 because things are afoot in the NFL, and it will impact our team. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And there's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. They are nothing like ambulance chasers, as you often see on TV. Michigan Auto Law has been in the business for over 50 years. There are over 2,000 reviews on their website from real people they've helped out in Michigan. Feel free to check them out at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right. Here's the question. Do the Detroit Lions try and re-up with Aiden Hutchinson now? Do it right now. Max Crosby got a new deal yesterday, bringing to an end the hopes and dreams that he would be a Detroit Lion at least any time in the near future. It sounds like it's going to be a record-breaking deal for a non-quarterback or wide receiver, I guess. But it's going to be a cap hit in the neighborhood of $30 to $35 million for the Vegas Raiders. It's kind of a vague number. It hasn't been actually all of the breakdown of the contract hasn't come out yet, but it's going to be probably close to 12% of the cap going to Max Crosby. Aiden Hutchinson is due a new deal after this season. One would imagine that this Crosby contract is very relevant information to the Hutchinson camp and to the Lions because, when you have the next guy that's in that upper crust, you get the next contract that tends to set the market. And if that's the case, the question is, do you let Aiden play this year? Because they don't have to extend him yet. They have the club option, but it's not unusual. It does happen that guys can get extended early. And when you do that, you save some money long term. But it would cut him under their cap this year. But if they were to sign him to a deal, that it was just an extension that didn't impact this year's cap with a base salary, but it would include, he would sign it because he'd get a signing bonus. So let's say it's a $36 million signing bonus, $35 million signing bonus over 5 years, extension over 5 years. So it would basically mean he'd probably spend the bulk of his career in Detroit through the prime of his career. And if it's a 5-year extension, then you could add $7 million to this year's cap of the Lions because you could prorate it over the next 5 years. So it would be give him a Crosby-like deal, extend him, raise your cap this year, 5, 6, 7 million, something like that. But you get the extension done with Aiden Hutchinson, and you'd probably get him a little bit cheaper now than if you wait a year, provided he goes out and has a good year, which I think everybody kind of have to operate under the assumption that he will.
Yeah, I have no concerns about Aiden Hutchinson moving forward. I think he's an excellent edge rusher. I would absolutely want to re-sign him. With the floor of that contract being set up yesterday with what Max Crosby got, because let's face it, that's what it is. That's the starting point now of negotiations. And the Lions know it. They know they're going to have to pay more because Aiden is younger. It's going to be a tough contract, and is Aiden looking? I don't know what he's looking for. Is he looking for $40 million a year? Does he want to set the market? But with Micah Parsons in Dallas, that's another guy who's going to look to set the market. So it's kind of a race to get it done ASAP.
It's a very good point because Colton Pouncey made this point today, and I don't know if you saw this in The Athletic. He wrote, the Lions are in the planning stages of a Hutchinson extension, as Holmes revealed last week. An extension would make sense sooner rather than later for Hutchinson. He's proved to be worth it to the organization and was the Defensive Player of the Year frontrunner prior to his season-ending leg injury. The Cowboys are dragging their feet with Micah Parsons' extension, so if you can beat them to the market, you might save a penny, a.k.a. $1 million, or two. We'll see how things unfold. You do it now. You make it look like the Crosby deal, and you don't set the market, but he might be okay with that because you're doing it early. He's getting, if you're giving him $35 million just to sign the extension, here's your, because that's what a signing bonus is.
Right.
You sign it. Here's a check, a flat out check for $35 million. And I made up the number 35. Let's be clear about that. But here's a flat out check for $35 million. Your extension kicks in a couple years, but you get that money now as opposed to playing under your rookie contract for another year. Players are tempted to, I'll just take the $35 million now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how it works. I would imagine that if you give them, assign him to a deal right now, an extension right now, I think what it does is it wipes out the fifth year, because the fifth year is also kind of it's an option year for the Lions because he's a first round pick. So I'm not sure if it wipes that fifth year out or not. I hope it doesn't. If it doesn't, even better, because it's an extra year. But I think it might. Regardless, I want to get it done because you want him. There's no question that you want him to return, and I don't think there's any question he wants to be here. So just the two sides, there's absolute mutual interest. I think this is going to go as quickly as they really want it to go. They got all those deals done last year right at the draft, and then they waited on Jared Goff for a week or two after the draft. But they knew they were going to get it done, and it was kind of fascinating to see it all happen so quickly. It's going to happen again, and it should. So what's the number going to be? If it's a 5-year extension and you're going to want to give him, it's probably going to be a 5-year deal worth like $180 million or something. And then how much money do you give him up front? It's 180 with 120 guaranteed or something. That's what you're looking at.
I'm trying to figure out in Penei Sewell's case, I don't think it did wipe out the 5th-year option. Mike Garofalo report seemed to imply that it did not wipe out the 5th-year option, but I'll keep checking on that. Point being, Brad Holmes spoke last week about keeping their own guys. So clearly, it seems pretty obvious that one of the conclusions to draw is they're trying to extend Aiden right now. I mean, is that a safe assumption? I mean, Pouncey's reporting it. I think when he's talking about keeping their own guys and how that limits what they can do in free agency, I think it's pretty clear that Aiden Hutchinson contract extension is likely this offseason. Does that seem like a pretty safe assumption?
Yes.
So that's going to take
I will shoot the boot guarantee that Aiden Hutchinson's deal gets done this offseason.
Well, okay.
I mean, I don't think it's much of a shoot the boot guarantee.
I mean, that's why you do it.
Yeah.
But okay, I don't know that you needed to do that. I wasn't asking for that, but he is on the record.
Yeah, we accept all shoot the boots from you guys.
Yeah,
for sure. Have at it. Doug?
Oh, he did it.
Oh, no, I know. Did you want to,
No, I just think it's a logical conclusion to draw. I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Okay, all right. Well, let me know when you do want one.
Well, and the weird thing is, in some strange way, okay, when it comes to this topic of contract extensions, the broken leg probably helps the Lions in negotiation. Not that we think he's going to break it again, but if he had gone on to have 19 sacks last year, he'd be in a far more advantageous position to negotiate.
I think so.
And so, we all wish it didn't happen. But when it comes to this topic, specific to this topic, it probably is a little bit of savings that they wouldn't otherwise got because he was on his way to having a hell of a final sack total.
Yeah. He stayed healthy. The Lions might be Super Bowl champions, which would even up the ante even more.
Okay, so here's then the follow-up, though, and this is where you get the crowd that says you shouldn't worry about keeping your own guys. You don't have to do this. You have Aiden Hutchinson under control for 2 more years on his rookie contract.
Yep.
If you don't do this, it will cost you more long-term if you try and keep him.
Because the price will go up. By the time you are forced to sign to an extension, he might be commanding $44 million a year.
And there is a win now crowd that will ask, why spend more money this year to extend Hutch?
I get it.
When you can use that money to go get, I don't know, Myles Garrett. Like everybody, and look, Garrett might not be really in play here, but maybe Trey Hendrickson is, or Khalil Mack.
Okay. Well, yeah. I was going to say, don't mention the guys from the Chargers just yet.
Well, we're going to.
Yeah.
But is that at least the other guy from the Chargers? So I know this is is he falling in love with his own guy, signing Hutch now to save money long term, but cutting into this year's cap? Is that how you would do it? You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, and it really does. I mean, how much cap space they have, it varies by report, and how much they actually have, because they can always restructure a contract if they have to. But I think they can. I think they can still have both. Really, the way that the cap is working, because okay, if you give Hutch the money, and you look at a guy like Myles Garrett who's got 2 years left on the deal. You don't have to negotiate a long-term deal with Garrett, and it still might all fit under the cap.
Seems unlikely. I mean, Holmes has said as much.
Well, ish. I mean, you got to read between the lines on what he says. I mean, again, you can renegotiate deals, and you can
can
if you can get them
finagle it.
both, you get them both. But it seems to me like that seems a bit pipe dreamy to me personally. But a lot of feedback coming in on this. We will get to it. And the Bosa factor. Is he in play for Detroit? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, you want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between visits to make it right. It's all part of their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. All right, so there's a lot of feedback coming in on this where people seem to not want to extend Aiden Hutchinson. From an unnamed texter, wait on an extension. He's coming off a major injury. What if he's not the same player? See how he performs this season. That's from Nick in Sterling Heights. I mean, everything's a risk, right? Everything comes with a degree of risk. If you extend him now and he isn't the same player, although it's a clean break, it's not unusual to come back 100% from a clean break. But if for some reason he's not the same player, I suppose that's the risk you're taking. If he comes back and he is the same player, the risk you're taking is he may cost you $5, $6, $7 million more per year over the course of the contract. The Lions should absolutely not extend Hutchinson now. It is a real possibility that he never fully recovers from this injury, physically or mentally. Theismann, Alex Smith, and others have been ruined by broken legs. That injury was gruesome, and there's no guarantees on his recovery. Is a broken leg? Are we looking at a medical miracle to come back from this?
No, we're not. But I mean, if you don't want to sign him now because you don't have to, I understand that.
Right.
I'm fine with that. If that's what people want to do, I look at the long-term aspect of this because I'm not concerned about the injury. It's a broken leg and a clean break, and he can absolutely recover from that. And looks like he is almost fully recovered from that. So that's not a concern for me. What is a concern is if you wait, that the price will go up so much that it might prevent you from re-signing, say, Brian Branch. Because maybe Brian Branch on the open market, when he's ready to become a free agent, because he's only a second-round pick, so it's a 4-year deal with him, that when he's ready to go, that he wants $25 million and the Lions can only afford to give him $22 million because they waited to sign Hutch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That draft class from a couple years ago that had studs throughout is going to cost the Lions organization significantly. And you got the first-round picks to worry about with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, but it's the second-round picks when you've got a tight end and a safety that are really going to command some money because Sam Laporta and Brian Branch are as good as it gets.
Go Google search the following. Google image search, John Jansen broken leg.
No.
John Jansen was laying on his back. His body was facing north-south. Midway down his lower, I believe it was his right leg, his foot took an east-west turn. The foot was planted on the ground facing the sideline while his body was laying facing the end zone. He came back. His story is not unique. I mean, you could wait, but this isn't a torn Achilles on a aging wide receiver. This is not a
bones heal.
A multiple, a break on both the.
This isn't an Alex Smith injury. It's going to take years to recover from, and then you hope he's able to withstand the pressure and all that. That's not it. This is a broken leg that he's already recovered from, that he's already running.
Yep.
Don't use the injury as an excuse.
You know what I think's happened? I think people thought when he said, I'm going to try and be back if we can make it to the Super Bowl, which is an awesome goal to set, and then video came out of him running and he was limping a little bit, and people are like, oh my God, he's not healed, because they expected him to be healed by the Super Bowl, which was a lofty expectation as it was, and we admitted it and talked about it at the time. But.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but I think plenty of doctors have already sounded off on this thing. Yep. That you don't have to worry about the injury part. If you're concerned because you think that maybe you catch a break here by waiting to sign him, if your concern is I don't want to sign him now because it might prevent the Lions from going after other free agents, okay, I'll listen to that. There's logic behind that. If you don't have to do it, you don't have to do it.
You don't have to do it.
I said that years ago when it came to Charlie Batch. The Lions went out and they re-signed Charlie Batch, and he still had at least another year on his contract. I'm like, why are they doing this? Well, as you grow older, you understand why things are done. And back then, in hindsight, it was a mistake to sign Charlie Batch long term. But with Aiden Hutchinson, this is a different kind of player, man. I mean, if you want to wait, okay, you can wait. And the bonus to you waiting is that you're not really affecting your cap space that you have now. You have a lot of cap space, and you can go ahead and go after a Carlton Davis that you need to find somebody who's going to play cornerback for this team, or Darius Slay or whatever. You can fit these guys in because you haven't paid Hutch yet, but you will have to pay Hutch.
It's the injury thing was. It's funny because when we sat down and mapped out this topic, the injury thing didn't even factor in from a he's not going to come back standpoint. It factored in from it may help the Lions with negotiations just because he's not coming off some sort of record-setting sack deal. Kang, did we underestimate the injury, or is this just sort of panic and paranoia?
I know I did. I didn't expect this. It seems like the first batch are just all concerned about injury, and I think now that they've come in, I'm thinking why, and it must be because the Lions just had a pretty historic season where attrition was a big storyline, right? And so maybe they're still feeling the effects of that.
The fans.
Yes, the fans. That they're worried like, hey, injury is a concern, a bigger concern than we thought. And then two is, although it's not like a ligament, ACL, whatever, or like the Theismann injury, people are concerned that will he be the same type of player coming back? Not that will he just be able to walk again, but like, hey, Is this guy going to hit 7 sacks in 5 games again? So I think that's where this timid response comes from all of a sudden. I didn't expect it, though.
I got to make sure he's the same guy. A few more million later is worth it, in my opinion. That's from an unnamed texter.
I think that's fine. That's logical. I think there are 2 schools of thought on it. That's okay. I'm not going to beat up the person for saying that. Well, he wants a prove it year. He started off great last year, but got hurt. Prove it this year. It's year 4. It's not year 5.
From Mike in Roseville, he writes, if I anticipate anyone taking a team-friendly deal, it would be Hutch. I mean, it'd be great. I feel like this probably is a card that gets played. When it gets played, it gets a lot of attention. I never factor that into negotiations. If a player wants to do it, that's freaking awesome. But I don't count on it. A team-friendly hometown discount.
Well, there are things to factor in because he's getting into the realm of almost quarterback money, right? Because this is the position outside of quarterback that you pay. And you see Max Crosby just got $35.5 million a year. And Max is considerably older than Aiden Hutchinson, but he's also got the track record of doing it. So you're looking at money that could be close to $40 million a year annually on a long-term deal, on like a 5-year deal. That's a lot. So, but that's also a spot where, as a player, you can say to yourself, okay, look, I could make 40. I could also take 37 and save some money to try to continue to build this team. And there could be an ego check in there. I don't know what Aiden Hutchinson's ego is. I don't know if he is dying to be the highest paid player in the league, that's not a quarterback. If he is, he can set that market, and it may not last long, and depending on what happens with Micah Parsons, whatever. I don't know if he's an ego guy, but I think when you get into that realm, it's also easier to take a step back and say, I may not have to. $37 million a year is still a lot of money. I don't have to get to 40.
The thing is, we all say it, like I could live on 37, I could live on 40, but the reality is there's nothing wrong with a player trying to maximize their earnings potential in their careers, whatever there is. And they, as much as we'd all take that money, you think about if somebody comes to you and offers you a raise, do you volunteer to take less, or do you accept the raise, or do you even negotiate for more? Most people would try to make the best deal for themselves in whatever line of work you're in.
Right, because most people aren't in a position where they can choose to accept a contract for $40 million a year.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter how much it is. If you were offered a raise, would you say, no, I'll take less?
No. No, I would not. But if I were making that kind of money, I could see myself saying, I might want to do something more for the team and take less. I'm not pressuring anybody either way. I'm just saying I could. You're asking about me personally.
Yep.
There's a point and I think in your life too, where you can say that's a good living. If I can help the team around me, you're such a team-oriented guy, I can 100% see you doing it.
My team is my kids. Next up, learn from Aleem. Wait to pay the man. Get Joey Bosa for a year. You wait a year, you can afford to pay Joey for a year.
Speaking of injuries.
Well, so here we go. And that's kind of what we were getting at. That's the I think the big benefit. I mean, maybe it's another benefit. We didn't factor in the injury. There's a lot of people concerned he'll never come back and be the same. Is you can do other things with the money. What is Joey Bosa going to cost? Is Joey Bosa worth the risk? Released yesterday, he adds to the supply. There's supply and demand economics. Joey Bosa is now out there to be had. Do you want him? Should you want him? We'll get to that today at 10:46, plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Aiden Hutchinson, it feels like the market's been set by Max Crosby. You're looking at 10 to 12% of the cap, $35 million-ish. If you could get him for an ad extension now, would you do it even with 2 years left to lock him up for a little bit cheaper long-term? 248-539-9797. Do you own any Show Some gear yet? Trust me, Show Some athletic apparel, well, it's right there with the top stuff you can possibly wear. It's nice, high-quality workout gear. I've got some, and I love it. What's the old saying? March comes in like a lion. Be a lion and attack your exercise goals, and do it in Show Some Athletic Apparel's Grit line. Show Some just made it available, again, for a limited time. The Grit line comes in limited edition blue, silver, and black high-performance workout shirts and hoodies with a big grit right across the chest. Show Some is built on respect for hard work and good and fair competition. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsum.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So things get interesting in the NFL right before the new league year starts, and everybody has to get under the salary cap, and that's why guys get released. And I think the new league year starts in 6 days. We got free agency negotiations open on Monday, and Joey Bosa got released yesterday. And we'll get to that in a second. We also are talking about the possible extension for Aiden Hutchinson, which seems to be the logical conclusion to draw that the Lions are efforting to sign Aiden Hutchinson to an extension with 2 years left on his deal. That would be this year and the club option for the 5th year, because of first-round pick, you get the club option in the 5th year. And so they have him under control for 2 more years, and quite frankly, they could franchise him after that and have him under club control for 3 more years. Or you could try and extend him now and save a little money, because at the end of those 2 or 3 years, he will cost a lot more. Now, you could say that, okay, is Aiden Hutchinson, when you don't ever want to sign a contract in sports, sometimes you're doing it because you're trying to win now. Well, you sign a contract where it's going to be painful on the back end of it. Max Crosby just got a 3-year extension, $35 million a year roughly, averaged out, although the actual breakdown of the contract hasn't come yet, what the signing bonus is. If you sign Hutch to the same deal, which he might take right now because it's early, if that makes sense, he would get a signing bonus right now and wouldn't have to wait to get his contract extension. You'd have Hutch through 5, 6, 7, 8 years in the NFL, which would probably be his most productive years. And those last 3 years could either be really, really cheap or they could be taxing. They could be, but you're saving money long-term by doing it now. Cutting into this year's cap. Some people want to use the money, like the last texter, to go get Joey Bosa. So let's talk about Joey Bosa. 9-year pro, formerly one of the elite edge rushers in the NFL, wreaked havoc his first 6 years. But the last 3 years have been a disaster. He's 30 years old. In 28 games, actually 28 games, 14 sacks isn't terrible, but he's getting paid north of $20 million a season. He finished 2 of the last 3 years on the injured list, and now he's been released. The only reason he would actually be available to the Lions is because he's a risk, an injury risk, an aging injury risk. If he wasn't a risk, A, he wouldn't have been cut, or B, he'd be out of their price range. Is Joey Bosa on a cheaper deal? Because let's face it, I think everybody looks at the Joey Bosa commodity and says, this is a risk. Joey Bosa isn't getting a 3-year, $108 million, $105 million Max Crosby type contract. But would you sign him to a 1-year deal? I don't know, somewhere between 7 and 11 million. I don't even know where to. I don't
for
even
that.
know.
Yes, I just don't know if that's what he's going to do. This is a guy who's made a ton of money in his career, and he's coming off where he had to renegotiate his last deal. That ended up paying him $20 million a year for 2 years. He's not worth anywhere near that now because of his track record of being hurt. 3rd year in the league, he got hurt and played 7 games. 2 years after that, he got hurt and played 12 games. Then he finished up with 16 games in 2021 with 10.5 sacks. Great year. That's the last good year he had. The next 2 years, he played 14 games combined. And then he played 14 games last season. And you know, as you mentioned the 14 sacks in his last 28 games, it's 14 sacks in 3 years. Okay, it's a 8 to 9 sack season, I guess if you prorate it, but now you hang another year on him, Doug. Mm-hmm. And it's not like he wasn't playing with people on the other side of him because Khalil Mack was there. So I'm very reluctant to look at anything north of $10 million a season for Joey Bosa. But if he's willing to take a 1-year, make it, earn it deal, yeah. And the Lions are a really good football team. So it might behoove him to go ahead and do that. I don't know what he wants to do with his life. Like I said, he's made a ton of money already. So is winning a championship, is that what's most important now?
So I'm you got to take a risk every once in a while. And the question is Bosa the risk you would take? I would say no. I don't want Joey Bosa to play for the Detroit Lions. And I don't think that Joey Bosa will be worth it in the end. I mean, it's that's not the risk I'm taking. Might be for some people, but that's not the risk I would personally take. I can understand the argument for, because essentially it only makes sense if he's cheap. And if he's not going to accept the cheap deal, then okay, fine, go somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I mean, the health is the biggest concern. I'd have to go back and look at Marcus Davenport and see if he was the same thing with how few games he's played lately.
Yep.
For a guy who can be productive. I mean, Bosa's year he had in 21 was spectacular. He had 10.5 sacks, but he had 7 forced fumbles too. This guy was a menace out there. When he hit the quarterback will release the football. But you're not getting that version of Joey Bosa. Not likely. So I'm interested, but at the right price. Just like same thing with Khalil Mack. I'm interested in Khalil Mack, but I'm not interested in Khalil Mack at like $17, $18, $20 million because that's not worth it. That's where he was at last year.
Khalil Mack, the risk is you're talking about a guy who's 35.
He's over 30, yeah.
Yeah, and so these are guys that typically his production, I mean, hasn't dropped off massively yet.
No, he had a great year a couple of years I had a not so great year this past season. I mean, I'm a big fan of Khalil Mack, but I'm not going to break the bank to bring him in just because of the player that he was. And he's 34. He just turned 34. So last year he had 6 sacks, but the year before he had 17. The year before he had 8. So that 17 sack total is the first time he was at double digits since the 2018 season. So again, I like Khalil Mack, but I don't like Khalil Mack at some exorbitant number, which is what the Chargers paid for him when I think it was $17 million, and he's played there for the last 3 years. And he had the one awesome year sandwiched by, some average years with an 8 sack season that was 17, then a 6. So I'm not high on either of those guys for anything north of $10 million. No.
Cliff in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Cliff.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Appreciate taking the call.
Sure.
We love Hutch, no question. And we're going to sign him whenever that day may come. I say wait. Don't sign him now. Wait, use that money to go get another in rusher. That's my recommendation.
Well, they can sign him and still get another edge rusher. It cuts into the amount of money they have to get said edge rusher. But if they can sign him, I mean, they could keep Zadarius Smith, for instance, at no cost, no additional cost. And Zadarius Smith last year had 9 sacks over the course of 2 teams. And the question is, yes, we love to get as great as you can be opposite of Hutch. But is it realistic to say, if this guy gives you 9 sacks opposite of Hutch at no additional cost? Does that make sense?
Well, it's about priorities here too, right? What's the priority for the Lions? Is it signing Aiden Hutchinson to a long-term deal? Is it finding out who your cornerback number 1 is going to be? And is that, free agent, is that going to be going after Carlton Davis or Darius Slay or one of the other handful of really good corners out there in the market? Is that the priority? Or is the priority finding another edge rusher in free agency? Or is it do it through the draft? You got all these options to look at. And you can do all of these things. It depends on what kind of player you're looking for. If you're going to sign Hutch, you can still get an edge rusher. And that's where you look at a Bosa or you look at a Mack, but it has to be for the right price. You can't go all in. If you end up not signing Hutch, can you get in the sweepstakes for Myles Garrett or for Trey Hendrickson? And you might be able to. But, does that change if you sign Hutch? Can you not go after Trey Hendrickson?
Well,
it'd be real tight if you were going to.
The good news about Hendrickson, he's a 1-year deal. He's cheaper than Myles Garrett. If Hutch is going to cost more next year. If you get Myles Garrett, you have him for 2 years, which is great, but also handcuffs you for 2 years.
Yeah.
You're going to have to cut some guys to make him fit under the cap.
But a Bosa and Mack seems like that'd be a 1-year deal. As you point out with Hendrickson, he's got 1 year left on the contract. So if you trade for him, it's a 1-year deal. So, okay, grin and bear it for this upcoming season, but then you're freed up after that.
Sean in West Bloomfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. Boy, who's screaming today? I feel like I just got dragged downtown for an interrogation. That was crazy. But
we're thorough here.
Kenny's after it.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of fun, actually. So I'm almost thinking it's blasphemy, I know right now, but I'm almost thinking we just get out of the edge rusher market right now. I swear to God. Because I don't want someone that's hurt or aging or not super effective. And if we're going to sign Aiden to this big contract, to your point you guys are making today, the only guys I'd want become a cap hit nightmare, right? So I swear to God, I'd rather just go trade for like a big premier wide receiver at this point and let Aiden, come back healthy. I know that's blasphemy.
Well, hold on. Is that blasphemy? I didn't say it was blasphemy.
You know what's not a bad plan?
That's a left turn.
You know what's not a plan that I think is completely ridiculous? Rolling with Zadarius Smith and a pick at 28. And that pick at 28 being a Mike Green or a Nick Scorton or insert your edge rusher here. Like, that's not a terrible plan.
I agree with you. I also think, okay, so can we sign an edge rusher that's more mediocre like we're talking? Sure, but I'm talking big splash moves. Let's go get A.J. Brown or DK Metcalf or something like that and put him out on it. I mean, to me, that's probably a better contract. We're probably not giving up as much as we would for a Myles Garrett or a Hendrickson, right?
For sure.
I mean, So if Aiden comes back healthy, we maybe make a mid-level signing for a defensive end or someone on the D-line. The big splash, let's go do it on offense. I swear to God. I mean, that's the way to go.
Wow. Okay. Sean completely takes a left turn. 248-539-9797. He mentioned a name there. I want to follow up, and we can get into how realistic it is. We'll do that at 11:02. Things are afoot in the NFL before the new league year starts, before free agency kicks in. Lots of movement. Joey Bosa's out there. Do you want him? Aiden Hutchinson, price tag probably similar to Max Crosby. Do you extend him now, even if it cuts into this year's cap? And he just brought up another name, did Sean? We will develop that at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Returning from a high hit last week, Michael Rasmussen ready to bring some reinforcements to the Red Wings, who are leaking oil badly right now. Ras did not like having to watch them lose 3 straight while he recovered. Rasmussen was medically cleared yesterday and is set to play against Utah at LCA tonight at 7 o'clock. Ken Cal's call right here on 97.1. Also, the team officially recalled Jackson native Carter Mazur from Grand Rapids. Already guaranteed a share, Michigan State will attempt to win the Big Ten outright tonight. It'll be a road game at Iowa. Now, the last time these teams met in Iowa City, it was one of the wildest endings you'll ever see. The Hawkeyes hitting 4 threes in 32 seconds to force overtime and shock MSU. They trailed by 11 with less than a minute to go. This year's Iowa team has lost 4 of their last 5. Tip-off is at 8 o'clock. No Tigers today. They get a rest day after scoring 17 runs against the Phillies. They'll be back tomorrow in Lakeland. And Arnie's Bay Hill Invitational beginning today on the PGA Tour, including the top 2 ranked golfers in the world, Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay. If you are just joining us, things are afoot in the NFL. Max Crosby got that extension late in the show yesterday. Connecting some dots, it feels pretty, I don't want to say obvious, but it seems like it's a likely conclusion that the Lions are trying to extend Aiden Hutchinson right now. He's got 2 years left on his contract. You save money long term, but you probably will impact this year's cap one way or another with signing bonus money getting prorated and then cutting into the amount of money that they have, which is significant, but they've got work to do. I mean, there's still Carlton Davis out there. There's a Kirby Joseph contract that could pay him. I mean, like literally, if he gets top 5 safety money, which after leading the NFL in interceptions seems
he'll
impossible.
Get top 5 safety money.
They might have to pay him $20 million more annually than they did last year.
Yeah,
as a 3rd-round pick. This cuts into your salary cap pretty quick. And, oh, by the way, you haven't re-signed Carlton Davis, who seems to be looking for a raise off of his previous $13 million annual salary, which at the last year when the Lions traded for him, they only had to pay the base salary because the signing bonus is still the responsibility of the team that signed him. He was a $4.5 million cap hit last year. If he's going to get 14, you got to pay 30 for Kirby, 10 more for Carlton, extension to Aiden. It cuts into your cap space really, really quick. But that's the argument for not extending Aiden is, well, have him play on his current deal. It's going to cost more long term, but it frees up some cap space this year. Or you let Carlton Davis walk and you go with T. Arnold as your number 1 corner. Gator, the listener brought up DK Metcalf, and the listener actually brought up a lot. The previous caller, Sean, brought up DK Metcalf, and I want to talk about DK Metcalf because that does have a potential impact on us.
Yep.
But we also he wanted to get out of the edge rusher market altogether because he just thought the prices were astronomical. And I mentioned rolling with Zadarius Smith in the pick at 28 isn't the worst plan in the world if you go edge rusher at 28, right?
No, it's not at all. I think bringing back Zadarius Smith at his current contract it makes all the sense in the world. He has been a productive guy. I loved it when they traded for him. And I think with Aiden Hutchinson on the other side, he'll still be he might be more productive than what he was. So I like that idea. It's a cheaper option for sure. You know, I'm advocating for moving up in the draft if you find the guy that you really like. If you're looking at this draft and you fall in love with, Mike Green, for instance, the defensive end from Marshall.
Check.
Outside linebacker, whatever it is, right? And everybody seems to like him a lot, and he has shot up draft boards, and now you see him being drafted around 15. Well, if you like him enough, then go get him. And what's it going to cost to move up from 28 to 15? Would it cost you a future 2nd-round pick or a future 3rd-round pick, something like that? Probably a future 2nd, I would guess. So you're giving him 28 and a future 2nd. If you think that he's worth it, then go do it. Because what you would have is another outstanding edge rusher on the cheap because he'd be a rookie, and you're counting on him. The Lions haven't had to count on a rookie guy since Aiden Hutchinson, and he delivered that first year. Now, you're not taking Abdul Carter 1st overall or 2nd overall because that would take some real draft capital to move up that high, and I don't think that's in the cards. But for someone that maybe you like, whether it's Mike Green or Mykel Williams from Georgia or, could be Shamar Stewart of Scorton, whoever it is, whatever guy you like, that's the other option is that you can go get that guy in the draft. And the draft is filled with guys that have been productive as pass rushers through the first 3 rounds over the last half dozen years. There's a bunch of guys that have been picked up all throughout the draft that have been productive. And I haven't had a chance to go back and look at all of them, but most of the guys that have been productive, I don't think that they've played alongside or on the other edge from a premier player. So that even ups the ante even more that they can hit the ground running. So I'm warming up to not going after one of these edge rushers in free agency and throwing my cards in that I'm going to go and draft the best one I can, whether it's staying at 28 or moving up, and perhaps even using the second round pick to get it instead of the pick at 28. I think there are lots of options on the table because to me, Doug, the priority is an edge rusher. Because like I said, I think I can do that in the draft. To me,
the priority in free agency?
Yeah, the priority is get a corner. That's where they need desperately because they don't have their starting corner from last year. You got Terry and Arnold, and I think Terry and Arnold is a future CB1, but Carlton Davis he's a free agent, and it sounds like Carlton Davis wants to get paid. So, am I willing to pay Carlton Davis north of $20 million? Absolutely not. I'm not. If I'm running things, I'm not doing that.
I don't think look. It feels like the numbers float around him are 15-ish at the high end, but that's still over $10 million more than they paid him last year. Then they were responsible. Their cap hit for Carlton Davis last year was 4 point something.
So I'm not willing to jump that high.
Let me throw another something else at you then. If you follow this plan that you just laid out, and you go cornerback in free agency. What if they did in the draft with edge rusher this year what they did in the draft with cornerback last year?
And double down, go first and second round.
Like go get.
I hear you.
Like I've used Jordan Reed's 2-round mock.
Yeah.
What if they walked away with Mike Green and the Birch kid out of Oregon, who could be a mid to late second round pick, Jordan Birch, or JT Tuimoloau late in the second round, and just said we're gonna do this. We did it last year with corner. We'll roll with Za'Darius. We'll add 2 rookie edge rushers, and call it a wrap at the position.
I probably wouldn't go double tap on the edge rusher. I might go double tap defensive line. In fact, I could be absolutely convinced to do that. Go defensive tackle, defensive end, or edge rusher, whatever the case is. That I would do. I don't think I'd double tap the pass rusher in the draft, at least not with the first 2 picks.
All right. Well, there you go. Just some things to think about. Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot. That's what's exciting is even though the Lions are picking at 28, there's a lot that can happen with what they decide to do and whatever your philosophy is. But again, it's about priorities and where do you prioritize things.
I hope this makes sense. But for the Lions' needs, this is actually a great year to be picking 28.
Yes.
It feels like
it's a deep draft for defensive linemen.
Defensive tackles, edge rushers, and interior offensive linemen. The other position that's deep, and I don't know if they need it, but they might do it anyway because of who they are, is tight end. Like, these are the positions that you can score, I think, at the end of the first round and the end of the second round. 248-539-9797. All right, he brought up DK Metcalf, the previous caller. Diana Rossini reporting that the Seahawks are seeking a first and third round pick for wide receiver DK Metcalf per sources. On top of that, according to Diana Rossini, Metcalf is also eyeing a new contract worth around $30 million per year.
That's cute.
This immediately says to me, no, thank you. I'm not interested in DK Metcalf in any way. However, Gator, did you see the Vegas odds of where he is likely to go?
Yes.
The favorite to land DK Metcalf at this point is the Green Bay Packers. Don't love that. And they've got a ton of young receivers, but they're hurt. They got a lot of guys that get hurt.
Yeah, well, you'd get a speedster in DK Metcalf, but his best year was his second year in the league. And now he's ready to enter year 7. He's still productive. Don't get me wrong. He's a productive guy. 1,000 yards a year, basically. He's had 900 yards receiving a year since he got into the league. That second year was 1,300 yards. But after that, 967, 1048, 1114, and last year, 992. The touchdowns have they're single-digit touchdowns in the last 3 years as well. 6, 8, and 5 touchdowns last year. I mean, if you think that's worth the first and third, then all power to you. And particularly if you think you want to sign him to a long-term deal, give him a $30 million a year deal, yeah, okay, good on you. I wouldn't do it.
It's not something that Detroit needs to do. We talked about it yesterday. If you look at their pattern, they identify and go after very authentic and good at their job third receivers. They don't go get 2 number ones. I mean, they might kind of already have that potentially if J-Mo lives up to the potential, and he at times certainly looks like he is going to. They go out and identify and go after genuine third receivers. Who was the name you brought up yesterday? Was it
Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper at this point in his career could be a genuine third receiver, could make sense. The name I brought up, a guy who's near the bottom of the available wide receivers, Nick Westbrook-Akine from the Tennessee Titans. Taller guy that could fit that mold. He was, in terms of receptions, in terms of targets, in terms of receptions, he was the third receiver in Tennessee last year, although he did get the end zone a lot, which might get him some more money, but that feels like the third type of receiver that they would go after. If he ends up in Green Bay, well, then it just impacts us in that way. But as you pointed out, heavy price to pay, both in terms of draft capital and financially. If Diana Rossini's report's accurate, first and a third and a $30 million deal.
Look, I think Seattle is sure ask for it, but in the end, I don't know if they get a first-round pick for him.
248-539-9797. Gator saw a mock draft today, an updated mock that made me go, whoa.
Mock draft?
Yep, we'll get to that today at 11:21. And the latest on the Red Wings before the hour is done here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of a game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's a great time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find a heavy favorite. Go find a Oklahoma City hosting Brooklyn kind of game and bet on Oklahoma City on the money line. Something like that. Your first $5 bet won't have a huge payout, but you get the $150 in bonus bets to play with on FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, saw that the Red Wings called up Carter Mazur from Grand Rapids. He's going to wear the number 43 tonight.
Okay.
Because Darren Helm was his favorite player.
Helm?
Helm, the Helminator.
He left an impact on this show to Darren Helm with one of the calls that I will never forget. Somebody called our show and said, I wouldn't trade Darren Helm for Evgeny Malkin. And I thought, you wouldn't, huh? You wouldn't. What would Pittsburgh have to throw into the deal along with Malkin?
Right. And no disrespect to Darren Helm.
Darren Helm, really, really quality role player.
Yeah.
But that's cool. I mean, that also.
I think it's kind of cool that this guy's hero is a role player. Guy, ton of speed.
Oh, I agree with you.
Played with grit.
I agree.
Scored some big goals, but wasn't a threat to score, 25, 30 in a season.
248-539-9797. I gotta get to this mock. We'll get to it in a few minutes. But first, let's go to Nick in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys? What's about the thing with Zettler? Are we going to keep him? He's 35 years old. And if I'm going to get an edge rusher in free agency, I'm going to try to bid low. Maybe get a DeMar Lawrence cheap. Maybe get a Joey Bosa cheap. That, to me, is where I'm at. I'm obviously still going to probably have to draft a guard or a defensive tackle in the draft. Those are my top two priorities.
And your top two priorities, well, you gave us a lot of things there. Are you talking about top two priorities in the draft? Or guard and defensive tackle?
In the draft.
Okay.
Guard and defensive tackle.
I mean, so you want to save money on the corner spot?
Yes.
And I don't know were you clear what you wanted to do with Zeitler?
Well, I would love to keep Zeitler if I can return him for a year. I don't know what the market is for him at 35 years old. I would think he'd want to stay in Detroit, given that, our offensive line coach is back. I think that's a big thing. I don't know what he's willing to take.
Yeah. Look, I think that there's a good chance that Zeitler's gone and that they're just going to roll with Mahogany. And if you start thinking about obvious places to save money, that's one. Not paying Carlton Davis $14 million, if that's what it costs, $15 million. That's $10 million more than they paid him last year. That's another place to save some money. But you gotta find somebody. Would Slay be an upgrade over Amik Robertson? Would Slay be an upgrade over Kendall Vildor? Probably. So I would think that if you could get Slay on the Darius Slay on the right price, he seems to want to come here. But the good news is, the weird thing about the Lions, Nick and Gator and everybody, is when a player used to say something like that, I want to play in Detroit, I thought, well, we better damn well go get him because we don't get to pick and choose. We actually can pick and choose here a little bit, right?
Right.
So just because he said he wants to play in Detroit doesn't mean, our pool of candidates to play here is not little. The Kevin Zeitler contract on Spot Track, they said his market value is $9.2 million. I think that's quite a bit more than he was paid in Detroit last year, but let me double check that. And that's his market value according to Spot Track, which does, comps and all that, and comes up with their numbers that way. Yeah, he made 5.9. I mean, if he's going to get almost double his pay and have a chance to sign somewhere else, he probably is, and I don't think the Lions would do that. Do you?
Probably not. Okay. I think they could find a cheaper. I think it would probably behoove them to sign a cheaper veteran just to bring in, while also working in guys like Mahogany and others.
Okay, I saw this mock today on Sports Illustrated's website. It was an updated post-combine mock from a writer named Brian Fisher. And, it's funny because you always wonder who's going to drop. Who's the player that you would love to see drop to you? And we'll bring up names on this show, and people will say, he's never dropping. He's never dropping. There's invariably, year to year, there's a he's never dropping player that drops, right?
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time. In this particular Sports Illustrated mock, Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, is on the board when the Lions pick at 28. In most mocks, he goes in the teens. I talked about him yesterday that everything about him sounds like a Detroit Lion, including the great quote, "My style of football is I like to play football to make guys not like to play football anymore."
Right.
And the other one that's on the board, South Carolina safety Nick Emanwari,
The guy who
put up like the perfect RAS score.
6'3", 225, runs a 4.3 40.
Yep.
Jumps 43 inches straight up.
Jumps
in the air.
like Jordan, runs like Bolt, like he's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're both on the board at 28. That made me go, huh. Now, this is just one guy's mock draft. Got it.
Right.
But in a world where somebody's got to drop, I wouldn't hate if it were either one of those two. And I don't think the Lions would hate if it were either one of those two. They both feel like Lions-type picks. There's some questions about Emanwari that he has to answer about, on-field stuff, but
And what position does he actually play at the NFL level?
Yep.
Because he's a guy that has tremendous ability, physically gifted, but where does he actually play? Is he a safety? Because Lions aren't looking for a safety. Is he a linebacker? Are they really looking for? I'm not even sure that the Lions need a guy like that, but it's hard to turn down a guy like that. So it'd be interesting. At the very least, if he's there, you might get trade offers to move back. But as you said, Tyler Booker, that's a position. I think the Lions are looking at offensive line, and I think they're looking at defensive line.
All right, let's get to some Red Wing stuff coming up today at 11:35 as we are closer to the trade deadline. We do have some very sad news to pass along for people in the world of sports that are on the Twitter space. A Detroit native had actually crossed over and become a bit of a viral follow in the world of sports. The Twitter page was World of Isaac, and the creator, Andy Isaac, a Detroiter, has passed away. He went public with his battle with cancer a while back and mentioned that he was going into hospice. A post was sent out this morning from the World of Isaac account. Good morning. Andy passed away peacefully this morning beside his loving family. We thank you for all your support and love over the years. This was a genuine space of laughter and kindness. Please carry this spirit on in honor of Andy. As always, Fatterday forever, which was something that he made up, Fatterday, and what he would eat and post pictures of it.
Get your cheat day, and when he was going through, battling through cancer, that's what he was embracing, Fatterday.
Fatterday forever, and FTB. FTB stands for blank the Bears.
We can all get behind that.
Yep. An absolute great follow, great spirit. And in when they refer to Twitter as a place of genuine laughter and kindness, it is not.
No, but that was his
He
vision.
was.
Yeah.
He was.
He was a positive guy.
Yep. So our condolences to the family, and may you rest in peace. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. We are doing something today that we have done a lot. It'll be the same but completely different. We've got an Are You Going to Eat That scheduled for 12:35.
Okay.
It is the same but different. You will find out along with everybody else today at 12:30.
All right.
Yep. It was Kang's idea, and it's brilliant. Kang, brilliant work.
It's the only ideas I come up with, Doug.
Just brilliant ones. I guess we'll see how it goes. Maybe I've
You're overselling it?
maybe I'm overselling it, or maybe I'm.
If it's not good, it's not my idea.
All right, sounds good. All right, so look, Red Wings trade deadline. Nothing yet. What are we moving in here on? Like 28 hours, 29 hours to the deadline?
Less than. It's tomorrow at 3:00, right? So 25 hours? 24 and 3 is, whatever, 27. Don't do math with me.
27 and a half.
Stop it.
Okay. Do I think they're going to make a deal? Yeah, I do. I still do. They cleared the cap space for a reason. And
then added cap space.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
No, and actually they get a fourth round pick.
They took on some salary yesterday to get a 4th round pick, which is fine, I guess, because they got excessive amounts of cap space in terms of what they could do with the amount of money they have at the trade deadline. They can add 2 players if they so want. But they also caught up Carter Mazur. What do you make of this?
I'm glad to see that Carter Mazur gets a chance. Good to see that he's healthy again, because he hasn't been. 15 points in 20 games isn't going to wow you, but the 11 points in his last 11 games might, because, as I said, now he's healthy. Gritty kind of player, tough player to play against, and, I mean, it's a quintessential 4th line kind of guy. They waived Christian Fisher yesterday, so is this just effectively moving to that spot? Okay. Let him play. If he can inject any kind of exuberance into our lineup, we'll take it. And with Rasmussen coming back tonight as well, it feels like they got a little bit better getting ready for this game against Utah, which we kind of feel is pretty important. They're a point out of the playoff spot, or 2 points, I guess, if you need to leapfrog past it completely, but they're not out of it by a long shot. And this team it feels like they just need to get back on course. I don't think it's a sinking ship. I think it's a ship that went and veered off course. Get back on. Turn the wheel. Let's get the helm.
Okay, so there's a few things here with this. I'll start with this. Our first venture into travel sports as parents was when our oldest started playing travel hockey. Played house hockey, eventually became a member of the Ann Arbor Wolves. And the Ann Arbor Wolves one day played the Jackson Generals. The Jackson Generals had a pretty good player. And his name was Carter Mazur.
Mm-hmm.
He stood out as a bit of a...
Did he stand out?
He stood out as a 9-year-old. I'll tell you that. He could play some hockey. We countered with Garrett Steele, which is one of the great names. And Garrett was a great player in and of himself. And a great kid. One of my favorites. Our boys are still friends to this day. But Carter Mazur was the best player on the ice. Best player on the ice. And
you knew as a 9-year-old.
Well, what's funny about it is you don't know anything as a 9-year-old. You know nothing. But every once in a while, your kid, your kid's playing, the kid's pretty good. And then you see somebody and you go, oh, that's the one, right? That's the one. Now, I don't know that I would have said he was going to be a Red Wing, but he was like the best player I had seen of the ice and can score in the hard areas. It's pretty good. He's also shown an impressive shot, an ability to score from distance. And it's his nose for the net that should be especially important as the Red Wings get into crucial late games. He's a right-handed shot who can slot nicely into the bottom 6, where he can bring more offense than Detroit is currently getting for that part of its lineup. This player sounds perfect. This description sounds like exactly what they need.
They're really laying it on.
All you have to do is translate AHL to NHL and we'll be good.
Yeah, the scoring touch thing is interesting to me because it's not like he's been a big time scorer since he's played. Before he got to Denver, it wasn't a big scorer guy. maybe that's not entirely true. In 2017-18 with the Little Caesars 15 and under team, Doug.
There you go. He was with Caesars.
43 goals in 67 games and followed it up with 35 and 60. And but then once he got out of that program, 20 goals, 22 goals at Denver. His sophomore year is his high.
Did Chris Draper coach that team? Did I just ask you who the coach of a Caesars AAA hockey team was?
You did.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, Ansar Khan tweets out today, Red Wings McClellan said Mazur will play on the fourth line, still to be determined with whom. Rasmussen and Mazur in, Fisher on waivers, and someone else will be out. Said everyone who played Tuesday is available. So we'll see how this plays itself out.
Yeah, look, I'm not expecting him to light the lamp tonight or to be involved in a score sheet on a nightly basis, but I do think he could inject some energy and enthusiasm into this team. And if you're going to tell me that he's going to be better than Fisher, okay, great. Then that's why you do what you did, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a move for the top 2 or 3 lines.
But I will tell you, it felt to me like the third and fourth line got worked the other night.
Mm-hmm.
So an injection of life, you never know.
Right. I'm not poo-pooing this at all. I'm excited.
I will take a gritty player who can be counted on both ends of the ice and can score in hard areas, that has shown an impressive shot and an ability to score from distance and has a nose for the net. All those things sound really, really good right about now.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because you look at his career at Grand Rapids, and it hasn't been a lengthy career there, but last year he played 60 games in the regular season at Grand Rapids and had 17 goals and 37 points, 48 penalty minutes. But in the playoffs, there were 9 playoff games. He had 3 goals and 5 assists in the 9 playoff games. So kind of bringing it when it mattered, right?
Yep.
And 8 goals in 20 games this year. That's a pretty good pace. Let's see what he can do. I'm not expecting a ton, but I expect the Red Wings as a whole to come out with more fire tonight than what we saw the other night.
I'm expecting a gritty player who could be counted on both ends of the ice. He sounds perfect.
Yeah, and obviously, but there's still work to be done, right? They've got cap space, as you mentioned. They could add 2 if they really wanted to get aggressive. You know, it's one of the player that they were involved in yesterday, Yanni Gord. I mean, that was one of the players that could have been rumored that the Red Wings were interested in, and yet they kind of had their fingernails on for just a second, but it really was just to contribute to his salary so they get a 4th round pick in return. Yeah, I can't imagine that's all Steve Yzerman's doing, or that he's just going to make deals for draft picks in return. I don't think that's it. I think there's a little bit of a sense of urgency here to do something. Hopefully the right player is there so that they can match up a player that's here for more than just this playoff run or playoff push, but at least for another full season after that, so that they can carry something a little longer term. I don't think they're looking for rentals, so let's make something happen the next 27 hours.
I think they're looking for gritty players that can be counted on both ends of the ice.
That's actually true. That part is absolutely true.
Let's go, Carter. Rooting for you over here. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. That's baseball play-by-play highlight there from Dan Dickerson, who does a great job. We love Dan, one of the nicest guys that you will ever meet, Dan Dickerson. They had a fun one yesterday. I don't know if people saw the ESPN broadcast, but ESPN had the game yesterday, got delayed by rain. During the spring broadcast, I guess they'll do it more now than they ever have before, but they had a headset on Rob Thompson, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah. So they're interviewing him, and the Tigers have managed to load the bases in a scoreless game in the third inning. And they're talking to Rob Thompson, and pitching was, I believe it was Matt Strahm. And the Tigers had the bases loaded for Jomani Jones. And as they're talking with the manager of Philadelphia, Jomani Jones hits a home run, clears the bases, grand slam. And so they break into the interview to do the play-by-play, home run, blah, blah, blah. Next batter, Ibanez. Next pitch, home run. Thompson's just sitting there with the headset on. And they, after back-to-back pitches were taken yard, they start to ask him a question, and a pitch gets delivered to Gleyber Torres, and he hits a home run. 3 consecutive pitches, and Thompson had to sit there with the headset on. and he made no comments. And eventually they said, so as a manager, when you see something like that, and he goes, yeah, I'd have to take another look, but looks like he got a little too much of the plate.
It was a real missed opportunity. Clearly, they should not have been interviewing the manager. They should have been interviewing Nick Castellanos.
Right.
Which would have been the most ironic thing ever. You're interviewing Castellanos. And
would other people hit home runs?
So, Nick, talk us through what's going on. Spring training, there's a long fly ball deep left field. That looks like it's gone. That's a grand slam. Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right, next batter up, big Gleyber Torres. So, anyway, Nick, spring training is awfully. Oh, there's a long fly ball deep left field. That one's going to get over the wall. Gone. Home run. Oh, my. As I was saying, Nick, this is really kind of unique. You guys come in and you feel like you've made some off-season. Oh, there's a long fly ball deep center field. Because it's always been Castellanos at the plate hitting a home run when some big news has been delivered, whether it be a public apology by one of the play-by-play announcers or the announcement of, an unfortunate passing of somebody of notoriety, whatever it is. Yep. It became a gag because it was like 4 in a row that these things happened while they're, explaining what happened. Unfortunately, John Lennon passed. There's a long fly ball.
Yeah, right. It's it was pretty wild yesterday. If you can find it, the video went viral because it's just the manager just sitting there saying nothing as his pitcher's throwing batting practice to 3 different Tigers. But once again, Gator, we talked about it yesterday, and it always every year there's a surprise at camp or two. This year it's a little different because injuries are playing a role here, and it's opened up some playing time for some guys. But it's not Jomani, it's Jomai. Jomai, sorry, Jomai Jones, who came over he was with the Yankees?
He was with the Yankees, originally drafted by the Angels, and at one point had risen up to be the number 2 prospect in the Angels organization. I guess he's the son and the son of a former Detroit Lion and brother of a former Detroit Lion, T.J. Jones.
Really?
I forget who his father was. It was another Jones, but yeah.
James Jones?
Not James Jones. It's not a Jones that I remembered.
James Jones is one of the most underrated, worst draft picks of all time.
Wow, there it is. Yeah. Shots fired at James Jones again by Doug Karsh.
It's a shot fired at the Lions. You don't take a fullback in the first round.
900 yards rushing that year. Anyway, but yeah, this is a guy who's...
They took a fullback. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, one of the 1-2 punch was Billy. So Jones is going to be primarily an outfielder in spring training, but he has played a lot of second base. He's played some third base at the major league level. He doesn't have a ton of major league at bats, but what he has done in the major leagues is he's hit lefties very well. So the fun thing about yesterday with the back-to-back jacks is that they all came from right-handed hitters against left-handed. I don't know if it was all against left-handed pitching, but it was all right-handed hitters. So that's good when you're look. I don't suspect this is going to be a weekly occurrence with the Tigers during the season where you go back to back.
Let's do it.
Unless you're getting goal scoring from somebody who can shoot from far away and also close. But it's something the Tigers need desperately, is to have right-handed power because they are such a left-handed heavy lineup.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was one thing I took out of that. Okay, that's kind of cool to see, even though it's just a spring training game. But, Ibanez is going to be in this situation. He's going to play lots of games against left-handed pitching. Why, Doug?
Because he kills it?
Because he shreds it, yes.
And
Gleyber Torres is an everyday player, and they're hoping to get more right-handed pop, and Gleyber Torres can hit the ball in the ballpark, and there it was on display yesterday.
And it was a lefty. It was Jesus Luzardo was pitching, who got too much of the plate, which led to the back-to-back-to-back. We do have some breaking news in the National Hockey League, a name that had been associated with Detroit. We brought it up in the air yesterday. Brian Dumoulin is being traded from Anaheim to New Jersey, according to Elliot Friedman. And that was a player that we had discussed. He was the rental, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is a guy that could help on the blue line, but he won't be coming to Detroit. We brought up Garud yesterday. Also,
Gord,
sorry. He won't be traded to Detroit.
No, he was temporarily.
Part of a 3-team
Everyone's
deal.
got their hands on him, so to speak, and ended up really just picking up some salary.
Yeah. So, still nothing really to report yet.
No, but there's, this is the time now. We're nearing in on 27 hours here before the deadline. There's going to be some action. I mean, there has been action already. So this is going to happen. With this many teams are still in it, still in that hunt, and then you got teams that are already established that want to, kind of reinforce themselves going into the playoff run. The better teams in the NHL, they're going to look to this as well. So everybody's going to be involved here. I think it's going to be a very busy trade deadline. I don't think we're going to see the big name get moved. Rantanen is one player that they think is possible to be moved from Carolina, even though Carolina's well secured in a playoff spot, and they did trade for him this year, but they want to sign him long term, and all signs point that he doesn't want to sign there long term. So if he doesn't want to sign there long term, and knowing they gave up a lot to get him, that he could be on the move. But where is he going to go? And that's a rental player that wants to sign a big time contract in the offseason and has earned a big time contract in the offseason. So I don't think that's a route for the Red Wings, but that could be the biggest name that gets moved.
Chris Johnson, the Athletic, saying that the Devils are sending a second-round pick and a prospect to Anaheim for Brian Dumoulin. So, I mean,
it seems like a lot.
It actually does seem. I don't know what the prospect is. Well, now Elliot Freeman says Swedish winger Herman Troff is the prospect. It's coming
Not Troff.
Yep, they got Troff. So there you go. I mean, look, it's another move the Red Wings didn't make. I don't mind giving up future draft picks. And in fact, I'm almost getting hostile. I'm not getting hostile. I think that Steve Yzerman is hanging on to future draft picks a little too tight. If you've drafted well, okay, and you've populated your roster as well as he believes he has, and I think he does believe it, you're going to need those picks. You don't need those picks as much. You always want draft picks. You always want as many prospects as you can have because you can cash them in or you continue to replenish the pipeline. But he clearly does not want to give up the guys he drafted. He loves the guys he drafted. You're not going to need those future picks as much, are you? If you're right?
No, I have no issue giving up draft picks at this point. And maybe that's just hasty by me because I'm really tired of not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Troff was a third-round pick last year, actually.
Is he playing for is it Rodel? Is it Rogel?
He's
is he playing for
he's
Rogel?
not in Rogel. Not that I know of. The Nybro Vikings.
All right.
Among others. HV 71, whatever the hell that is.
Yep. Well, in that league, the numbers he put up. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, we'll have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It's the same but different. We will get back to the Lions. Things are afoot in the NFL. Lots of response still coming in to what the Lions' next move might be. With all the players getting released, teams need to get under the cap before the new league year starts next week. You got free agency coming up. And so that will kick off on Monday with the negotiating period, and teams will agree. Basically, that's when it starts, is Monday. Teams will agree to deals. They just can't sign anything until Wednesday. Lions have been all quiet on the Lions front, but it seems like they might have got the price tag on what it's going to cost to bring back Aiden Hutchinson with that move yesterday. So we'll get to all that and the feedback coming in here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So really interesting. Yesterday, the news broke late in our show that Max Crosby was getting a massive contract extension with the Las Vegas Raiders. 3 years, $105 million. These are rough numbers. I haven't seen anybody come up with a contract breakdown. Like, I think $90 million was guaranteed. What's the cap hit? I mean, all that really matters is what's the cap hit. How much of the pie does the Max Crosby slice take up, and how much of the pie will the Aiden Hutchinson slice take up? And which pie will it be? Will it be the 2025 pie, the 2026 pie, the 2027 pie?
Is this the twist on the pie thing we did yesterday?
No. But it's
that was who's on top.
Are you talking about what's same and different about the
Yeah, you said are you going to eat that is a twist.
I'm just going to show you one thing, and this is all it is. All it is.
That's all I need to see.
Yep.
That's all I need. That's all I got to see.
All that. Am I right? It's all that.
It's all good.
Yep. And we're going to make you make a prediction. But anyway, that's coming up at 12:35. Are you going to eat that? So Crosby gets his money. So he's not going to be a Lion, at least not anytime soon. And that was sort of one of the pipe dreams that was out there, that we would got to be perfect. But alas, as expected, it didn't happen. And now you've got Aiden Hutchinson. Look, we've discussed a lot about what Brad Holmes said at the Combine, which was got to keep our own guys, got to keep our own guys, got to keep our own guys. And then he was asked a specific question, can you add another high-end edge rusher? He said probably not. At least he didn't flat out say no, but it would take some concessions and it would take some things to have to go their way. So why is a team with 40-something million in cap space not involved in a player that would take up $20 million? Well, there's a variety of reasons. One, they have starters that they probably want to take care of. I don't think they want to lose Carlton Davis, but he was only a $4 million cap hit last year. He's probably going to get 14, 15 million, so that's 10 million if you want to bring him back. Okay, if you don't want to. Kevin Zeitler is a free agent, the starting guard. His market value on Spot Track was closer to 10 million. He was a $5 million hit a year ago. Okay, do you let him walk? You've got players that are due extensions going into their final year of their contracts, Kirby Joseph being one of them. Kirby Joseph is $1.5 million player, led the NFL in interceptions. The highest paid safeties in the league get north of 20. I mean, I'm not sure how you keep Kirby Joseph without making him one of the most highest paid safeties in the league. Then there's Aiden Hutchinson. Now, the thing about Hutch, he's 2 years shy of free agency. He's going into his fourth year, and then the fifth year is a club option. Typically in this league, teams do not let free agents walk into their last year and then sign them after that last year. Those players then want to get to free agency and see what's out there, see what the market, can they get a high bid and make the Lions match it, or are they willing to go to the highest bidder? So they don't have to do anything yet. But it would stand to reason, based upon what Holmes had to say, that they are working on extending him now. Why would you extend him before you had to? To get him cheaper long term. Because you figure, okay, if you give him a 3-year extension, you give him the Crosby 3-year extension, so he'd be under contract for the next 5 years. And he might want 4 years, 5 years. I don't know, but he's still relatively young. If you give him the Crosby deal, though, a 3-year extension, and it's got say a $35 million signing bonus, that means he gets the $35 million now. Lions lock him up at a cheaper price, long term, and they only take the prorated signing bonus 5 years on a $35 million deal, $7 million on their cap now. Colton Pouncey reported today the Lions are in the planning stages of a Hutchinson extension, as Holmes revealed last week. An extension would make sense sooner rather than later for Hutch. He's proved to be worth it to the organization and was the Defensive Player of the Year frontrunner prior to his season-ending leg injury. Cowboys are dragging their feet with Micah Parsons' extension, so if you can beat them to the market, you might save a penny, read million, or two. We'll see how things unfold. Why would that save money? Well, because the next guy always gets more.
Right. That's how that works. And the other thing is, even though the salary cap goes up every year, and it goes up significantly every year, okay, then you're paying that tax of it going up because you're going to pay him next year instead of paying him now. You get him in now, it is significantly cheaper than waiting this thing out. And even just waiting a year. Like I was thinking about that. Like, well, what if What if you don't start negotiations until next year, like going into his 5th year? There's no question you're going to pick up the 5th-year option. And let's talk about giving him an extension, ripping up that 5th-year option and starting there so you can do it a year from now. It doesn't sound like that's what they want to do. Again, because it's about taking care of it now before you have to pay more later. It seems like that's the financial philosophy that they're looking at. And the Lions have been very smart with the salary cap. I trust what they're going to do with this. We all say they should sign Aiden Hutchinson to an extension. The question is when. Some people are varied that they don't want to do it now because you don't have to. Okay. There's logic to it, but there's also risk to it. And I'd rather lock it up now and see what the other options are, what you want to do in free agency. Is it corner? Is it edge rusher? If it's corner instead of edge rusher, address edge rusher in the draft. Because you're bringing back Zadarius Smith. Let's not forget that. But beyond that, and then you're also
they
getting,
could cut him, but I think for the price,
hope not. I really hope not, because the price is right for it, and you're getting so many guys back on defense that you didn't see in the second half of the season. There are other players that had promise, like Wingo. Does he have promise? Yeah. But he got hurt, and that's another guy who can play on the edge. So I think that you can go into this for me, I'm prioritizing corner and free agency. If the right edge rusher is there for the right price, if Joey Bosa thinks he's going to get $15 million a year on the open market and he doesn't, and then you're looking at it 3, 4, or 5 weeks into free agency, he hasn't signed yet. Does he sign a 1-year prove-it deal for $8 million or something like that? Then I'd consider it. The same thing with Khalil Mack and maybe a couple of these other guys. Azeez Ojulari is another one I'd consider. But I'm not going to break the bank for an edge rusher unless I feel like I can get Trey Hendrickson at the right price and I can squeeze it in. But outside of that, I recognize Myles Garrett's a pipe dream. And that's too many assets you have to go to acquire him. We'll see what happens with Cincinnati. That's one keeping an eye on.
248-539-9797. Do you extend Hutch now and get him locked up long-term cheaper? Or do you want that extra $7-8 million, whatever the cap hit would be, and take that into free agency this year and roll the dice that next year you'll be able to afford Hutch? It gets tough because the class after that has 4 guys that are all going to need to get paid, and I'm not sure. I mean, they're really going to struggle with that, but they probably can do it. It'll take some creativity, but they probably can do it, and that's tomorrow's problem. Today, they have some decisions to make, and it sounds like they want to extend Hutch now. Feedback coming in. Anthony in Mail Truck says, yes, beat the Cowboys to the extension. I think that Parsons is going to be more than Max Crosby, which could hurt the Lions. Set the market and hurry. It's from Jerry. It's from set the market and, set the market and hurt Jerry. Next one. I would like to think that they should wait on a Hutch deal in favor of a win now deal. And that way you get a test his leg year as well. There are people really worried he's not coming back from this injury. Clean break, man.
Surprised by that.
I'm surprised that this isn't a clean break with multiple torn ligaments and, unsuccessful surgery, and he's got to go back under the knife.
Right.
I think it's just the accumulation of all the injuries that have the Lions fans just a little worried in general right now. I think when they see what happened to the entire defense, basically, they're scared. And I can't blame them a little bit. Like, this is a totally different type of player, not the same pedigree. But was James Houston the same after he broke his leg? I think that is creeping into some Lions fans that are texting in kind of worried about this. I'm personally not worried about it. If I were the Lions, I'd want to lock Hutch up now. If I'm Hutch, I want to get myself locked up right now because I think it's a perfect storm. You're just coming off an injury. The Lions, in their case, they save money. Hutch, hey, this is a physical sport. Anything can happen at any moment. Let's get my money now. The floor is Max Crosby, which is a great floor, right? And I think that Brad Holmes, there's only a few guys that they want to lock in. And he's one of them. Hutch is one of them. I mean, they already did it with St. Brown. They did it with Sewell. They did it with Lee McNeil. Hutch is the next guy. And anyone else that, unfortunately, you can't bring back, he's just going to have to go back to the draft room and do what they do, draft and develop.
248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. Aiden is tied up for 2 more years. Can we please just hold off? Signing a lien before the season didn't save us anything. Don't do it early. Get another piece for this season to give Aiden the big contract he deserves next offseason. Trey Hendrickson, Joey Bosa, shoot, even Slay if he's and if and when they do, you get the $150 in bonus bets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, take advantage of this deal right now. No better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the college hoops action here as March is taking over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Tons of feedback here because Joey Bosa got released. And look, Joey Bosa is a 9-year pro, and he was formerly considered one of the elite edge rushers in this league. He wreaked havoc his first 6 seasons, but the last 3 years have been, well, not as quite as rewarding. He's 30 years old. Last 3 years, in 28 games, he's given 14 sacks. So that's basically Za'Darius Smith-type production. but he made north of $20 million, and he finished 2 of the last 3 years on the injured list. So he gets released. He's a free agent. And a big part of Bosa's recent story have been the injuries. There's no doubt about it. So when you think of Joey Bosa, you say immediately, I don't want that player because he is always hurt. They just tried that with Marcus Davenport. It didn't work. Well, because it didn't work with Davenport doesn't mean it's not going to work with anybody ever again. But he's one of those players that falls into the category of he could be really good next year. He could have a healthy season, fountain of youth, rocket fuel in the engines kind of season, rejuvenated, playing for a Super Bowl for a new team kind of year. But he's a risk. There's no doubt he's a risk. If he weren't a risk, he wouldn't have been cut. If he weren't a risk, he would cost too much money. If he were just cut for cost-saving purposes but had been healthy and been killing it the last few years, again, I would argue it wouldn't have been cut. But the only reason that he could possibly work here is because he could come cheap. And every once in a while, you got to take a risk, Scott. Every once in a while, you go, all right, do we really want to? I mean, yeah, he's a good player, but how will he be in the locker room, Rasheed Wallace? Well, they took a risk, and they won an NBA championship.
Yep.
And Rasheed didn't undermine a damn thing.
No, not at all.
Rasheed was great here, but there were concerns when they traded for him because of his reputation. But anyway, as it stands right now, every once in a while you got to take a risk. And there's probably accessibility to Bosa.
Well, there is now.
Yeah, but I mean legitimate accessibility. Like, we could argue whether there's legitimate accessibility to Myles Garrett, right? Could he really fit under the cap? Do they really want to pay the price?
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy has missed a ton of time over the last half dozen years in the NFL. That's why. And it's been a while since he was very productive. Like 4 seasons ago, he was very productive, but that's, even further and further in the past. For the right price, I'm all about it. I'm all about it and everybody would be for the right price for anybody. But where is that happy medium? For me, it's nowhere near north of $10 million. I'm not going there. So I think I would. Here's what I expect. I expect Brad Holmes to take the patient approach that he's always taken. I don't expect any big splashes in free agency. I expect they're going to sign their guys. They're going to identify who they want and just kind of lay low for a while, let things cool, and then go out and do what they do, which is short-term deals, either 1-year deals or maybe 2-year deals. I think the really curious case is what they do with corner, because they clearly need a starting cornerback, and there's a bunch of them that are available in free agency. I would hope that they've got their list of priorities of who they want out of that list, and okay, is it going to be the highest priced guy, or are they going to sit back and wait because they really think that CB number 4 on that list is the best fit for the Lions, and that guy's going to cost us $12 million a season.
248-539-9797. Here's feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. Bosa should be in play 2 years at 28 with 17 guaranteed. It's from an unnamed texter. I would not pay Joey Bosa that much. Bosa has only played in 28 of the last 51 opportunities the past 3 years. That's a no for me. Go after Mack as a rotational piece. That's from Jeff in Belleville. I would suspect that Mack is a bigger financial commitment. Not a massive financial commitment, but because of his age, but I think he's a bigger financial commitment than Bosa.
Probably, but because he's just 2 years removed from having a fantastic season where he had 17 sacks. Last year it dropped to 6. Now, did that drop because Bosa wasn't healthy and he didn't have the guy on the other side of him? Maybe. But Khalil Mack's older. He's made a ton of money in his career. And if he still thinks he's going to get another big deal, okay, then let him get it from somebody else. I love Khalil Mack. I've always loved Khalil Mack. But, again, you start getting north of $10 million a year, and I'm going to get nervous. Now, if you get to the end of free agency and he hasn't signed and you've got the cap space to do it for 1 year, do it. Because it's not going to hurt you. It's the 1 year, and then he's gone.
And I got to tell you, what you just said is probably how anything's going to go down. End of free agency, guy's still out there. Lions get that player on their terms. Bosa's a hard no. He's injury prone, and if he were that good, Harbaugh would have kept him. That's from Keith. If you sign Joey Bosa for a year, is he even going to play for that year? LOL. To me, it's just a more expensive Davenport signing. It's a risk. There's no doubt about it.
It's a big risk.
It's a risk, but
to me, it's a risk not worth taking. I'm out on Bosa personally. It sounds, he's a big name, so it sounds like a good idea, and it sounds all low risk 1 year. What's the point if he's not available? There is what did Marcus Davenport do for this team last year?
He had a great OTA.
Yeah. And so in the end, to me, it's kind of black and white. Are you going to be available? And I think his history has shown us very recently here, he's most likely not going to be available. And we're just going to be frustrated that he's going to be on the injured list a lot, if not the whole season.
So I guess, as we've talked this out, and I think, I don't know if Detroit's warming up to it. We've had a couple calls and a couple texts. And Gator, you and I have talked about it. Zadarius Smith and maybe a first and or second round edge rusher isn't the worst plan we've ever heard of.
No, it's not, considering how many quality edge rushers it appears are available in this draft. And just quality defensive linemen. Between defensive tackle and edge rusher, it really looks like it's flooded. And I could absolutely see Lions using the first 2 picks on that. I could see Brad Holmes likes to get he gets a little itchy sometimes in the draft and wants to move back into the second round. Okay, and do whatever you got to do. Is he going to get itchy and move up? He did that in the first round. He's done that. He's done a lot of movement in the first round.
Yep.
So, and there are plenty of edge rushers over the last 4 or 5 years that we've seen drafted, not in the top 5 or not in the top 10, that have been very productive players. And if you put one of these guys, if you think, okay, let's look at the guy from Marshall.
Mike Green.
Mike Green. And you really like Mike Green. And there he is, and the Lions have him at 28. Or even if they have to move up to 20 and get him, whatever the case is. But you get him and you start him right away, or at least have him platoon a little bit with Zadarius Smith. All of a sudden on the other side, you got Aiden Hutchinson, and now you got these 2 guys. I think you're back in the game being productive. I think we've all kind of conveniently forgotten about Zadarius Smith and how productive he can be, because we see the bright, shiny thing in the distance of Myles Garrett or perhaps Trey Hendrickson, and we're like, oh, got to do it. And then we hear a name like Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack, 2 guys that at one point in time were some of the best you could find at the game, but they're longer in the tooth and they got injury risk. I really like the idea of just going with what you have and drafting somebody.
If they do, and I suspect they'll add a veteran free agent at some point at edge rusher. I suspect they will. It's probably not a free agent priority, but a low, an inexpensive player. The one good news about Bosa entering the market is somebody else will sign him. And that means somebody else won't be bidding on Azeez Ojulari or somebody of that ilk. It could push a player to Detroit that otherwise they might not have a chance to get.
Ojulari is a name to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Lions have practiced against the Giants before, and obviously had the preseason game with them. I think they have a pretty good handle on what kind of player he is.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's a free agent, just keep an eye on him, because he's not going to be the top name. So is that somebody you can wait out and maybe get on a 1-year, $7 million deal? Who knows?
Something to keep in mind. But do you sign Hutch now? Do you sign the extension now to try and lock him up? Because when you lock a guy up early and he looks cheap, in retrospect, I bet they're really happy they signed Cole Keith. Tigers are really happy with the Cole Keith contract. I bet.
Oh, they're ecstatic with it, I think.
And at the time, it was like, wait, they're giving an unproven guy who's never played a major league, but they're giving him that kind of money? Well, this is why you do it. It's because you get a guy cheap, right? It looks cheap later, but it comes at a cost now. Do you do it? 248-539-9797. Now that the market's been set with the Max Crosby deal, it is Carson Anderson, another edition. How are you going to eat that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket? Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We go to John in Chesterfield. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. It's good to be talking with you. I love you guys. Love listening to you.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I think it's a no-brainer that we sign Hutch. A no-brainer. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, why do you say? I was going to ask you why you say that.
I mean, for one thing, we would have shut up Josh Allen when he was doing bunny hops in our end zone. We would have put pressure on, like we would have made it a Super Bowl. I mean, I don't care how Goff played. We still put up 32 points. You know, we had absolutely no edge rush. The guy's probably the best edge rusher in the NFL, and he's coming back probably better than ever. So, like, why would you sign like our star defensive player?
So I'll tell you what some people are the feedback we've gotten. People aren't convinced he's coming back better than ever. People want to see him prove that he is going to be healthy.
No, man. You look at Hutch. That guy guy's like a Wolverine, man. He was going to try to make it back for the Super Bowl.
I think that might be setting, though. When people saw the video of him limping a little bit a couple weeks after the Super Bowl, they thought he was behind schedule. I think people interpret that as being behind schedule because they wanted him back for the Super Bowl if they made it.
Well, look, behind schedule maybe for the Super Bowl. Yep. But come this spring, man, come summer, that guy's going to be like a warthog. He's going to be all over the place on the field. He's going to be practicing again, and you know that he's in the weight room. He's strengthening. That guy's trying to come back. He's got the very fact that he has something to prove is showing me he's probably putting in the extra hours to be able to do it. You know, like Hutch, the spirit that Hutch has, man, that just like what he does in the locker room
Someone
for the
likes
guys.
Hutch.
I love Hutch.
No,
Man.
I know. It comes through. Look, I'm a big Hutchinson fan as well. I think it's a no-brainer you bring him back. I'm not at all concerned about that he broke his leg last year. I think he's recovered from that. I think he'll be 100% probably any day now. I'm not worried about that at all. If you wanted to say that you're concerned about having to pay him now and why not wait another year, prior to year 5 of his rookie deal, I could listen to that. I'm all for it, but understand that comes at a cost, that you'll likely have to pay more next year at this time than you would right now.
My man went Wolverine, which made sense. Then he went Warthog. He compared.
I think it begs a question.
Yeah.
Maybe we'd take 10 texts on this.
Yeah.
Who wins the fight, Wolverine or Warthog?
Well, we're in the middle of something now.
I understand.
But maybe later we could do that.
Maybe we bring that up later on.
But he went Warthog, which I did not expect.
Oh.
All right, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? This is different in that it is a strict Taco Bell edition. So, Gator, these are 11 new items from Taco Bell. We're talking about drinks, desserts, new takes on current items, all being introduced yesterday at the Live Más event in New York City. Actually, it was Tuesday. Taco Bell introduced 11 new items. We'll start with this.
Okay.
How many of the 11 do you think you'll want?
8.
8? Okay.
There's something you don't like at Taco Bell.
We'll see.
No, but I'm saying, is there something right now that you wouldn't, to make you say you wouldn't like all these new items, Have they disappointed you before?
I mean, we'll see what's here. There are things I don't go back for.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when they introduced the crispy queso wrap coffee, he might pass on that.
But they haven't yet.
No, they haven't, but I see
No,
why.
but I will tell you this. Like, it's not that I wouldn't try a new version of a Doritos Los Tacos or whatever, but I'm not a big fan of them. I was actually disappointed because I didn't think it tasted enough like a Dorito.
All right, here we go. We started off with the new Mountain Dew Baja Midnight. This is the sugary Baja Blast drink. It gets a touch of tartness in addition of passion fruit flavor.
I mean, I try to avoid full sugar soft drinks. The zero sugar stuff I'm all about. I don't know. And
it doesn't say it comes in zero.
It doesn't say it, so I'll say no at this point. Although I'd love to try.
By the way, I'm going over 8. I'm going over 8, gang.
Oh, you are? All right, you're taking the over?
Yeah.
I'm in on this, man. I love the Baja Blast already. I'll try the Midnight.
And the thing is, Baja Blast is delicious, But they do make those in zero sugar, so I'm wondering if maybe this one will. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I've had a couple flavors.
I'm out. Next up, the Milk Bar Birthday Cake Churro.
Yep.
Taco Bell's collaborating with New York City-based Milk Bar to create a churro filled with its birthday cake frosting. Did we do this? Is this the same thing?
It's probably the new menu, I think, part of it.
Okay.
I
thought we did this last week. Okay. No, so this is a yes.
Birthday cake churro, yep.
Yeah.
We did this last week.
Game
My
on.
apologies. The Queso Crisp Taco. This new menu item is pretty much what it sounds like, a taco with a shell made of crispy cheese.
Yeah, I mean, I'd try that. Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Why?
the crispy cheese is great. You got the great chew to it. And I'm going to have it's like the almost someplace you get the birra tacos. Those are great.
Yeah.
Like a French dip taco, but you get the crunchy cheese on the outside.
I think I might try
There you go, Doug.
All right.
Next up, Toasted Cheddar Street Chalupa.
Yep.
This one's a spin on an existing menu item, the Cheesy Street Chalupa. Like the Queso Crisp Taco, also have cheese baked into the shell and crispy cheese on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, the chalupas, the gorditas, I'd rather have the chalupa than the gordita.
Me too. I love the chalupa.
I love the chalupa.
It's one of my favorite items on Taco Bell.
It's really
So
good.
2 yeses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kenny's all for it, too.
Oh, dude, he hasn't stopped shaking his head up and down.
All right, I'm a no.
The bobblehead over here.
The grilled cheese burrito with shredded beef. This is a minor tweak to an existing menu item by adding shredded beef.
I mean, I've had...
Doug. Go ahead. Describe it.
It's adding shredded beef to the grilled cheese burrito. Yep.
Absolutely. Well, I had I had the ground beef one. So shredded beef sounds, let's go.
Oh, yeah. This is just a minor tweak, right?
It's a minor
yeah,
tweak.
I'm in.
It's beef.
Yes. And I'm a no.
Thumbs out,
it's
but-
beef, yeah.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
Those grilled cheese burritos are great.
The Flamin' Hot Burrito. This burrito, on the other hand, is all new. It has Flamin' Hot Fritos and a spicy wrap inside a tortilla with nacho cheese sauce and beef.
No.
Yeah, you're not a flaming hot guy.
Not a flaming hot guy. I
Yeah,
don't like
you're
the
not.
flaming hot Cheeto stuff. No.
Okay.
I'm in, but this is not like a go-to regular. I'd try it for sure, but it'd be more on I'd have to feel it.
It doesn't say beef or chicken. If it said chicken, I would try this. If it's beef, I'm a no. The rolled poblano quesadilla. This is item number 7.
Yep.
This one adds poblano peppers plus your meat of choice into a quesadilla.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, hell yeah. Give me more quesadilla flavors, man.
I love quesadillas. You're adding a poblano. The poblano doesn't have a whole lot of heat, but I like peppers. So yeah, absolutely.
The more quesadillas, the better.
Yeah.
3 yeses.
Oh, Doug's on board.
Yep. We're working our way to 11 new Taco Bell
Can you like
items.
poblanos? Yeah,
He's
can you
in.
say- can you say-
Bobblehead, he hasn't said no.
Right.
Bobblehead.
Yeah.
They're adding something called crispy chicken. The description says crispy chicken nuggets were added to the menu last year, and now the crispy meat option will be available in burritos and tacos. So this is basically their chicken nuggets put into burritos and tacos.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I didn't get to try the first time around, so I'd love to try it in a burrito or taco. Remember that whole thing? They disappeared.
Does it affect this is the Taco Bell honey?
Oh, the Taco Bell honey.
I mean, this is a dream come true, right?
Why do you think you didn't get to try them the first time around?
I think it was a massive fail, is my
But
guess.
now you want to rush back and
Whoa.
try it now?
Oh, yeah.
Was a massive fail because they failed to provide each restaurant with enough of it because it looked like it was selling out.
I don't know what the reason was, but it came and went quickly. I didn't even have a chance. I want in. Give me the burrito. Give me the taco with these crispy chicken nugs.
Come on.
I am out. Next up,
Would you
Mike's
share
chicken.
Would you share
Come
with?
on.
I don't.
Would you
I'm
share
not
with Andy Reid?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That guy don't share.
I'm not a nugget guy. Next up, Mike's Hot Honey Diablo Sauce.
Yep.
Another collaboration plan with Mike's Hot Honey to create a new sauce, which you can see available later in 2025. Taco Bell says it pairs well with their crispy chicken nuggets, which you can't get anymore. But
I love hot honey.
you're yes.
Yeah.
I'm in. Hot honey is such a great combination with chicken.
Yeah.
Fantastic. If you haven't tried it, try it.
You know, I want to try it on the hot honey pizza. Sometimes you have those. I want to try that. It looks delicious.
3 of us. I definitely would try the Hot Honey Diablo
Bobblehead?
sauce.
Oh, Bobblehead. Kenny's
he's
in.
still bobbling.
The Caliente Cantina chicken menu, new Caliente sauce made with red jalapenos is a limited time edition.
I'd try that.
Yeah, this is more of a feel thing for me, but I'd try it still.
Yeah, it's sauce. It's just, you control the sauce how much you want to try it. I'm curious what's it like. Is it flavorful or is it just straight up heat, yo?
I think I'd try it as well.
All right.
And finally, steak and queso crunch wrap sliders. These new sliders include grilled steak, chipotle sauce, pico de gallo salsa, and cheese wrapped and grilled in a tortilla.
Yeah, I'd try it.
Oh, hell yeah. I want this.
I'd try it, but I'm not. I don't know if I've ever gotten a steak item from Taco Bell.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
really?
This is your chance because
You've never gotten a steak item.
No, I prefer the ground beef because I know what I'm
If
getting.
I had back in the day, I have and you haven't.
That's true. I have not.
Way back when.
Yeah, I'd like the ground beef.
Gator likes the ground
I like chicken.
Mm-hmm.
But the steak, I get nervous. I'm gonna have steak from Taco Bell.
Oh, dude, come on! You're going to Taco Bell. Get over that.
Well, that's why I'm getting the beef,
right?
So, first of all, I thought these were already out. Like, I went to a Taco Bell and ordered like an idiot, and they told me they weren't available. And now me and Kenny every day would check our app, check locations. We can't find a place that has this. This is a call to action. If you if you've ordered this, please text.
Either of these things or
no, just the steak and queso crunch wrap sliders.
Okay.
Those are supposed to be out. They're handheld. Perfect, Gator. Come on.
Okay, for the record, that was 11 new items at Taco Bell, and Gator said yes to 9 of the 11. The overhit. The overhit. Look for these at your Taco Bell near you. You love yourself some Taco Bell.
I do love myself some Taco Bell. I'm not alone. Apparently, I know. Yeah, the bobblehead is all about. Was he 11 for 11?
Probably.
I think so. I think he was 12 for 11.
Yeah. Kang's all about Taco Bell. I mean, Doug, even you were on board for a few of those.
Yeah, I'd say
yeah, that was big. That's the news.
Taco Bell, man.
All right, back to your
So
phone
good.
calls and feedback. Next, it is Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. We all know the cost of everything is going up. Heck, you can't leave your favorite fast food restaurant without spending at least $10 a person. Skip the drive-thru and make it to your favorite Twin Peaks for happy hour. They run the best happy hour in the state with You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels, Captain Morgan. 29-degree dirty blonde or naughty brunette, $5. They've taken it a step further as well. Want to be a shot caller? Patron, Woodford Reserve, Grey Goose, $7. But don't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and billionaire bacon. Their smoked chicken quesadillas as well. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6, and again late night from 10 to close. And they didn't even mention the best part yet. It's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And if you're coming in today, you're in for a real treat. They're kicking off their amazing Beanies and Bikinis costume party that runs till Sunday, so you won't want to miss it. We all know how pricey it is eating out these days. Enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in today and see what it's all about. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Earlier we were talking about Aiden Hutchinson. He did have just a broken leg. It wasn't like some car accident infected, ooze, unprecedented injury. It's a clean break, right?
Yeah.
I was talking about John Jansen, and someone looked at the picture and said his foot was still standing and the rest of him was laying down.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yes, it was. And yes, that is the time that Cam Cameron, who was the coach of the Miami Dolphins at the time, had been Jansen's offense coordinator in Michigan. Jansen's laying on the ground. Cameron was the first out there and said, "Don't look at it, John." And John looked up at him with a broken leg, snapped grotesquely sideways, and asked Coach Cameron, "Is it 2 to 4 weeks or 3 to 6 weeks?" Which is football gallows humor. 248-539-9797. Let's go to TJ in Pennsylvania. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, TJ.
Hi, how are you guys?
All right,
What's
TJ.
up?
Good. So a couple of points. I guess, first of all, I think we have some precedent with signing players early from Lee McNeil, right? Like, you go ahead and you sign him early, which we could have signed him this offseason. I think that everybody would think a little bit differently right now, which is part of the reason why the players are cheaper to sign them early is because, you're eating up that risk.
Yep.
And number two, when we talk about free agency and we talk about the draft, like I look at this Detroit Lions team and we need corners. We need defensive tackle next to a Lee McNeil, or at least till he gets back. We need more help, at the wide receiver position if Tim Patrick is gone. So we overall, like, edge, I would say, is like pretty low on the list of needs. It's a lot of fun and it's exciting to go ahead and get a Myles Garrett or to get one of these players, but ultimately with the players we already have, we're pretty solid at that position.
Well, you bring up, TJ, you bring up a
weak.
really valid point from a standpoint of they already have what everybody's looking for, which is one Aiden Hutchinson. People love the thought of having two of them.
Yep.
And it's a wonderful thought, but this is a cap league. If you have two guys that are making that much money and are that, that take up that much of the cap, you run into a situation where it takes away from something else. And
right, and the argument.
If you rather, let me ask you this, TJ, because would you rather have Carlton Davis back or give up all the capital and bring in Myles Garrett?
I would rather have DJ Reed come in from the Jets and Darius Slay on the cheap than have Carlton Davis, honestly. Because what I'm seeing is that football is a battle of attrition, and we need our backups to also be solid players. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you think you could get DJ Reed and Slay?
Well, I think that Slay had indicated that he only wanted to play for Philly or Detroit. So now that Philly's out on him, I do think we can get a really team-friendly deal with him just because he's just finishing off his career. But yeah, DJ Reed.
DJ Reed's going to score more money. He's going to make more money than Carlton Davis.
But, I mean, he's a much better player without the injury risk that Carlton Davis brings.
Fair enough.
But aside from just a specific player, I think that the argument remains true. And to all those people who say that, okay, if we have such a strong pass rush with Aiden and Myles that we don't need corners, you see what happened to Aiden. One injury and the whole defense falls apart.
It wasn't one injury.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah,
It was
exactly.
the furthest thing from one injury with the Lions.
Additionally, there's been a ton of teams that have won Super Bowls without a Myles Garrett, Aiden Hutchinson comp, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's a wonderful thought, but it's not a requirement to win a Super Bowl.
Do you really think Carlton Davis is going to get a big contract?
Yeah, I do.
Because I mean, just the caller mentioned it because of his injury history, and he has not played in his career a full season.
Well, he sent out the following tweet today. I won't make the same mistake twice. If you want your defense upgraded, you know who to pay. Turn on the tape. His market value on Spot Track is 13.8. Yahoo projected he would get 14 annually. So,
but that's nowhere near like the 20 range.
No, I didn't think. I think that's a pretty big contract. I mean, because his cap hit last year for the Lions was 4.5. So now, given he was
getting
bonus,
paid, yeah,
he got a signing bonus from back in his days with
Tampa.
With Tampa, but yeah, I think that's a pretty big contract. I don't know how many corners. He's certainly not in that upper crust, but he's going to get paid. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff. Jeff. Jeffrey.
Yeah. Who's getting here? Signing.
All right, you got to keep your radio down. It's new. We just put these rules in place. Turn your radio down.
Turn it off, actually. Once you're on hold, you can turn it off because you'll hear it in your phone.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding Gator and Taco Bell. Gator, over under on Taco Bell. The better question is how many of these items will he try in the next 24 hours?
That's a solid question.
Yep.
It's a solid question because I've already was contemplating what do I do on the way home. But I got some food at home that's going to go bad if I don't have it in the next couple of days. So it's probably going to eliminate the Taco Bell option for the next 24 hours.
This might be a weekend thing for you.
It could be. It could be a Saturday.
How many of these will you bang out before Monday?
Couple.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I'm not going to go to Taco Bell multiple times over the weekend.
You're not?
No. I go to Taco Bell like typically once a month. You know, that's the fast food place I go to.
Yeah.
So it's not all that often. Okay. Although it has been twice in the last month.
But there hasn't been new menu items like now.
Well, I specifically went because I wanted to get that churro.
Yeah.
I did that. But all these items are fine. Yeah. I might have to take a closer look at that and say, is there one that really spoke to me? I don't know if one really, really spoke to me. They all just sound solid.
We got a tweet here from Sean. They have the Crunch Wrap sliders up here in Grand Blanc on Holly Road. So they are out there, Kang.
Allegedly. Yeah, we've been getting some texts. I don't believe them.
Look,
we'll see.
I'm still trying to find those banana bread Pop-Tarts. So
those apparently are like at most grocery stores, man.
I've been to several and I haven't found them yet. Been very disappointed.
Have you asked somebody that works there?
I have not. And we have had people call in or even text in or send emails. Hey, try it. I saw them here.
Is that us, like, as a male gender? Like, we won't ask for directions. Will we not ask for help at the store either? We're like, I'll find it on my own. I will find it.
No, I typically will
Do you?
ask.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I know where I know where the Pop-Tarts are.
I know, but let's say you can't find it. You're in the Pop-Tarts section. You don't turn and be like, am I missing something here? Just ask.
Do you guys have the new banana bread ones? Dude's gonna be like, oh man, I wish.
Why, you know a guy?
Yeah, you know somebody, man, because I got a break here in a few minutes and I want to burn one and have what?
What?
Not that would happen at somebody stocking shelves, but yeah.
Big D Dog says, if this is the year that the Lions have the most cap flexibility due to the other extensions, you almost have to sign Hutch now so his bonus hits this year's cap versus next year's. Well, it gets prorated, right?
Yes, well, it gets spread across.
Yep. Mike at U of M says the extension for Aiden wouldn't hit until after his rookie contract expires, so he'd be still relatively cheap. Panay is currently still on his rookie contract, even with the extension. So the reason a player will sign that is their base salary doesn't change. Their money changes after their contract expires, but they get a signing bonus. And you do have to pay for the signing bonus. So 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson. A lot of feedback here. Gator, Kroger and Meyer both have them in Livonia. FBG just says Kroger. They have those at the Westland Meyer. That's from Aaron's on Twitch. Thank you for all your responses. Where else? Somebody else just sent us something. But
I got to try a Meyer. That's one I haven't tried yet. I've tried Kroger.
Yep.
Haven't seen them.
All right, another name has been added to the supply, my friend, as another player is gotten word that they will be released.
Javon Hargrave, defensive tackle from the Niners. Once the new league year begins next week, he will be released. That's what they've informed him. This guy's played a lot of football. He's been very healthy up until last year. Only played a few games last year, but prior to that, it basically played almost every game of every season. He's into his 30s now. Big fella, 6'2", 305, and he gets to the quarterback. He's had a double-digit sack total season. 2 years ago, he had 7 sacks in a year. So, interesting player. I don't suspect the Lions would have interest in him being a defensive tackle, but maybe they do.
I mean, they need it. I'd like to see him add to that pool of players at the defensive tackle spot.
Yeah, but do you want to? Again, it would seem like it would be a 1-year deal type guy, right? Because he's in his 30s. Probably not giving a multi-year deal.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely entertaining defensive tackle possibility in the draft. So can't write it off completely.
248-539-9797. Supply and demand. Supply and demand economics. More supply. That helps a team that's looking for, if it's not him, somebody will sign him, and instead of who the Lions want. Let's go to Jeff. You're next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I feel like this whole Hutch sign him now thing is a waste of time and a distraction. You got to see what player takes the field this year, guys. That was a major injury. I feel like, yep, no ligament damage. Everything makes sense like it should be good, but you got to let him take the field and make sure you're getting that same guy before you commit long term. I don't think we're helping the Lions at all by talking about doing it now. I don't think they're thinking that way.
Well, they reportedly are.
Yeah, according to Colton Pouncey, the Lions are in the planning stages of a Hutch extension. As Holmes revealed last week, an extension would make sense sooner rather than later. Makes sense sooner rather than later.
Stages.
Makes sense sooner rather than later.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I agree. But don't you think? Don't you want to see and make sure? I mean, that was a major injury.
He broke his leg.
I think we need to see and make sure.
Clean break of the leg.
Yeah, he broke his leg.
Yeah, he broke his leg. He's already running. I mean, it's not like look. I'd have a heck of a lot more concern if it were an Achilles injury, a knee injury, but broken leg, bones heal up, and there you go. I don't know if they put in rods or plates or any of that stuff. I don't know, but sounds like this is something that really isn't a concern.
I want to watch him put. I still want to watch him put 2,200 PSI and be the same insane rusher that he's been, and that could very well be true.
But
the
the downside of what you're suggesting is he will cost more next year.
Okay.
All right. If you're cool with that, that's fine.
All contracts are jugglable. I mean, the Cowboys just freed up $56 million in cap for this year. They can do whatever they need to do to the contract, whether it's short term, long term.
Well,
at some point you pay the piper.
At some point, you can't do that forever. That's one. There are rules about restructuring that can limit you that are pretty complicated that I've been reading up on. It. You have to have a certain amount of term on the contract. When you restructure, you have to put everything into a bonus that hits your, gets spread out over the course of your contract. So it's pretty complicated. You can't do that forever. But am I wrong? Is there any indication that there's some serious concern about his long-term health?
I mean, I've not heard any of that. I understand apprehension. And again, if somebody says they want to...
Hutch 38?
No, he's actually not. I was going to say, is he even 24? I don't know how he's...
I think he is 24.
He's a youngster. I get that people want to be a little cautious. That's fine. But the downside of being cautious on that or waiting on that is what we pointed out. You're going to have to pay more down the road. And yeah, the salary cap goes up, but doesn't that contract look a lot better if you take care of it now and free up more money down the road? Whether it's just a couple $1 million a year?
I mean, a couple $1 million a year over the course of a contract adds up to a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Like, let's say it's 5 years, a couple $1 million a year, it's $10 million. $10 million you'd be saving is a pretty good player.
Sure. Now, here's the upside of not doing it this year and saying, okay, you know what, Hutch, we're going to wait till after this season and we'll get it hammered out before year 5, is that now you've probably freed up some more money because you're not adding with a Hutch extension and having that bleed into the payroll for the year.
Yep.
That you can be more aggressive on a 1-year contract for other players or a 2-year contract for a player. So if you got your heart set on one of the top corners that might cost you $18, $19 million a year, maybe $20 million a year, that you can do that because you're not having to pay Hutch just yet. And now you're forming a little window here, and maybe that player, and I imagine if you're a $20 million a year corner, you're not signing a 1-year deal. That's the problem with it. So where do you reconcile that? Where do you find that ace player that you can sign to a 1-year deal or 2-year deal before the other contracts kick in?
I don't have a problem with waiting on let me be clear here too. I don't have a problem with waiting on the extension. It's pretty clear that the Lions are trying to extend him now, as has been reported. But if you wait, to me, waiting on it isn't to see if he can perform under the injury. It is waiting because I don't want to take up any of this year's cap on a Hutch extension. The other thing is, with all of the extensions that kick in down the road, saving money on Hutch now could save them Kirby Joseph. It could save them Brian Branch. It could say that money could then be applied towards another player that they probably aren't going to want to lose. Right? You know what I'm saying? If you save, if the market is set at $35 million a year for an edge rusher of his caliber, and you give him that money with a lot of signing bonus, so it prorates over the course of the contract, and you save, instead of $35 million, if you don't sign him now, and it's $42 million, like next year.
Mm-hmm.
I just grabbed the number, but $40 million. If it's $40 million, $5 million over the course of a 5-year contract is $25 million that you can apply towards another player. Like, how do you fit all these guys under the cap? That's the problem with drafting.
That's why it makes sense to do it now, and I agree with that. And I think with Kirby Joseph, you got to hammer a deal out with him this offseason, right?
Yep. And quite frankly, the broken leg, I know this is when it comes to simply the topic of negotiating, had Hutch played out the whole year, finished with 15, 16 sacks, he'd be negotiating this contract extension from a much stronger place than coming off a broken leg. So it is a risk. It's a risk. But I just don't feel like it's I don't feel like we got a whole lot of reason to be worried about there being some sort of long-term ramifications from this injury. But hey, 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, if you want to continue with this, would you extend Hutch now? A lot of people wouldn't. What do you do with Carlton Davis? There are numbers out there that are $10 million more than what the Lions had to pay for him last year. Kirby Joseph, if you're extending him, you might have to pay him $20 million more than he made last year. Things are tough. Things are tough. It's a good problem to have. It's what happens when you have a bunch of good players. Trade discussion, nothing really on the Yzerman front right now. Red Wings aren't included in a lot of rumors. Now, that shouldn't surprise us because Yzerman's pretty good at keeping his cards close to the vest, doesn't show them. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't mean things aren't going on behind closed doors. I still expect them to make a trade.
I do too. I would not expect it today or tonight, but I think tomorrow there's going to be a lot of rumors flying around tomorrow. That'd be my guess.
In the meantime, there's something I say on this show all the time, and it applies to a local team. We will get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, look what the weather did. They threw snow on the ground overnight, but it's going to be gone by tomorrow. Trust me. This is what you got to do. You got to pick up the phone and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. The number is easy. It's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. I'm telling you, despite the snow and the cold that we had, you got to start thinking about it right now. Get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. It's so much easier to treat crabgrass before you see it. I'm telling you, you see it, it's going to be a heartbreaker in the summer. It's really hard to get rid of. Take care of it right now. Schedule early and call them as soon as possible. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come out and they custom tailor solutions that are specific for your yard and your home. They also offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It doesn't get better than that. I've used Natural Way for almost a dozen years. I could not be happier with what they do with my lawn. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Looks like congratulations will soon be in order for Tom Izzo and his basketball team on a Big Ten regular season championship. Just got to beat an Iowa team that has really, really struggled tonight in a rough year for Fran McCaffrey and company. It is in Iowa City, which can be a tough place to play. And last year was an unbelievable come-from-behind victory for the Hawkeyes. But Michigan State should take care of business and be the number one seed in the Big Ten tournament next week.
I sure hope so. They got two chances to close out the Big Ten championship outright. So,
Gator, I like to say something on this show.
Okay.
That is, sometimes you get into a losing streak and you think you're never going to win again.
This is true.
Dare I say that currently the Michigan basketball team looks like a team that is never going to win again. They are struggling mightily. Now you look for moments in time. Maybe the moment in time was the under 12 timeout in the second half. They started to play better after that. And then they had 8 consecutive empty possessions at the end of the Maryland game when the game was well within reach. They are guaranteed 2 more games. They're guaranteed a game against Michigan State on Sunday and a game against an opponent in the Big Ten tournament. They're guaranteed those 2 games to try and right the ship. After that, it's one and done March Madness basketball. Do I think that Michigan is irreparably broken? No, I don't think they're irreparably broken. They just look like the team that looks like they are irreparably broken. That was Purdue a week ago. They had lost 4 straight. They then beat UCLA and blew out Rutgers. Illinois had lost 3 in a row before they played Iowa and Michigan, righted the ship. Michigan State got swept on their LA trip, lost 3 of 4, and now all they do is beat ranked teams. I know it's not this, but I swear it spreads like a virus through the Big Ten college basketball season where teams look like they're never going to win again. That team right now is Michigan. It's a bad time unless you pull out of it by March Madness.
Well, they had that 6-game win streak, and then it got snapped when they lost to Michigan State. But then they won the next 2 games, but they weren't games that you're proud of. They
didn't look good.
Beating Nebraska by 3 and beating Rutgers by 2, nail-biting opportunities there, and then just absolutely waxed by Illinois at home. That's not good. And then to lose again last night at home to Maryland. Look, Maryland's a good team. They're top 15 team in the country, but as you mentioned, you get empty trips up and down the court for the last 6 or 8 times you're there. It's not going to work for you. So it's still a good basketball team. They're a very well coached basketball team, and I suspect that they can maybe advance to the second weekend based on their bigs play, and that they've got a coach who is very good and used to playing in March Madness.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's time, but they're running out of time. And, if they are a one and done, I mean, they're off till Sunday. Then if they're one and done in the Big Ten tournament, that's a lot of time to either get healthy or rest up or change the mojo or whatever. But, second weekend right now won't be in play unless they play better. Michigan State is really dialed in right now. I mean, they got it going on. And that's a team that's going to take Final Four aspirations into the postseason, as they should when you're playing this well. I mean, they are beating the best of the Big Ten to get where they are. Their schedule was tough.
Yeah, it was backloaded.
When they went on that losing streak, and they have come through.
That they have. I mean, wins against Purdue, Michigan, Maryland, and Wisconsin, the last 4. That's pretty sound basketball. And what Michigan State can bring every night is they bring defensive effort every night. What they bring every night is they rebound every night. What hasn't hurt them nearly as much this year, which has killed them in the past, has been turnovers. They've been better at that. And what they're starting to see is maybe a little bit of a breakout in shooting from behind the arc, which is a welcomed addition to this team because we haven't seen it all season long. And now they've shown signs of being competent from that range, which would benefit them greatly going into the tournament in March.
Well, and the other thing that you didn't mention that they're doing that they didn't do, they've had some problems with in the past, is free throw shooting. One of the best free throw shooting teams in the country. And I felt like there are some Michigan State teams in the past that the free throw shooting made games closer than they should have been and probably cost them some games. But this team can shoot it from the free throw line.
Yeah, but we know that, when you get to the madness of March, it's different. More pressure. We'll see how that works. I hope that they still shoot very well from there, and I hope that they're the team that the record shows that they are, because the 24-5 record is really impressive when you consider that losing 3 out of 4 at a stretch there with those West Coast games. That was thrown in there. Those 3 losses in the Big Ten, there are only 3 losses in the Big Ten. The record would indicate this is quite a good basketball team, and yet my eyes are telling me something different. But I don't know if there's any team in basketball, in college basketball, that has separated themselves for being, this team's going to be absolutely the national champion. I mean, I always fear that Duke is that team, just, pencil them in the Final Four every year.
Have you watched Auburn and Houston?
Not a ton.
Okay. Auburn is incredible. They kind of melted down in the Texas A&M game, but there's times where I've thought Auburn looks like that team. And Houston as well are two teams that I could see them playing on Monday night, and that would be impressive. They are both very, very, very good. That would be a fun final game.
Well, but the brand of basketball that Michigan State brings to you every time with that defensive effort, you take a pounding when you play Michigan State, and they can throw a number of bigs at you. That might work when it comes to the tournament, but they're going to have to get more consistent scoring from the backcourt. And it looks like Jace Richardson is kind of peaking at the right time, and Akins is he can flare up as well.
That's the thing that Houston brings to the table. They are the best defensive team in the country. They are elite on that end of the court, and as we know, years and years and years, defense travels. But March Madness right around the corner. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson 97 won the ticket. The Pistons did play and lose last night, late night, overnight, as James Harden was on fire, and Detroit goes down to the LA Clippers. Now they continue the road trip at Golden State. That would be a good game for them to win. Clippers were coming off a bad loss the night before in Phoenix. Harden finished the game 14 of 24 from the floor, 16 of 20 from the free throw line, and he was giving you Trae Young vibes last night.
Oh, it was brutal. I mean, come on. James Harden and the beard drew a foul last night. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Cade Cunningham guarding him as he's backing him down beyond the arc, and all of a sudden, Cade reaches to try to steal the ball, and James Harden turns to his left and grabs his face like he just got punched in the jaw. The referee's standing there and then says, that must be a foul. Foul. And Cade's like, what are you talking about? I didn't hit him in the face. And replay shows he didn't hit him in the face. Didn't come anywhere near the beard, yet the beard is where he's grabbing it. Right here. It hurts right here. This guy is, it's one thing to launch your body at somebody else after you shoot like Trae Young does, where he's hunting fouls that way. James Harden is faking his way through it.
I find
him
it both.
step on his toe, and he's gonna hold his head like, my head. I stepped on your foot, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, my head.
They're both embarrassing to me.
It's got to be a flagrant too.
Well, he was good.
Yeah, I mean, look,
some big shots.
I guess if you score 50, it's pretty good.
That was annoying too because he didn't even deserve that 50. Did you remember the end of the game, Gator? He had like 48 or 49, and they're just gonna run out the clock, and then he drew another unnecessary foul because Azor was kind of just playing up on him. And they both fell down, but of course the Pistons get called for the foul. That was like a no call. Don't even blow the whistle, ref. The game's over. And they called a foul, and Harden went to the line and got his 50.
They're lucky they won that game. The Clips, it was a tight game throughout. The Pistons would get to like a 2-point lead, and then they'd give it back up, drop back by 6 or by 7, and then drain a 3 and come right back into it, come back and tie it, take the lead. But they couldn't get past like that 2 or 3 point range, and it was disappointing.
A timely 3 here or there would have helped. And listen, I have not watched every Pistons game this year, but I have watched a lot. And I got to ask you two a question. Have you ever seen Fontecchio hit an open 3-pointer? Because I haven't.
He did last night.
Dude.
In games you watched?
In games I've watched.
From 3?
I will tell you this. In games I've watched,
you gotta hit one, man. We need it.
In games I've watched this year, if I see Fontecchio hit a wide open 3, I think once, and it was I think the previous game against Brooklyn.
Brooklyn,
and I feel bad. Utah. It's like you did it in practice, because you're playing Brooklyn, but that's kind of what he did. It was in that game, because I've been saying all season long, hey, be nice if this guy's going to contribute like he did last year when he was really an asset for this team. And then this year, it's just been blah, blah. He's coming off the bench. He's not getting the big minutes, and he's not. But the knock down the shots, man. That's what you do.
The thing I love about this team is everyone knows their role and they play it well. Except for Fontecchio, dude. Your role is to hit 3-pointers.
If you are not hitting 3-pointers and your role is to hit 3-pointers. What's your role?
Well, I mean, at least the wide open ones. I get it. The contested ones, they're tougher. I mean, even coming off a screen. But when you're just sitting there in the corner and waiting for the kick out, you don't airball it. And that's exactly what he did on his first shot.
Well, he went 0 for 3 from 3 last night. And I can't speak to what games you've watched.
Every one of them, he says.
Yeah.
He says he watched a lot of them. But do you think...
He's never hit one that was wide open.
And let's be clear, it's only the wide open threes.
Yes.
Yeah, contested, sure.
I've seen him hit one or two there.
Yeah. But wide open? No.
Do you see who was at the game last night, by the way?
I did.
My God.
Tom Gores?
Yes.
And?
Keep going.
Jared Goff?
Yes. Keep going.
And?
I don't know who else. His wife?
His wife? Yes.
Okay.
Keep going. 3 for 3.
The creator of Banana Bread Pop-Tarts.
Maybe.
I don't know if they brought
I don't know if
something
he
up
just
from Kellogg's, but
popped up.
Now that's a real celebrity.
Well done, King.
Thank you.
Did you say popped up?
He did.
Yeah.
Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yep, he was there. Floyd Mayweather was there.
Money.
Yep. Amon-Ra St. Brown was there.
Oh, look out.
Former President Barack Obama
Oh,
was
my!
there.
Was he really?
Yes, all these people were at the Pistons game last night. Yeah, I'm calling it the Pistons game, not the Clippers game.
Stars come out to see the Pistons.
That's right. That's right, Doug.
You know what? That is right.
Yep.
I will say this. The one thing I was disappointed with last night, I've been giving the guy his flowers for about a month now. Sarah Thompson.
Dude.
Missed
Love
some-
that guy,
just-
man.
I love him, but missed some layups. Like, just give me a layup.
He's starting to get more minutes now. He's just kind of getting conditioning, you know.
Back-to-back games,
Yep.
just gone over 30 minutes. But,
We'll get
it's okay.
there.
It's okay.
Yeah, we'll
It's
get
okay.
there.
It's one game. Come out and win the next game. We got to take down Golden State on Saturday night. Be happy with it.
Every once in a while, Gator puts something on his show sheet, and I go, why is he asking that? We'll get to that today at 1:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, the spring breakout game.
Ooh.
Last year, Major League Baseball debuted something called the spring breakout game.
Mm-hmm.
It is where baseball showcases their best prospects in everybody's farm system. It will be played later this month.
It's the 16th, I think.
Is that when the Tigers play? So everybody does it over like a 3-day span. They play a breakout game. The Tigers' breakout roster,
27 players deep.
Yep, has been announced.
Mm-hmm.
The infield is highlighted by Jose Briseño, Kevin McGonigal, Bryce Rayner. The outfield has Max Clark. Catchers have Tyron Lorenzo. Pitchers.
Jaden Ham on the pitcher.
Yeah. Jaden Ham is there. Tyler Owens is doing a pretty good job at big league camp. RJ Pettit. I swear RJ Pettit is the like 6'8" guy with the mustache out of Seton Hall or somewhere a few years ago. We were like, yes, look at this guy's muzzy. It was pretty elite. But anyway,
How Yu Lee is going to be on this team. You've got a player like Fryan Yerber Montilla, an infielder who had Fran Yerber Montilla, who last year kind of came out of nowhere in the rookie league and actually hit really well, but got a little bit of taste of single A ball.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of names on this list I'm really curious to see. Jake Holton hit a bunch of homers last year for the Tigers organization. He's playing first base. Yeah, it's Roberto Campos has finally had a decent season last year playing at high A ball at West Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be in this thing. Seth Stevenson is a speedster, can really play out in the field and steals a ton of bases.
Did you make this roster? Not like are you on it, but did you put it together? Because it feels like you.
Right?
It feels like
Right?
you could have.
Yeah.
Gator, we've worked together for a lot of years, and one of the things that Gator does is, hey, do you see what that reserve outfielder did at in the rookie league last night?
Well,
no, Gator, I didn't.
If you're asking me if I'm going to spend some time, take time out of my day at 4:00 on March 16th to watch this on the MLB Network,
Yep.
the answer is hell yes, I am.
Of course you are.
Yeah. Well, yeah. An opportunity to see guys you're not going to get the chance to see unless you're getting MILB.com or watching the minor leagues on TV, wherever you can find it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not dying to see Max Clark. You're talking about bringing Max Clark up now.
Yeah, well, they keep losing center fielders. He's going to be your opening day center fielder.
Yeah, but guys like Briseño and Clark and Bryce Rayner, McGonigal, yeah, I want to see those guys play. Lorenzo, absolutely.
I think Rayner's the player I want to see the most.
He has yet to play a single game. So, yes.
Well, he has yet to play a single game with the big club.
He didn't play anything in the minors last year.
No, but I mean, he's going through spring training on the backfields. They're playing games.
Yeah, but I'm saying he didn't even, once he was drafted last year, he didn't even get a chance to play in the minor league system.
All right, you put something in your show sheet, and I'm like, whoa, did I miss something? And that was, should the NBA do outdoor games? Did you see something?
No. Sometimes I just have questions, man. And I was thinking about this because the outdoor hockey game we had, I think there were some other things I saw that there's, that the Oakland A's and the Tampa Bay Rays are both going to be playing in minor league stadiums this year. Just the thought of, and we had artist renderings and all this other stuff, and I got excited about it. And then I started thinking about the NBA. I'm a little surprised that the NBA hasn't embraced that they haven't done. Let's do something outside. Let's get outside the box here, take it outside the arena, and really pack a place. Have 50,000 people watch it.
It's an intriguing idea. I'm a little. Obviously, just like the hockey games, it's very weather dependent.
Yeah, but there are certain areas of this country and times of the year that you can be predictable of how the weather is going to be.
I have one request.
Okay.
If they do this, if the NBA were to ever do this, I think they should only do it if the nets are made of chains. Nets have to be made of chains.
I am 100% on board with that.
You can make a typical NBA court look like a blacktop.
Right,
You
even
can
though
make
it'd
it
be
look like
hardwood. But yeah.
you can do a typical wood basketball court, and you can make it look like a outdoor basketball paved court, right?
Yeah.
But chain nets are a requirement.
100%. I agree with that.
I'll hesitate with the double rims, the outdoor double rims.
What about the steel backboard?
I'd be in favor of an old school rounded steel backboard, but I don't think the league needs to go that far.
Maybe
Just
not.
give it the
Maybe
chain nets.
I love the idea of the chain nets. That's awesome.
Do you know how good that would sound with the NBA?
Yes,
the way
I
they
do.
mic up the nets if you put chains on them?
And with the emphasis on all the three-point shooting.
Oh. For those that have never played outdoor pickup basketball, many outdoor courts, because if you put a real nylon net up there, it'll just fray in the weather really quickly. So many outdoor courts have little chains making up the nets.
Well, you'll see it drive around the next couple of days. White guys in shorts will be playing like crazy outside.
Yep.
That's how we roll. But, I think that's a great idea, add-on to it. The chain nets are great.
Mm-hmm.
But I am a little surprised that this hasn't happened earlier. And look, to my knowledge, they're
You're
not.
an
They're
idea
not
man.
even. They're not even pitching this. It's just something that came to my mind this morning as I was writing down some ideas for the show. So I like the idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have written it. Are you open to it? Obviously,
Sure.
with the chain nets. But I mean, do you think this would be kind of cool?
It'd be cool. I think, in the interest of fairness, everyone should play one.
Yeah.
Every team should have to play an outdoor game.
Kang, how do you feel about an outdoor NBA basketball game at some point during the year?
Oof. I mean, I wouldn't be against it as a viewer. I'd watch for sure. I mean, let's just take out all the legal stuff, like insurance, injuries, all that things. Like,
well, we were saying that if you
just-
could make a wood court, a hardwood NBA quality court, you could paint them now and make them look like an outdoor court.
Yeah, because I doubt they play like asphalt or
that wasn't
concrete. Right?
That was not even a thought for me. I just wanted to see
Are
a
you
game
talking
outdoors.
like something like the aircraft game with Michigan State,
Yeah,
but not
but-
on an
but
aircraft?
not on an aircraft, right,
like
yeah.
just outside.
Yeah,
I'm not against it. I mean, dude, now it's 2025. I think we'll have a game on Mars at some point if it gets ratings, right?
It will sell. Who's buying the broadcast rights?
Exactly.
Yep.
It's gonna be streamed somewhere. Yeah, I'm not against that. I like venues, all that stuff. Like you're basically saying, it seems like other sports are doing it.
Yeah.
Why not? Right? Basketball, the NBA, get on board, try it out.
I mean, they're going to play hockey in Florida outdoors, right?
Yes.
I mean,
That's
you look
the
at the
plan.
NBA, they've gone cutting edge with their in-season tournament, which is a wonderful success.
NBA Cup, man. Here we go.
You know what's funny? I was thinking about the NBA Cup today. In
the shower?
Yeah, no, I was driving in. I was like, the crazy thing is there's right around the NBA Cup where the Pistons started to play well. This Piston team might win the NBA Cup.
Oh, yeah, they would.
The Piston team, they certainly would have made it to bracket play. The Piston team that
plays
failed,
now, yeah.
the team that played now might be one of the favorites to get out of their group and actually
See,
make it.
now
to
you're going to
bracket.
warm up to the NBA Cup.
I wanted to warm up to anything to give an F about the Pistons, and now they have
And they-
far
they have-
exceeded
they-
that, and
they
they're,
did it, yeah.
they're really, really good. So 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Your family deserves the best water. Contact CGC Water and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. With the warmer weather and melting snow, make sure your basement is dry. Save 10% now on a new Zoller sump pump from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Feedback. I'm all for this, but no to the chain net. I saw someone almost lose part of their hand from a chain net. Dude, the first place it should host would be Rucker Park. Golf on the Moon. That's from an unnamed texter. Brandon Waterford. I don't watch a whole lot of NBA games. I would definitely watch an outdoor NBA game. Unnamed texter. NBA Street Series. I'd be into that. Mike in Waterford, the NBA All-Star break should be done outside. Do a 3-versus-3 style basketball tournament. White man can't jump style. The players get to make their own teams, 4 or 5 guys. Definitely chain nets. James in Sylvania, your biggest hiccup with the outdoor NBA? Wind. Remember shooting in your driveway in the fall and spring and would take the ball off into the neighbor's yard? KD won't like that. He singles out KD.
They don't want to play an outdoor game in my old driveway, man. There was a branch involved.
Dude.
Tree.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew how to play home court very well.
Dude,
when my friends came over, though.
It's so funny, like, the number of times you end up smashing into the garage door. Like,
it'd be amazing. Like, timeouts, they all drink from a hose.
Yeah. The driveway, the cracked cement and a driveway basketball court that everybody plays around. The shooting at line drives to get it underneath the tree.
Kevin Durant's mom coming out going, quiet down! No swearing.
Mom.
NBA players have to move the car before the game starts.
Everyone park your bikes over here.
There's, the driveway, there's a window. There's like a window right there. Regarding Aiden Hutchinson and a possible contract extension, now that Max Crosby has his deal, and it feels like a prudent business move would be to sign your guy early to a similar deal, save money long term, but definitely beat Jerry and the Dallas Cowboys to the punch when it comes to them trying to re-sign Micah Parsons. That way, you can not have to go to $42 million, $45 million for an edge rusher.
You got to sign it before Jerry signs Parsons.
Because
Jerry's going to way overpay.
Jerry's the guy that thinks it's a badge of honor to overpay. Like, Jerry's the guy that does it and makes it sound like it's a win for him. So, yeah, you got to beat Jerry to the punch. Unnamed texter says, Hutch plays 110 every play. You seem certain of his physical health, but what about his mental health and what that might mean to his aggressiveness?
I don't understand.
I don't either. I think you already, let's start with the mental health of somebody that's going to play this game for a living. You already have to have a screw loose to do
you're
it.
You're a different person altogether. People think they can play in the NFL, but you can't.
I'm not certain.
There is a different mentality altogether.
I'm not certain of his physical health, but when he broke his leg, I thought of it, and I continue to think of it as a typical broken leg, which players come back from. This isn't multiple. He didn't dislocate. He didn't tear every ligament in his knee.
No, he didn't.
They didn't consider amputation.
No, they didn't.
In some of these injuries, their amputation was in play. Did we ever hear that Hutchinson might lose portions of his leg and he'll be out 8 to 10 weeks? No. We never heard amputation. I don't think Hutch deserves all that money now. He was good for 5 or 6 games against a tight end or backup tackle. Show me you can do it against the upcoming schedule. In my opinion, he's a middle-of-the-road talent at rush end. That's from Rick.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm going to make the assumption that Rick is a Spartan and just doesn't want to give any accolades to any Michigan player. That's the assumption I'm going to make. No, I don't care. I don't care.
Do that.
I don't care. As a Spartan, I'm going to say that. I'm going to call him out because I think that's where you come up with the stupidity of an opinion like that. To say you think he's middle of the road edge rusher, this guy gets more pressure on the quarterback than anybody in the league. And he was realizing that with what he have 7.5 sacks through 5 games this season. He's gotten better each year. If you don't recognize that he is one of the top 5 in the league at what he does, then you're just ashamed to admit it. you're afraid to do it. You're blinded by your loyalties somewhere else. And it's too bad because he's a Detroit Lion now. He's beyond college. It's okay to root for guys when they're on the Lions if you're a Lions fan, regardless of where they matriculated from. Aiden Hutchinson is a stud. Now, if you want to come out and say, I want to wait and see, the whole first part of that was fine. Want to wait and see how he does against the tough competition that they're going to have this year. Tough schedule. Okay, fine. That's fair enough. There's a downside to that, as we've discussed ad nauseum. Downside is you're probably going to have to pay more down the road if you're going to wait a year. But if you're willing to, you want to make sure, that's fine. I want to make sure on my investment that this is the right thing to do. Fair enough. But don't follow it up by the BS that you think he's a middle of the road edge rusher. Come on.
As I like to say, I have a fundamental disagreement with your boy Rick.
My boy Rick. Okay.
I do not think that Aiden Hutchinson is a, quote, middle of the road rush end. Next text from Matt. No ligament damage, no tendon damage. This is just a broken bone. And we get people telling us his career is over. He will be fine. He may even be better than he was last year. I'm not sweating this.
Did we have the same concern for Alex Anzalone? Wow, I don't know if he can come back. He broke that arm, you know? And what'd he do? Came back like 6 weeks later and was playing football at a high level.
Mm-hmm. It's funny how I seriously think there's two things. Three things really at play here. James Houston broke his leg and was never the same.
I didn't even think of that one, but maybe.
But I'm going to guess here that James Houston, I think it's probably more likely that James Houston reverted to probably what he was.
Maybe.
I mean, he was a low pick. He probably reverted to the mean.
But he did not look, when he came back and played this past season, the limited that he played, even in the preseason.
Well removed for the broken leg.
Yeah, he did not look. I always wondered if there were complications with that, if he just wasn't 100% and he kept pushing it to try to get out there, because he did not look anywhere close to what he was the previous season. There was no quick burst.
Well,
he didn't get to the quarterback, and he was just
I think there's Houston. Good. I think there's all the injuries they had last year. That have people, and I think the Super Bowl, I'll be back for the Super Bowl, and then video weeks later show him still limping. People think if they thought he was possibly going to be back for the Super Bowl and he couldn't run on it without a bit of a limp a couple weeks after the Super Bowl, are they thinking that oh God, it's not going well? Because the Super Bowl thing was a lofty and probably unrealistic goal. I'm afraid that promoting Carter Mazur up to the big club means that Yzerman doesn't plan on making a big splash at the trade deadline. Just my fears and thoughts. That's from Joe and the Thumb.
Well, I think it was a move where they said, all right, he's played well, 11 points in his last 11 games, 15 points in 20 games. He's an abrasive guy to play against. It seems like this is a perfect, fit for the Red Wings, but is he ready to come up? I don't know if he's ready to come up, but I think I've seen enough of Christian Fisher as a Red Wing fan. Nothing against Christian Fisher, but I've seen enough. He is what he is. He's a fourth-line guy at best. Why not give a younger guy a chance to see what's there? I don't think this stops them from doing anything. I hope the results of tonight's game, if they don't win tonight's game, I hope that doesn't stop Steve Yzerman or deter him from making a move that would better this team. He still has to be the GM and work things out every day to see if he can make this team better. And I don't think if they lose that should stop that. I hope it doesn't stop that. Did find it interesting reading a story in the Free Press today about Carter Mazur that he woke up from a nap to see that he missed not one, not two, but 3 missed calls from Steve Yzerman because he was napping. He said, it's kind of a bad time to get a phone from Steve right now, but it was pretty awesome to hear what he had to say to me.
Oh, that's funny because he probably thought he was traded. That's what he means, right? That's a bad time to get a phone call from Steve?
Oh, either that or while you're napping is a bad time to get a call from somebody. But
I would imagine if you're a prospect this time and the GM of the team you play for calls, you might be like, uh-oh.
Yeah. He said, I was awake for 2 minutes, so it was pretty quick. It was like, yeah, we're calling you up. And I thought I was still dreaming for sure, but it was awesome.
Gator, I want to send out congratulations to a friend of the show and one of the best dudes out there. Dan Wetzel is leaving Yahoo Sports, and he is going to ESPN, where he is going to focus on investigative reporting, news analysis, feature work, storytelling, multiple platforms, including podcasts, television, streaming, spaces. Probably brings an end to, well, I don't know, might bring an end to his College Football Inquirer podcast, which is a must listen for a college football fan. Dan's really, really, really talented, good. He's interesting to listen to, great perspective on the world. I just saw this and I want you to explain it. So ESPN announces it. We tweet back and you tweet back. Congrats to our guy rolling with some warm Big Flats beer. What is that in reference to?
Dan came to my house years ago. You were watching a UFC pay-per-view, one of the first ones that maybe it had been the first pay-per-view I'd ever gotten. I had just gotten the new HD TV. And he comes over to the house, and he brought with him a 12-pack of Big Flats beer. It was warm. Big Flats was a beer that you would get from Rite Aid. So Dan
Some people like to go to, the little breweries, the microbrews. Dan went to Rite Aid.
He went to Rite Aid, picked up a 12-pack of Big Flats, and we've laughed about it ever since. So that, and then the rest of it was...
While handicapping a horse racing featuring Her Royal Nibs.
So when Dan and I were doing the show before you and I did the show, Dan was out investigating, doing some investigating reporting, and happened to be in Vegas while I was doing the show from here. And he's on the air with us. We're doing the show, whatever. And I said, he's in the middle of the casino at Caesars.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, we got to get some action going, And he's like, yeah, well, there's nothing going on. He goes, except for horse racing. Well, let's go. Let's pick a pony. So we bet on a horse named Her Royal Nibs.
Okay.
And the horse, I believe, placed.
Really?
Yeah. So we won a little bit of money, and Dan's doing the play-by-play as it's going on. We're all getting excited. Like, come on, Nibs! Let's go, Nibs!
All right. Nibs. There was some return on Nibs.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a return on that, so that was great. I think Evan was working on our show at the time. I don't know if Ken, were you working on? Did you work Wetzelgate, or I don't think you did.
Might have been a little crossover.
Yeah. But that was a fun time.
Wetzelgate. We had someone from the Real World interviewed once.
We did.
Derek,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I can't believe we did that.
I can't believe we did that either. No. Yeah. We had Dana White on back in the day. We had Randy Couture, I think, came on the show, and we had a lot of fun doing that. Dan's a great guy. Love Dan.
All right. Rico Beard's made his way in studio. What's up, man?
I negotiated the habit trail that is our office. So
yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I'm looking for the piece of cheese because I made it here.
Oh, I love cheese.
Congratulations.
That sounds good.
What do you got? What do you got planned coming up next?
Well, ironically enough, we talked a little bit about we had Joey Bosa, and now he becomes available. So, would you rather door number 1 or door number 2? I'll explain that a little bit later.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Jackson native and one of the Wings' top prospects, Carter Mazur, preparing for his NHL debut tonight against the Utah Hockey Club. Michael Rasmussen has also been cleared to return to the ice tonight for Detroit. After recent results, the Wings are 2 spots at the last wildcard spot, now trailing the Rangers. Broadcast right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:45. Michigan State basketball can clinch the outright Big Ten title tonight with a win over Iowa, tipped there at 8. The Tigers will once again play a spring breakout game featuring some of their top prospects against those of the Braves. Max Clark, who is left off the Major League spring training roster, headlines the breakout group. Joining them are number 2 through 4 prospects Kevin McGonigal, Bryce Rayner, and Tyrone Lorenzo. The tilt will be next Sunday. Oakland men's basketball looks to keep their March Madness dreams alive as they're on the road at Milwaukee tonight. It's the second round of the Horizon League tournament, and the winner heads to Indy for a trip to the semis. Catch Neil Rule's call over on the Bet 1270 at 8 p.m. tonight. The one-of-one Paul Skeens autographed patch rookie card will head to auction tomorrow and will close after 2 weeks. Fanatics Collect is handling the auction and say it should land a, quote, very significant sale, end quote. Fanatics plans to donate all proceeds to the LA Fire Relief Program. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It is that season, isn't it? Old Hairspray, not far away. Mr. Mel Kiper. All right, welcome in on a Thursday. We've got a jam-packed show. We do not have any time for low-energy radio. We've got some Lions issues to handle. We have a special at 4 o'clock. It is the antithesis of big black rumors. It's going to be limp white rumors. An NHL deadline special. We think we've uncovered the Wings' number 1 target. Kenny is going to give us a full rundown of getting to know this man. That's at 4. How are you? You good?
I'm looking forward to the 4 o'clock hour.
There you go. Nice and white for Kenny. Just the way he likes it. All right. Why don't we start with this? I thought we did a very timely topic yesterday, Ricardo. And it was all about Joey Bosa versus Myles Garrett and this player A, player B. I view Joey Bosa as a fake Rolex. I view Myles Garrett as the real McCoy. Oreo Hydrox. Fruity-O's Fruit Loops. Mm-hmm. Well, as it would happen, by the time we had gotten home, Joey Bosa got released.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask a question of everybody. And I do think it is fun to have a little bit of a debate. One is, look, you can have Joey Bosa. Candidly, he's on the open market, and he's a businessman. He is in the business. Now, I understand a lot of people are going, all right, San Francisco downloading to play with his brother. It's very plausible. Right. I do understand that. But money matters. The best offer matters. So you can have Joey Bosa, and you get to keep pick 28. So I was joking around with Rico. I said, okay, let's say you want to let Brad cook, and you want to shop at the oft-injured aisle again. What if it was Bosa and Kenneth Grant at 28? Bosa and Derek Harmon at 28? Bosa and a corner? Whatever you choose. That's one. You don't give up any capital. You simply spend money. And the Lions are in the very healthy cap position of between 40 and 60 million. Okay. The other side of it is what we talked about. Do you really want to go down the road of Davenport Avenue? Do you really want to go down the road of Carlton Davis Drive again? The oft-injured cul-de-sac. Joey Bosa the last 4 years has started 9 games, 5 games, 4 games. Going 4 years ago, you got to find a 14-start season. Guy cannot stay healthy. And remember, Rico, what do you think a number is for a Bosa? 23? 24?
See, it's funny because he's going to ask for the world, but realistically speaking, Joey, you haven't played a lot.
Right.
So if you're going to come in here asking for a ridiculous amount of money, you can go play with your brother. You can go somewhere else for some sucker who will sign. You'll go to the Saints because they just print money down in New Orleans. But other than that, yeah,
So you're kind of out before I present the other side.
No, I'm actually not. I'm actually for this argument. But go ahead and present the other side.
No, the other side is simple. You pay the freight. You don't need to go to Canal Street and buy a fake watch. Go buy the real thing. Yeah, you're going to give up some picks. You're not going to be picking at 28. But you're going to get Myles Garrett. Starts 16 games a year, 17 games a year. On average, last 4 years, 16, 16, 14, 14 sacks. That's 15 per. He's going to give you 18 to 22 tackles for loss. He's going to hit the quarterback 30 times. I mean, it's the real McCoy. There's death, taxes, and Myles Garrett. So I want to know which of these is more appealing to you. Because candidly, look, Rico, we talked about it yesterday. Max Crosby signed. He's done.
Right.
There is not nary a rumor of Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons. The only rumor you had is the Lions had reached out on Garrett. If you don't get one of those four, you're in the Hydrox aisle. Right. And make no mistake, Joey Bosa is Hydrox. He is not Oreos.
See,
he doesn't play.
I'm looking at it like this, and only because Brad has – this is going to be a draft, Mike, we've said it. This is a big people draft. So because you need defensive linemen, you can go in there and get in your first and second round pick 2 legitimate starters in the NFL. But let's just say you take pick 28 and you pair that with Bosa. I can live with that because you're not banking the house on one person. If he gives it's like when you buy the fake watch, you know what? It's going to look good at the Christmas party, okay? I don't expect it to still be around for Valentine's Day, but at least for New Year's Eve, maybe. Christmas, yeah. After that, it's a crapshoot. We'll see what happens. But at least you have the pick 28 where if you do this right, man, you're looking from Grant to Harmon to a ton of people who could be available for you that'll be young. You can have them under contract for the next 5 years and really help this team out. And maybe I've just hit the acceptance phase of this. I don't see Brad making this type of move when he comes out and says, yeah, you know, we really can't afford it and we just got to worry about Hutch. And so it's kind of like Javi on the Tigers. All right, I can want a lot of things. It's just not going to happen. So I like if you bring him in and you can get him at a good price and not overpay, and you got to know, every Lions fan has to know, when this happens, if you can get him for more than 9 games, you've won because he's probably not going to see game number 10.
See, that's the problem. And again, I picked the number out, $25 million. That's what the Chargers are saving. 25.4 was their line in the sand for a guy that he's not been healthy in 3 years. 25 is probably what the ask is. He's not going to get 35 or 30. I think 25. So the question is, do you want to make a $100 million commitment to a guy who hasn't played a remotely clean season in 4 years? See, I don't. Now, I don't think you're wrong in doing what you're doing. Now, you're right, Rico. If all of a sudden I can get Joey Bosa at 15, 17.
Yeah, I mean, heaven forbid. Look, let's just play fantasy world and you get him for, you know, a 3-year, $40 million contract.
I mean, that's a different conversation. I'm not mad about it. I would be surprised.
But at 25, just know, walking in, he's Davenport. He's Davis. He's probably not going to see the. So if you go out there and you draft correctly,
yeah.
I know it's going to sound weird, but maybe you put him on a pitch count just to try to keep him for the entire season.
I'm just on the other side of the equation. I want the real McCoy. I'm done.
I'm not mad at you.
I'm done shopping at that Lethal Weapon 3 DVD bin. Go get me the real McCoy. Because here's the other thing. Lee McNeil's coming off a catastrophic injury. Aiden Hutchinson's coming off a catastrophic injury. I just want to lay my head on my pillow at night and know I've got a gold jacket Hall of Famer. Joey Bosa, I think you'd be going down the same road again. But it's fascinating because you're right. It is a 2-for-1. You aren't losing equity. Draft capital, rather. Excuse me. David, Kenny, feel free. 248-539-9797. Let's get this party started today.
Would love to have Myles Garrett here.
First of all, Yeah, I mean, if I didn't take a double take, I'd swear that Idris Elba was producing the show. I mean, David was the DJ at a funeral this morning, and he is in a
The DJ.
Well, what does running audio mean? You
Well,
DJ
you know-
at a funeral.
You know, Idris is actually a DJ too. So David, it fits.
The point I'm making is David is in a fashion all-black sweater, slacks. He had on a fancy hat.
It's not my best, but
it was
It
fantastic.
was a James Bond audition, wasn't it?
It was tremendous.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I would love to
What was
have
on the
Myles
playlist?
Garrett here. Myles Garrett would be Myles Garrett would be the it player to get and to pair with Aiden Hutchinson. But I lean more in the direction of the senator from Wyoming, and that is Rico.
Oh, my.
And the reason why is because of exactly what you said. I don't believe Brad Holmes is going to make the move. So if that's the foundation.
Yeah, see, it's what you want versus what you think Brad's going to
Correct.
do.
No, because-
but hold on.
I know.
I want everybody in this room. Listen, dare to dream. Okay. I want you to dream.
Okay, because here's the thing. Not to
Well,
cut you
dreaming.
Dave,
Wow. Okay.
If you went and got Myles Garrett, when you put your head on the pillow, you know, I just got the best player on my defense.
Yes.
If you brought in Joey Bosa and a draft pick, let's say it's Grant or Harmon, you don't know who the best
There's
player
still
in your
question
The
marks.
best player in your defense is coming off of a broken leg. So when you get Myles Garrett, and I don't care about any of these other people, I have something to start game one because you don't know where game one could be on the road at Kansas City. Game road could be you're playing Philadelphia. You're playing the cupcake schedule is gone. So you may hit the ground running, and if your guys aren't completely healthy and ready for the season, it's like baseball. You can't win the Super Bowl in September, but you sure as hell can lose it in September.
And that's the thing. We are discussing Super Bowl here with this team. I was on the phone with a friend last night. You get Myles Garrett, and I think you can almost pencil them in. They would have the two most dominant defensive ends together, paired together. There's other dominant guys in the league, but you're pairing two dominant guys together. You could pencil them in and have an argument and say, you know what? Yes.
You know what, David? Here's the thing. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this. Let's just say you brought Myles Garrett in. You could bring Hutch back in slowly. He doesn't have to be the guy. He is the Robin. He is the second
He was
guy.
ready for the Super Bowl, bro.
Okay, I know.
So I'm sorry. Sorry, Lions fan made an appearance again.
But you don't have to rush him back. You could take your time. He doesn't have to feel the pressure of being that guy. He doesn't have to be the savior of the defense because Myles Garrett is. It's not him. So just saying, like, because I saw that running and a Lions guy, he wasn't going to be ready for the Super Bowl.
See, but then there's the other side of it. And while they play differently, Kenneth Grant and Aleem McNeil, if you drafted him and took Joey Bosa, then you can say with Aleem, you can ease him in. So it's, similar on either side.
And you would hope that you would have Bosa for at least the first 3-4 games?
248-539.
Is that asking too much?
9797. You pick your destiny. Moran Chevrolet, officially Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024. And they're starting 2025 with all the best deals. You can lease a 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. A 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for. You go to MoranExpress.com, certified service. You get the loaner. You go about your day and do the things you need to do. No time wasted. 2025 Moran Chevrolet. It's a winning combination. Score your best deal. MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive. Okay, Kenny, before we get to the phones, I would love to hear from you on this. Joey Bosa is now a free man. He is on the market, but it is a Brad Holmes guy. Oft injured, boom bust, high talent, 9 games, 5 games, 4 games last 3 years. You get to keep your pick. You want to shop Lethal Weapon 3 DVD, or are you still, look, I have the ability to get Superman. Yes, it costs more. Yes, it will be expensive. I want Superman.
Maybe this is because I've been down the hockey rabbit hole of, hey, let's not spend too much. But you said something that I kind of jived with earlier in the last segment. You said, believe to dream. Be allowed to believe in something. I want to believe in something here. And by the way, I'm tired of talking about discount bins. I'm tired of talking about players like Nick Bosa. I'm tired of talking about the second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth best option that you're like, fine enough. Yeah, we'll take that. I'm tired of that. I want Superman.
Wow.
I want the bullets to deflect off my chest. I want Superman.
That's what happens when you wear that national championship shirt.
That's right. There's something within me, Rico. There's something that fills me. Yeah, no, I'm 100% in Joe. It's Myles Garrett for me. There's no second place. There's no silver medal.
If you dare to dream, Kenny, I'm not mad at you. And I guess you're right. It's just you just get so beaten down because it's like constantly going to your parents. Hey, can I get no?
These teams in this town have browbeaten me to the point where
They've lowered your expectations.
I want something. I want anything. No, I refuse to do that. It's causing me mental anguish when the Red Wings don't spend, or when the Tigers don't spend, or when they don't make a good trade, or when they settle for the third or fourth best option. No.
See, I'm going to say this: the Lions are different than the other 3 teams here, because the Lions actually have a legitimate shot at winning the Super Bowl,
which makes this
their title. So yeah, that's why I'm with you.
That makes this all way more frustrating, though, because they are close. They're the closest by a lot. So solidify it. The window closes so quickly in the NFL.
Your window fits his contract, 2 years.
Yes.
So you know what? At the end of 2 years, if you haven't won it and you got to hit the reset button, you can let him go. You don't have to re-sign him, and you can move on. But you took a bite at the apple. You tried, and look, if you didn't win, I got no hard feelings because you did your best. You went out there and got the best player for that defense.
I would rather try and fail than go discount shopping. That's all.
David, Ticket Text, what do you got? What's the early returns on this?
Alan in Detroit says, am I out of pocket? I want to sign Joey and make a trade for Myles Garrett. He's just asking the question if he's out of pocket. He's dreaming. I'm all hard up thinking of a line of Harmon and Bosa. Don't get Myles Garrett. Okay. If we keep Zadarius, sign Bosa, and draft Grant, that's the plan I'd like. Granted, only if Bosa agrees to a fair 1 or 2 year deal max. That is
value.
from max.
Value.
Correct.
Okay.
The outcome fantasy would be Myles Garrett for me. That is Al in Redford. Bosa is injury prone. I fully expect Holmes to sign him. That's his type of guy. That is from Mike. No Bosa, no way. He's not suddenly healed. He's going to take cap spin. We could apply to any other contributors, any position. AC from Monroe.
I just look, it's PTSD. It's why I don't like signing guys where availability is an issue. Think about how you felt when Marcus Davenport missed the year, and then at the worst time of year, Carlton Davis was not available to you. And then I want you to think about, this is your prized free agent signing, and Joey Bosa is not there. I just don't think we can project a 14, 15, 16, certainly 17 game season from him. Could it happen? Of course it could. In the same way that Teddy Bridgewater famously, in a non-contact format, had his leg blow in 18 pieces. Things happen. But I don't want to go down this path. Now, you could say, well, Myles Garrett could get hurt. Right. But the data we have is he doesn't. But you're playing a game of violence. It's all up to chance. Rico, for me, I don't think there's right and wrong. I think there's different. And I'm going off of last season. And look, this is something. It's a point of contention I've had about this is, why does Brad Holmes want to sign injured players? Why do we keep signing injured players?
You know why? Discount.
Okay.
Because an injured player can't walk in here and say, Brad, like Joey Bosa, I want $30 million. Well, you're not going to get that, but I can work with you and I'll get you a spot on the field. Okay, I'll take that. So that's why.
Yeah. David, go ahead.
Someone texts in and says, Myles Garrett or bust. That is from Tim. Someone else said this, though. I want Garrett, and I'm willing to make a deal that I'm uncomfortable with to make that happen. Taking 2 first, J-Mo or Branch to get Myles in Detroit. You get Bosa for 3 for 38 with incentives over 10 games, and Sawyer at 28. I'm down all day for that. Mike is spot on, except for the Hot Drops reference. MG's record speaks for itself. He's the real deal, and Aleem may not be ready for the regular season. Brad Holmes doesn't get an A-lister edge rusher. I'm convinced he's not trying to get Detroit to the Super Bowl. Hey, guys, I'm up for Bosa, Mack, and a D tackle at number 28. That is Mike in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Pass on Bosa, though, because he'll be the next Marcus Davenport.
And you know what? It might be unfair to label him as that, but it's hard for me to unsee what we saw last year. Let's get the people in the mix. George in Farmington bats leadoff, 97.1. George, what's going on, buddy?
Thanks for taking my call, Mike. It's been a long time since I called you guys, but I listen every day.
Thank you.
I've been on the train I've been preaching the gospel of Myles Garrett or bust because I saw the Super Bowl. We all saw the Super Bowl. And ironically, the 2 guys that Brad Holmes passed on were the ones who were powering that harassment of Patrick Mahomes. And it's literally, like you guys said, Brad Holmes has this, thing about wanting to sign injured players. I'm not in the, I don't think he'll make the move, but I'm in my mind demanding that he make the move. Otherwise, I think without Myles Garrett, the Super Bowl window is shut if he doesn't at least try to land him here, because they have to, like you said, Rico, that schedule, they got to go against Burrow on the road, Lamar Jackson on the road, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels on the road, and Jordan Love's not going to be on one leg. Myles Garrett is insurance that you will have a puncher's chance to make sure that those guys cannot stay in the pocket comfortably, and we have a shot, because I don't know with that schedule if they even make it to the playoffs, given where their defense is at, and Aleem is coming back late, and Hutchins is coming off a broken leg. But for some reason in this town, and even with the middays I've listened to a little bit earlier today, they're too scared to want to make the move. It's all about, we like cap flexibility, and we have options. Your own wide receiver said, if we have Myles Garrett, we do not need corners on this team.
Fair. George
Ross said that himself.
George, you know what the rest of the hosts and all these scared fans can do? Go nuzzle up to that cap flexibility when you're in the cold without a Lombardi trophy.
Mike, one more thing. There are a lot of Lions fans. I'm sorry, like we were saying around the time with the postseason, hey, a lot of Lions fans have died off waiting for this team to get good. There's a lot of Lions fans with that same mentality sitting up in the cemetery. I want it now.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
No,
I die.
I'm with you. And I do think, when you have any plan, George, and it's good to hear from you again, brother. I think when you have any plan and you are rigid, I think any plan can fail. Mm-hmm. Now, you also don't want to go willy-nilly and be inconsistent. I think there are tactical deviations from what you want to do. We've talked about this with the Tigers. Hey, don't want to block XYZ. Wait for the kids. Okay, to a point. Now, they had a good faith offer to Alex Bregman. I can't rip them. Did I want the player? Not like that. No. Right. But they tried. With the Lions, how long do you think you're going to go drafting, developing, and signing your own before you got to take the big swing? Now, that's a matter of your perspective. But again, here's the other problem. And I'm not mad at Rico for it at all. But the idea that whatever you pick at 28 is going to be a Pro Bowl player, the other problem you have is Hall of Fame general managers hit about 50% of their first-round picks. Brad has been hot at the tables tonight. He's rolling bones over here. He's had 6 blackjacks. Bottom line is regression's coming. And pick 28 could be a total dud. Could be a great player. The idea that it's a for sure thing, I can't get down with. So that's where I differ. We'll get more of the people coming up momentarily. Rico, curiosity rules the day.
Mike, how about this? Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Here's the thing. Right now, there's a limited time offer. Purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you have to mention my name. Call them up and say, hey, Rico said you guys have this nice full lawn program package, and I want to get this thing. So Rico from 97.1,
said to call you, and you do that. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. And not only that, the first application is the most important application that you can have. You want to get that in early. Why? You want to get the crabgrass control because it's easier to prevent a problem rather than fix a problem. Schedule early. Call right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN. 888-GET-GREEN. And each lawn is assigned its own specialist. So you don't have to worry about a different person coming out each and every time for treatment. You get your own specialist. 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
Okay, so we've asked the question. Joey Bosa is a free man. We did the show yesterday. We talked about, okay, Oreos is Myles Garrett. Hydrox is, well, Joey Bosa. And now you can have one without giving up anything. But remember, ask yourself this. Why didn't Chargers just keep him? They didn't think he was worth $25 million a year. And they didn't renegotiate his deal. In fact, they didn't want to pay him a roster bonus. They're getting rid of him. So you do need to begin asking, hey, when those conversations in LA happen with the team doctors, with the coaching staff, and they look around the room and they don't chart a pathway where it's worth making Joey Bosa a Charger for life, I think you do have to ask yourself that question a little bit. I don't want to go down that road again. Yes, I'm willing to pay the freight because I also don't value pick 28 that highly when it is something I need to give up, plus to get a gold jacket Hall of Famer, a guy that plays every week. So it's a good conversation. Mark, Rochester, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you. How are you doing?
Excellent, pal. What do you make of all this? Are you capable emotionally of talking Lions? Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm all right. I appreciate that. I'm all right.
No, Mark, you're my guy.
And they're
You're my guy. Your guts got ripped out. I still feel bad. I want to make sure you're okay.
No. I mean, Brad Holmes and his lack of urgency and obsession with injured players cost me damn near $100,000. But you know what? I mean, every time I hear a player linked to Brad Holmes, I think of Moneyball and like Jonah Hill's character Peter when he's like, Billy, this is Chad Bradford. He throws funny, so nobody wants him. We can get him for $200,000 when he should cost $3 million, and it's like, oh my gosh.
This is the Greek god of walk.
Yeah.
I hear you. So what do you want to do?
No, I'm probably going to surprise you with my call in. Listen, I've been calling your show for a long time now, screaming about a D lineman. I'm actually in a place where it's like, you know what? I like Joey Bosa. I like the size. I like the pedigree. I like the talent. Are we signing a supersized Marcus Davenport? Probably. But I'm kind of reaching a place where Myles Garrett probably isn't on the market right now. And I can't vilify and scream about Brad Holmes not getting him until I read a report that the Eagles got him or the Commanders got him or whoever. So I'm not – if we get Bosa and Garrett re-signs in Cleveland, awesome. But if we get Bosa and we should have had, it's just that's more where I'm at right now. But I like Bosa. I mean,
do you?
That's only where I'm at.
Yeah, and I mean, Mark, I'm not mad at you. I like Bosa if he's on the field. I mean, 6'6", 280-pound guys, they don't grow on trees. But when you've played a grand total of, 18 games in 3 years? I just think at a certain point, hey, once is a fluke, twice is a trend, 3 is who you are. So do I want to be the team that's got to be in the Joey Bosa? And you know what? Look, Mark, I'm admitting a weakness here. I'm admitting to you this past year, again, signing injured players, just like when they signed Mosley, just like you sign these players who always get hurt, and they get hurt, I'm burnt out by it. That doesn't mean signing a safer option is going to work. Garrett could fall down a flight of stairs. But yeah, Mark, I
don't think enough people are. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't think enough people are recognizing that next year is probably a step back year. Like last year was the year for us to go all in to make the big move to get across the finish line, and then from that point try and create a dynasty. They didn't make enough big moves. And now people are going to this year, and they're kind of behind the trend. And it's like, guys, we probably need to have more of a retool year so that we can last long. I got an idea for you, Mike, though, if you'll hear me out. And this is going to be so flying in the face of what you think. But hear me out. What do you think if at 28 Brad Holmes just goes, you know what, I want to stick to BPA. The highest graded guy on my board is Emeka Egbuka. And I'm going to bring him in. He's going to add another level of maturity to my overall roster. It's going to allow Jameson Williams to just be that go-route guy even more. And if Jameson Williams keeps acting the way he does, then I have my wide receiver too for the future. And then I'll spend my money in free agency on my defensive needs.
Why would I be mad at that? Mark, I'm not mad at all because I am now in the church of there's no point predicting what the Lions are going to do. They're going to take the best football player. And when you're at 28, I don't think need is what you do.
No, it's a funny thing.
You love that kid, by the way. That is your guy.
No, it's funny because it's almost like Mark was in the pre-show when I'm like, Mike, you keep talking about defensive linemen. Yeah. What if Brad just decides, I want another wide receiver, and I'm going to bring him in here? And
I'm fine with it.
Because, Brad cooks, and he cooks.
There's nothing he could draft at 28 short of a running back or a quarterback that would upset me.
That would upset me.
What?
A wide receiver. And I like Emeka Egbuka. But no,
that's fine.
Only because you'll be wasting an opportunity because there's so many defensive linemen in this draft that in other drafts, some of these guys may be going a lot higher, but because there's no quarterbacks and anything like that, they're going to be around. It's a lot of depth. Get somebody now. A wide receiver is somebody you can get later on in the draft. So instead of drafting a lineman who's just learning American football, go get somebody who
but that was a third-round pick. I mean, I want to be fair.
No. Right. But, Mike, your third-round pick
should start.
How much did that third-round pick help you when all of that defensive line went down?
I actually have the answer. We have audio of it.
So, yes, you're not good enough to do the draft and stash yet. Everybody that you pick needs to play. So that's why. A wide receiver is somebody you can get in the third round.
Okay.
You get fourth round, and they can come out there and because you already have two good ones.
Rico doesn't want to let Brad cook.
But
I'm
Brad
kidding,
always.
I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding.
you know what? If that's the case, I don't. And David, you know why? I
do.
I don't believe in receivers that much that you could pick up a receiver. Now, granted, he's out for 2 years, but Tank Dell goes after Hendon Hooker. He was pretty good while he still had a functional leg and knees.
Brad always talks about the first round grade. The first round grade. If he has a first round grade on a receiver and he's there, I don't see a problem with it, especially with the idea because good teams always think ahead a year. If you're not going to accept the fifth-year option on J-Mo, then you're thinking ahead and you have his replacement.
Or, hear me out.
Oh, boy.
Hear me out. Kenny, I'll let you be the judge of this. Hear me out. You learned your lesson from last year and said, our defensive line fell apart. We didn't have any depth. We had injured players. Let's go out and get as many guys as we can to help us out so that we never you're allowed to make a mistake in life. The key is, will you make the same mistake again? If you go out there and you look at getting a receiver or another toy, you're making the same mistake again, especially when you have a guy who can help out your defensive line at pick 28 if you decide not to go after Myles Garrett.
Well, it's also why I don't value pick 28 for the reasons we're talking about is who's really going to start. I mean, we talk about these D linemen like, are they playing 60 snaps a week? No. Oh, well, we need a corner. Okay, well, how did it work drafting a rookie last year? The idea is you're going to have 2 second-year corners, and really Rakestraw will be a rookie. He didn't play. Adding another young corner there, I don't think that fixes a lot unless the pass rush is exponentially better. So, no, I'm with you on this. I guess to Mark's point, it was like I've kind of given up the ship where he takes the best available. It does work out more than it doesn't. I wasn't going to freak out about a wideout because I'm with David in this regard. I'm not paying J-Mo. I like J-Mo. But I cannot have Amon-Ra over here, and then I got to pay J-Mo 25 over here.
Well, you know what? Let me just go ahead and add to the group because you know where I feel about signing, re-signing.
You hate receivers. I know.
I don't hate receivers.
That feels like hate. Feels like, seems like, sounds like. Yeah. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, what's up, buddy?
Hi, I was calling to chime in because I've been listening the last 2-3 weeks, and I haven't heard anyone bring up this point, and it might upset some Lions fans, but I watch a lot of UFC, and then the Ultimate Fighting, this injury happens a lot, actually, like a lot more than NFL. And Anderson Silva, he was an all-time middleweight great. He got the same injury as Hutch. He didn't come back for 3 years. Chris Weidman was a UFC champion. He didn't come back for 3 years. Conor McGregor has the same injury. It's been 4 years for Conor McGregor. Now, I know Conor McGregor is out partying and doing all that, but to think that Aiden Hutchinson is going to be able to come back and be Aiden Hutchinson in 1 year from this injury, the people that think that are crazy. If Aiden Hutchinson comes back and he's 75% or 80% of what he was after a year, you're going to be lucky. So I would go out and get Myles Garrett to replace Aiden Hutchinson, the Aiden Hutchinson that he was. Because if you think Aiden Hutchinson is going to come back and be 100% of what he was, that is way too much pressure to put on that young kid.
I think I would meet you in the middle on it, Justin, is that I agree with you that the people that thought he was playing in the Super Bowl are complete morons. I think if you think he's coming back full 110% week one, I agree with you. I think he can work himself into it. And I don't think it's going to be something that'll affect him forever. No, I don't. Now, again, I can't speak to the specifics of the UFC and what it would take and bone structure. But Justin, we've seen plenty of football players. If Willis McGahee can come back, anybody can. So it's like, look, Aiden's as hard of a worker as there is. I do think he'll play at a high level next year. I'll meet you in the middle. I don't want to get into semantics of 100 versus 80%. I think he'll be very good. But you're right. From day one, no, I think you're putting a lot of pressure. I do.
Which is why I said this is where, if you're smart, you get a Myles Garrett, you can bring him along slowly. He doesn't have to be the savior of the team.
248-539-9797. All I can tell you is college basketball is reaching its zenith.
The system that's not a system but plays like a system is now up to 15-4 on the year. Just throwing that out there. Just saying. We got a couple of plays for you on Cash Ticket tonight. FanDuel will have all the action, even the in the mud. I mean, the games we're playing tonight are worse than mud. You're rolling around in dookie. $150 in bonus bets if your first five. I mean, Rico, you're talking Sam Houston State. They look like they play in an airplane hangar. Bottom line, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the action. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, issues all over football. Franchise tags, signings, agreements, trades, you name it, it's happening. And free agency, we're on the doorstep. Let's get to a football today. What? Yes?
Oh, no. But today, you know what? Based off of what just happened, I'm going to redeem myself. David?
Okay.
How about we play a little game, Mike, called Washed Up or Worth Something? Wide receiver style. There's a lot of wide receivers out there on the market, okay?
Oh, God. Okay.
So we'll play a little game.
All right.
Now, some are free agents, and then you have some who just want out. Like, we'll start off, Tyler Lockett wants out of Seattle. Washed up or worth something?
I'm going to say washed up. He's got a lot of football played. If you really look at it, he goes down as one of the 5 best Seahawk receivers ever. But he's mainly a deep ball artist. And I think when you get a little long in the tooth, that's a bad combination. I'm going to say washed up. I don't have any interest in him.
Yeah, numbers have declined since his peak in 2021. So, no, he's washed up.
Okay. Christian Kirk. Not long in the tooth, but he's been released off from his second team.
I think the word Alvin Harper comes to mind. You know, when he signed there and got $100 million, he's not a number 1 receiver, but he can be a very nice number 2. They just couldn't keep him with that salary. I will say worth something as a number 2 wide receiver.
I'm going to say washed up. I don't know if he can stay healthy anymore. So because of that reason, I'm going to say I'm good on him washed up.
Okay. Remember, these are receivers who are all available. David, I already know where this is going, so I'm going to ask Mike first. Juju Smith-Schuster.
Washed up. Just not. No, I don't think I need to explain why. I mean, if you want to say as a depth player at this point in his career, bring him in as a 4th option, you know, a backup, fine. But as a full-time starter, 80, 90, 100 targets, no. Washed up for me.
I don't have to answer this. I think you know my answer.
You hate this guy.
Dance some more in the locker room, sir.
Deontay Johnson.
Okay. Physically worth something. Mentally washed. This guy is a malcontent, and he has managed to get himself thrown out of Pittsburgh, thrown out of Carolina, thrown out of Baltimore. You get to a point where at a certain point, the problem is you, son. I'm going to say washed up. And it's a shame because he has real ability. Right. Washed.
The Ravens hated him so much for the short time he was there. They brought him back, which means he can't really go anywhere until the league year starts. He doesn't get the early start. They hate him that much.
So spite
he's washed.
story.
Yeah.
That really was a spite move.
He's washed.
Okay. Elijah Moore.
This breaks my heart. I loved him at Ole Miss. I thought he was going to do some real nice things with the Browns. It's just it's never worked. It's never happened. Do you want to say change of scenery again? You can. I'm not. He just hasn't flashed enough ability. I'll say washed up.
He drafted before A.J. Brown?
Listen, mistakes were made.
Yeah, washed.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Worth something.
Okay.
I think there's still value there, not in the way and who DeAndre was, but like, case in point, if San Francisco brought him in as a rotational receiver, obviously play a lot of snaps, but be one of my top 2-3 targets. There still is value. But as a standalone number 1 who gets 110 targets?
No, just somebody who has some type of value. Like he comes to Detroit and he's in there in the mix with everybody else.
Yeah, I could do that. Okay. I wouldn't do a long-term deal, but I could do that. Yes.
So he's Tim Patrick now.
Oh, yeah. David.
No. I'm not saying talent-wise. I'm saying he'll get you the possession reception. He'll do that on 3rd down, 4th down for you. Yes,
red zone as well.
Yes,
right,
exactly.
So that means he's not why he has some type of a value, and that's not a slam because I like Tim Patrick. But all right, David, I'm going to start with you with this one. Darius Slayton.
I'll surprise you with this.
I think he has something left. Now, the price that he's going to get, no. But, yeah, he's worth something.
He's worth something to a team that has an actual QB and has two really good threats in the passing game, and man, he could be a very nice Tim Patrick type guy. Yes, he's worth something. To the Giants, no, he's not worth anything, and I get tired of looking at him.
Marquise Hollywood Brown.
I think he still has something. If, again, similar to what he just said about the other receiver, you have a quarterback. With Patrick Mahomes, I think if he was healthy this season, you would have seen something. But yes, get a quarterback, he could be something.
I'm going to say washed, and I have reasons. A, everything I've heard is he's a bleep hole. B, refuses to run block. Just refuses. C, couldn't break a tackle against a garbage can. And then we get to the availability as a skill.
Injuries.
I'm just going to say washed. I can't. And if you're not going to block, no rock.
Do I need him to block?
Yeah, if you care about your running game, you do.
Amari Cooper.
There's something there. I think there's something there. Again, I don't think he'll ever replicate prime numbers, but good vet by all accounts, locker room guy, sure-handed, great route runner. Never going to wow you with the breakaway speed, but yeah, I'm happy to bring him in as a rotational guy. Yes, there's value.
I don't know. I think he still has bad feet.
No, that's part of the equation.
Get to the bad team, and he'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hurt. I'm good."
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, that's another one with bad feet.
Well, he's also had some concussion issues as well. Look, he had a little bit of a revival in Dallas, but the availability is a skill. I'm going to stay away from it. I'm going to say washed.
Okay. Chris Godwin.
It's the bad feet edition. His ankles are bad.
Hey, I got accused of hating wide receivers.
I'm going to say with Tampa, yes. Everyone else, I'm not sure.
Multiple ACLs, but he's a very good slot player. He's got size. Can I have the one caveat, worth something on an already good offense?
Yeah.
If he goes to New England, that's a total disaster.
Right.
I will say worth something, got to be on a good team.
So you can put him here in Detroit.
Oh, he'd be wonderful here. Okay. Where do I sign?
Okay. Keenan Allen.
Wash. No, we're done here. Keenan Allen is actually a person who was in the Bible. Like Keenan Allen is in those stories.
He auditioned for the 13th apostle.
Yeah, I can't get any separation. There's no speed. No. I don't want 34-year-old wide receiver. I can't. No.
When the year started, I'm thinking maybe it's Caleb being a rookie and he just can't get him to. No, it was Keenan. He is bad.
Last two, Stephon Diggs. Out. Mentally unstable. Social media drama. Bombed out of Buffalo. It was so weird. I want nothing to do with Steph Diggs. I don't want him in my locker room. I don't want his drama. I don't want his lack of production. Because dollar for dollar, Shakir outperformed him in Buffalo, and it's part of the reason he was gone. I'm out. Personal bias. I don't like the guy.
Such a great talent.
You want him for the Giants.
Come on, man.
Yeah, such a great talent, but the fact that Buffalo continued to win and even look better offensively without him, that's a sign.
Okay. Last one, Devontae Adams.
Hate to say it, used to love him. Washed. I'm done. I want nothing to do with it. 4 teams in a year? No, something's up. I'm good.
I think he'll be great in San Francisco.
Yeah, David, he actually would. I would take him there. But like I said, not as number 1, but as a number 3 receiver.
Problem
number
is
3-ish.
His ego still believes he's a 1.
Well, we'll give him a Taco Bell. He'll be happy.
Oh, the commercials. Okay, I see what you did. I got you.
All right. Well, guys, thanks for playing.
Yeah. Wan'Dale Robinson.
Worth something or washed 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings have a few new additions today. First off, one of their top prospect, Carter Mazur, will make his debut. Mazur's logged 7 goals and 4 assists in his last 11 games with the Griffins. Michael Rasmussen will also make his return from injury. Hear the game versus Utah tonight at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State basketball has a chance to clinch the outright Big Ten regular season title with a win over Iowa tonight. The Hawkeyes are 15-14 and come in as 6.5-point underdogs, tipped there at 8. After their offensive explosion yesterday against the Phillies, the Tigers are off today, back at it tomorrow. And according to Nick Broomberg, the Seahawks have a high asking price for receiver DK Metcalf. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We talked a little Joey Bosa, Myles Garrett in hour one. Go get it if you want it. I want to turn our attention to something, and it's a little bit of a transition into, we just had this conversation about Aiden Hutchinson before we got to the Blitz. And I think something interesting happened yesterday, which was Max Crosby signed with the Raiders. Now, it's not only interesting because he's not on the market anymore, but it's interesting because it reset the edge rusher market. He signed 3 years, I believe $105 million, over 90 of it fully guaranteed. It's a very Kirk Cousins kind of deal. And it's the new way of doing things where a player is going to get fully guaranteed money. So I wanted to ask a question, and it's building off of one of our last callers who had a major concern about Hutch and how he was going to come back or how effective he would be right away. And none of us know. I'm going to show some faith that he's an incredibly hard worker and he'll be really good next year. Again, whether it's 100%, 90%, man, I'm not a doctor. Leave me out of that mess. But here's the question. Seeing what Max Crosby got paid, $35 million a year, do you want to sign Hutch in the same way that you signed Sewell, in the same way that you signed Amon-Ra, in the same way that you have signed players early? Or do you risk it for the biscuit? I mean, Aiden's entering year 4. He's on a broken twig. The last time we saw him running, he looked like Kenny going to the bathroom. Like, you got to come back and perform. You got to show me you're still the real McCoy. And as a part of me making you earn your keep, I'm going to have to pay you even more. I mean, look, $35, $36, $37 million is going to be the going rate. Like, if I repped Hutch, I'm not taking less. I'm going to demand to be the number 1 paid defensive end / edge in all of football. Well, what did Max Crosby's deal do? Ready? The highest paid non-quarterback in history. Full stop. That's the deal he just signed. So if you're the Lions, Rico, Kenny, David, and of course you out in listener land, how do you approach this? And obviously, you have a 5th-year option. You have the franchise tag as a weapon down the line. You have tools at your disposal. But I know there's great affinity for Hutch locally. And obviously, some of you dinglings thought he was going to play in the Super Bowl. The point is, you love the guy. Would you try to save some money and approach on a contract now? Or do you take the wait and see? He's got to come back and play, and it's going to cost me more money.
Right. I look at it as this. If Hutch is coming in demanding Crosby money, you can get rocks. I'll wait and see what you can do. And if I'll gamble, and if I lose, I'll be willing, I'll have to pay.
But if Hutch, his people and I can realize this may be a fixer-upper, so let's negotiate here, and you're going to cover yourself because we're going to extend you and we're going to pay you, an additional 3 or 4 years off of good faith that you'll be okay. We don't know what your leg's going to be like. If I'm the Lions and you can get Hutch to agree to that type of deal, I probably would because you'll save yourself some money. Now, if you're the Lions and you look at the medical report and say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and play this out. And if we have to, maybe we just have to franchise him a year and then bite the bullet.
Well, you'd have the fifth-year option. You wouldn't have to do that yet. But I hear what you're saying.
But if that's the case, if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm probably going to ride this thing out. And if I have to, I'll franchise him and keep him around another year or just put him out on the market the way that Myles Garrett is right now because I need to see that he is fully healthy with that leg and he's able to come off the edge and put full torque on that and he'll be okay. So it's going to take, like we had the one caller say, it's going to take a while before he's 100% back where he's at. But the thing is, once you step out on the field, nobody wants to hear, well, he's still kind of injured. You want to know why I know that? Because nobody around here gave Jordan Love any compromise. Well, he was bad. He was on one leg. Well, he was bad, though.
Yeah, but he don't play for our team.
Yeah, that's true.
Aha. No, David, where do you line up on this? Like, would you try to sign him right now?
I would. I would definitely sign him now because you have guys like T.J. Watt that's going to want a new contract.
What does that contract look like?
If he gets that before Hutch, now the number goes up. And there are players like Rashawn Gary who's going to want a deal if that happens before then. So right now, I would lock him in now. And I hear what you're saying, Rico, about, if he wants the money that Max Crosby gets, you're kind of backing away and saying, well, I'll wait and see. I think I would sign him to it right now because the money is going to just go up if these other guys get a contract soon. So get them now.
David, it is. I understand. For me, if I'm Brad, I'm going to gamble on this, knowing if he comes back and he's 100%, yeah, I'm going to look really stupid. And at that point, I'm going to be sitting outside saying, hey, at the locker room, hey, you want to sign this extension? You want to sign this extension? But right now, I need to see that. No, I'd rather be wrong and pay later than try to be right and cost effective and end up hurting this team.
And to David's point, Watt's going to enter the last year of a $34 million deal, which is not guaranteed. He will get a deal north of 35. And then whether it's Aiden or somebody else, you're going to be approaching $40 million a year. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Kenny, talk to me. What do you want to do with this, Kenneth?
I lean more towards what David is saying, primarily because, all right, let's say Hutch comes back and he's 80% of what he used to be. That's still a really, really good player. And if you sign him now, look at what happens with quarterbacks or any value position. You sign somebody right away and it's like, oh man, they gave him way too much money. All of a sudden, in 2, 3, 4 years, that contract looks like a value. That looks like a steal. The price is only going to go up. So if you sign him now, if you extend him now, if you figure that out now, that's going to look really nice in a couple of years.
Kidding, you're right. I can't sit here and argue with you and David. My thing is, a year from now, if he comes back and he looks like, okay, he's going to be all right, it's first thing on my whiteboard. I got to get this guy re-signed. I got to get him extended. I got to do all that. But I need to see that you came back. This is a business. Okay? He could be the greatest person in the world. But if you can't be productive, then I can't re-sign you. Because I got to look at what's best for the team and not what's best for you.
No, you're exactly right. And I want people listening to understand, I personally believe there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just preference. It's just preference. What would you prefer? Rico, you're not wrong whatsoever. I get that thinking. Wait and see. And yes, you know it's going to cost you. You definitely know it's going to cost you if it comes out and he's healthy and he goes out. Some ticket texter says if you go get Garrett, you sign him now because if you go get Garrett, he's going to cost you $9 billion because he's just going to get 1 million sacks because Garrett is with him. So I understand that. It's just preference.
Right, but he comes back and he turns into Jadeveon Clowney. That's the other side of the coin where he just keeps getting injured, and he's not that same person that you drafted him for. I know we all want him to be Hutch. The way we saw him, he was going to probably win the defensive MVP, but there's the other side of that coin that if you sign him right now, oh boy.
I know. No. And listen, again, I want to say this. Guys, don't be afraid to call as if there's right and wrong. There's not. It's just fascinating because we talked about this with Goff. And Rico and I, look, forget about Burger King hands and when he was with the Rams. And yes, I made fun of him. The man has come here and all he's done is work and help elevate this franchise. And I have. I've become a truther of Jared Goff. We were early buyers of the, let's pay this guy. Let's get this done because quarterback salaries are going nuts. Just understand what Max Crosby did yesterday. It wasn't in a vacuum. The articles now, if you go and look at Nick Bosa, there's already talk about how Nick Bosa's price just went up. How TJ Watt, his price just went up. And, I mean, candidly, and again, Myles Garrett hasn't suggested this, but if you're going to extend Myles Garrett, his price just went up. Well, Aiden Hutchinson's price went up. The question is, what is your comfort in moving down the road with that? Now, I don't think you're wrong if you say, look, risk it, biscuit. Kid's an incredibly hard worker. He's young. It wasn't a compound fracture. It wasn't Joe Theismann. Look, if your doctor.
But you did break both the tibia and fibia.
Well,
leg went full limp noodle.
That's no way to talk about Kenny. Listen, Kenny, you've got Limp White Rumors at 4. It's an exciting reference. Well, we always talk about Big Black Rumors, and now yours is...
This feels like strays left and right. I feel like this is a whole segment, maybe 2 segments, where I'm just stepping on a rake after rake after rake. Boom, right in the face. Boom, right in the face.
No, you and I are the hockey elite. We identified the Wings' number 1 target.
That's true.
And we're going to get to know him at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Kenny's even got the player he's going to trade.
Okay.
But for right now, I want to have the Hutch conversation. If you could sign him right now, if Hutch's people come to you, are you engaging in a long-term deal, sight unseen, has not played since breaking his leg? Because if you do wait, it is going to cost more. It's an interesting conversation. We'll continue it next. 97.1. Northville Lumber. Sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. That's because Northville has the best prices, and they stock all Trex all the time. Right now, you get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. Buy your Trex decking, railing, lighting. Do it where the pros do it. And get your deck built so you can enjoy spring. Yes, I know the weather sucks right now, but it's not going to. I promise it'll get better. So stop on by Northville Lumber. You can visit the showroom, see all the Trex products on display, and take home some samples, and then get to business. Call Northville Lumber or visit them online anytime at northvillelumber.com.
All right, David, before we get to the callers, Ticket Text, give me that early review.
Yeah, Ticket Text here. I'm sorry.
David,
I'm sorry.
Listen, I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. You look too good to be so.
Wait.
Can you DJ my funeral?
Mike, stop it.
You DJ'd a funeral. I would like to can I sign up?
I did not DJ a funeral.
You were playing all the hits.
Sure.
Everybody in the crowd. Hey, oh, hey.
Boy, I can
we gonna send you off.
Nope.
I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. No personal growth. Go ahead.
Nope. Hutch is not that great. He's got a motor. He's not in the category of a Watt or Garrett, so I'm waiting to see before I sign him. Someone that says sign Hutchinson mid-season like McNeil, that is Brandon in a truck.
Yeah, and look, there isn't too much of a rush. It's about, do you want to get ahead of the market? But I do believe him coming back, looking good the first 3, 4, 6 weeks, whatever. Yeah, I'd have no problem saying, okay, look, let's come to the table. You did what you needed to do. What do we got to do? Now, again, if I'm repping Hutch, I'm gunning for 40 a year. That doesn't mean I'm getting it. But my opening salvo, if I rep the guy, 5 at 200, 120 fully guaranteed. Choke on that one. Yeah.
See, I think
that's how this game works.
No, I think you probably could have done that had he not gotten injured, and the Lions would have had to say, yep, let's sign it right now.
No, it's just by the time Watt gets done, or if Bosa redoes his deal, whatever it is. No, it probably won't be 40, but 36, 37 a pop. And look, the guaranteed money is how the sport is changing. And rightfully so for players. You're playing a game of violence. And yeah, I think if you sign Hutch to a 5-year deal, I got a hard time believing not at least $100 million is going to be guaranteed. So that's where the sport's going.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Well, there's a name that we forgot, and it's mentioned in this text. Yes, you sign him now before Parsons, Watt, and Bosa get others paid. Yeah. Rico is, I'm with him on waiting.
Yeah, Micah Parsons, throw it right in the mix.
I forgot all about Parsons in that equation.
I would do it. I would wait for 1 year.
Okay.
So I just want people to know it's not like I just need to see that he is back and I can trust that leg and we're all good. That's it.
No, I don't think it's wise to sign Hutch just yet after this big injury. I don't know if he's going to have the same effect he had over the past couple of years. With that being said, let's go to the Red Wings talk. What's happening, Kenny? We'll get to that at 4 o'clock.
Don't worry. Limp noodle rumors coming up at 4. And we have identified the fulcrum of the laser. We have got the player the Wings are after. We'll get to it. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how you been?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Ivory. What's going on?
Doing all right. First, as much as I think Hutch has been very good for them, of course, as we see. They love him. The city loves him. The team doesn't seem like a team of ownership that is going to try and screw its players, especially with how good Hutch has been. He was on track probably like for a defensive player of the year, all those things. I think it's a business, and they know that. Plus, they've shown that they want to reward their players. But, like, for me, I'm in Rico's area where it's a hard thing. And Brad even said I don't know how in-depth it means that they've been working on an extension, but, I just don't want to go into, like, I know it will cost. It's a dangerous thing, like, to not pay him now, because I don't want to go into paying him and then he comes back and he's not that guy anymore, near that guy. Like, what if he can't play? Like, I don't want to do that right now.
And Ivory, maybe I haven't made it clear enough. I agree with you. I'd wait. Not out of disrespect or doubt that he will get good. It's just, I think when you're about to spend that level of money, I got to know. I got to have certainty.
But one thing real quick, I think it's very complicated right now, I think, for them. Because on the other hand, it's like your one of your main needs is you need a pass rusher. You don't know what Hutch is going to give you when he comes back. Darius Smith really didn't give them anything. He's on a cheap deal, so you probably want to try and keep him. But then you want to draft a guy. Then it's a thing called opportunity. Opportunity in life doesn't care about your path. It's just opportunity. Do you take advantage of it or not?
Yep.
And the Myles Garrett thing is like, if you have the availability, let's say Cleveland dropped their price a little bit and Brad said, okay, yeah, but then you don't have a Hutch deal done. You bring him in, Garrett's going to want an extension. Okay, well, you're working against yourself because you're going to give Garrett an extension. These other players, defensive ends, just got an extension. We just got, a big payday, Max Crosby. So it's like they're I think, in a very tough spot right now.
Well, they are, but Ivory, to your point, and I think you're right about it. Opportunity, the window, right? This is the only show on the station that views that they have a window. Everybody else views them as like He-Man, and they're just gonna, win forever. No, I would do the Garrett thing. And if as long as you're investing in your O-line and D-line, I can justify it. I don't know. I view that like a foundation or a roof. Who's complaining? Right. You kind of need those things.
We have a bit of breaking news.
Whoa.
According to Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport.
And Adam Schefter.
Every NFL insider you can think of, the Bengals have given Pro Bowl edge Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade.
Okay, now you got my attention. See, Hendrickson, availability is not a skill for him. He's just there. Productive, try-hard guy. He did it with New Orleans. He's done it with Cincy.
35 sacks over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. Oh, listen, there's no qualms. I'm not unreasonable. Okay, let Garrett go. If you can get Hendrickson for I would do it in a heartbeat. But make no mistake, at 3:25 on Thursday, March 6th, I told you there were a fearsome foursome, right? The Fantastic Four, a comic book by Rico. There were four players. It was Crosby, Parsons, Garrett, Hendrickson. Now I'm going to say this, and this will get taken totally out of context. Is Hendrickson the worst of the four? Yes. But he's still a really good player.
It's crazy saying that, but yes.
But it's like if we had a conversation of LeBron, Kobe, and Jordan. Someone's got to be the worst of the three. They're still really good. I absolutely pick up the phone and call Cincinnati. I just do. The Brown. Look, are you asking me right now, do you want to wait it out for Myles Garrett? Or if you could get Hendrickson today, would you do it? No. Unlike Bosa, I'd go trade for Hendrickson today.
Yeah.
And I would just keep it moving. Yeah. KIM. You guys, Rico's with me, David, Kenny.
So, yeah, Hendricks, what if Bengals said, all right, give us pick 28?
Nope.
Now, that's why I would do it, because I don't think it would take that. No. And now you can still let Brad cook.
See, I think that him being out there will spark some type of a bidding war. And you just say, you know what, here's my best price. Take pick. David, if I told you that you were able to draft him at pick 28, you would say, great, you got a steal. So why not just give up pick 28 and go get him?
First of all, how stupid are the Bengals, honestly?
Right.
You've alienated T. Higgins. You're putting Hendrickson on the market. All you're doing is angering Joe Burrow. I mean, what is your plan? But candidly, no, I'd like to think you could get Hendrickson for a third-round pick.
I think you're going to have to give up a little bit more than the third round.
You want me in the middle? Call it a 2?
I think that if nobody, it's almost like bidding. If nobody else bids, you probably can get a 2. But you got to be willing. I think if you're the Lions,
I'll tell you
and
what.
You're this serious.
All right, hold on there, Spank. Here's the deal. I'll trade you pick 28. You trade me Hendrickson and your 3. That was the structure of the Giants deal.
Okay.
The Giants were going to trade the Rams a 2. The Rams were going to trade Stafford and their 3.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, I would do that.
If you give me compensation back and you want me to move down in the draft and I get Henry, I'll meet you there.
Yeah, I would do that. You bring back, I get the 3, but you take my number 1, my pick 28. I get him and an additional. Yep. So now I'll have 3 third-round picks. Great, because I can use 2 of those to move back up.
Trade up if you want to, yes.
The problem I have in all of this, and this is the problem, I love Trey Hendrickson. I think he's a damn fine football player. But I don't view him in the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa tier. Meaning, Max Crosby, I don't view him as a $35 million a year guy. Your problem in all of this is whoever trades for him, he's going to want that kind of money. And again,
You bite the bullet if you have to. But I'd love to know what Lion fans think. This is why it's so enjoyable now, the way the NFL does the offseason. Look at the news that breaks now. Joey Bosa last night. Today you get Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. All while the Myles Garrett thing is out there. Crosby signs. Guys, what direction do you want Brad to take the car? Lions fan, what direction do you want to go? 248-539-9797. For right now, curiosity rules the day.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And right now, for the month of March, you can get all the perks with the Black Card membership. You get access to all the Black Card spa that you can recover with the hydro massage, the chairs, whatever it is. And you can bring a guest with you anytime. That's maybe somebody who can help bring you some motivation to keep your fitness journey going. It's normally $24.99 a month, but for this month, the Black Card membership is free for this month. The first month is free, folks, but you need to head into your Planet Fitness right now to get started. Planet Fitness is a home of the judgment-free zone where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your best, strongest self with a full body workout from strength training to cardio to stretching, convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training with knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. And there's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. Head into one right now, go online, or go on the app, the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Okay, so a little bit of breaking news. Trey Hendrickson has been given permission to seek a trade from the Bengals. You also have Joey Bosa as a free agent. He was released. We were talking all things Lions pass rush and kind of what direction you want to go. So with the commercial, it gave me just a moment to kind of process a few things. Here's the concern I have. Do I like Trey Hendrickson? Yes. Do I like him as much as Micah Parsons? No. Do I like him as much as Max Crosby? No. Do I like him as much as Myles Garrett? Please. So here's the problem. You're going to sign him, and he's going to be on the wrong side of 30. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's not Myles Garrett. So Garrett at 29 is not the same as Hendrickson at 30 last year. He'll be 31 in camp this year, I believe. Do I like him? Of course I do. But here's your issue. I think you can get him. Here are your sliding scales. All right? Joey Bosa, you just sign him. Problem? 5 games, 4 games, 9 games the last 3 years. But you can just sign him. Okay? Hendrickson, a quick scan of the rumor mill and fake trade land. 2 and a 5. A 3 and a 5. A 2, and the Bengals send you Hendrickson and a 4. I mean, that's kind of the range.
Yeah.
Now, the Lions picking at 28, it's a low first. Hey, if you traded 28 and the Bengals kicked you there second or a third, bottom line is it's not a huge cost of acquisition. The problem, Trey Hendrickson has wanted financial security for 3 years. He makes $12 million a year. You have to give him a contract. Do you want to pay 31-year-old Trey Hendrickson in that 32, 33, 34, or now Crosby $35 million range? I don't. Now, again, if the guy wants to win, if the guy's happy to be here, if he's willing to work with you, and you can sign a 4-year deal where most of the money's in the first 2 years, maybe there's a non-guaranteed 4th year, there are ways to do it.
But you don't think he's going to get that type of money, like that type of break the bank money?
I didn't say he wouldn't get it. I just said I don't know if it's coming out of my checkbook. Rico, signing defensive ends on the wrong side of 30 that aren't anything other than the GOAT, that's risky business. Now, the last one, well, it's still the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's still Myles Garrett. He checks every box. I can pay you that money because the performance you're giving me is just
so more riskier. Signing somebody like him or your defensive end coming off a broken leg who's younger.
Signing Garrett or Hutch?
No, I'm saying
Hendrickson or Hutch?
Yeah.
Hendrickson. Bigger risk.
Okay.
To me. And I like Trey Hendrickson. This is the problem. You say things and people are going to view it like, what happened? I thought you liked him. No, I do like him. I do like him. But I get a little concerned. I got to give up the pick. And with if Max Crosby would have just not hurt
but here's
everyone.
The thing. Mike, here's the thing. He's on the wrong side of 30. But we've said window now. I don't really care where you're at in 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, I'm going to try to maybe sign you to a 3-year deal because I think you have a 2-year window.
Okay.
But I'm not really worried. I get it. Yes, you're right.
Hang on.
You would like for it to be somebody maybe 27 years old. But I'm looking at this coming year and the year after.
All right, choose your adventure right now around the room because I know we're up against it. And frankly, I don't know. People are in a coma. You pick. Bosa, you give up nothing. You spend risk it biscuit. Hendrickson, you give up a non-premium pick, non-first round, but you got to pay the man. Super productive, but he is on the wrong side of 30. Or are you staying with basically football Jesus? You just give up the 2 first-round picks,
Jeff
do what
Holmes.
you need to do, and you go get Myles Garrett. David?
Oh.
I'm Hendrickson.
You're Hendrickson.
Yep.
Rico?
Yeah, I'm Hendrickson as well.
Kenny?
Myles Garrett.
How about that? You know where I'm at. It never changed. I'm daring to dream. I want Myles Garrett. All right, let's go over to Jason 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys? How are you?
Good, bud. What's on your mind?
All right, so I see both your points, Rico, Mike, for Garrett and Hendrickson, and I'm in the boat for Hendrickson. I mean, obviously, my number one would be Garrett, but I don't think we're going to get him. And they're only really a year apart. Like, Garrett's 29, Hendrickson's 30, and like Rico said, you're looking at a 2-year window. So whichever it is, we need, we got that 2-year window. So we can get Hendrickson for a second and like a fourth compared to multiple firsts, and then maybe draft a defensive tackle. I think it's a no-brainer.
Okay. Hey, Jason, listen, I don't think there's right or wrong. I think there's preference. And I think
Hendrickson is a dog. He's
is.
got 17 and a half sacks the last 2 years. He's a Dan Campbell guy, big motor. I mean, he's a perfect fit for this team.
I would never be mad getting him. I'm not doing my job if I go on the air and I don't give you both sides of the coin, right?
Absolutely, Mike.
Otherwise, I'm just a goofball. And I don't want to be a goofball to you. But no, hey, Jay, I got news for you. I wouldn't be mad if we got him. But I do think there's a little bit of risk there. The only way I'm going to be mad, Jason, I'll be up front with you. Thursday, March 6th, the only way I'm going to be mad is if they don't get anybody. And I got to sit here and be like, all right, let Brad cook. Let's get healthy. And it's, TJ's best friend, Frankie Almondine. What is that?
Al-Qadim Muhammad.
Yeah, that. Johnny Amaretto.
Frankie Almond Milk.
I mean, you get my point, though. Come on. Let's get the real McCoy here, people. Let's go to, I tell you what, we'll keep it timely. I know we got to get to a little business. I want to make sure we can get to the phone calls. David, I know ticket texts are pouring in, but Joey Bosa is a free man. You can just pay the man his machni. Or Trey Hendrickson's gotten permission to seek a trade. Or are you holding firm for the dream? Or are you one of these Chef Boyardee dingalings who just says, I don't want none of it? Just let Brad cook. It is a choose your adventure book, Ricardo.
I like that.
248. By the way, you think Joey's going home? You think he's going to play with his brother?
I think probably.
I'm not going to throw a chair.
No. Honestly, I think
because I'm going to laugh my balls off when he's hurt week 3.
I think it's a mistake. I think they're doing that to make his brother happy, to keep him around and be like, hey, remember when we did you that solid? Remember this. Remember this when it's negotiation time.
David, watch this. Bosa goes to San Francisco, starts all 17 games, has 38 sacks. We walk out. I quit.
You'd hate to see it.
You would hate to see it. 248-539-9797.
Kenny already doesn't like me.
More of your calls coming up. With the weather warming up, you got to think about home improvement projects. 2 most important ones, it's your roof and your windows. And Mother Nature in the state of Michigan, it's going to wreak havoc on them. Freeze and thaw cycles causes shingles on your roof to become brittle, develop micro cracks. You also have the issue with that creating gaps in your windows and walls where water can get in. Guys, you want to lay on your pillow at night, sure, your house ain't falling apart, okay? So let's get that free 21-point roof inspection from Victor's Home Solutions. Let's just do the business, shall we? They'll go over every square inch of the roof and windows, make sure there's nowhere water can get in, and they will make sure that any minor problem is caught early and is 100% taken care of. So call today before the rains get even heavier. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can go online anytime at victors.com. All right, we are going to delay a football today because people are starting to get hip to. There's a hell of a lot going on. Your football team is a landing spot for any high-end edge rusher. So in the last 24 hours, here's what's happened. Max Crosby is signed off the market. Joey Bosa released by the Chargers. They didn't want to pay him a roster bonus, and they didn't want to pay him $25 million. He's only played 5 games, 4 games, and 9 games as far as being a starter. Trey Hendrickson has been given permission to seek a trade by the Bengals. He's 30, be 31 during the year, but he wants a contract. Are you going to be the team to pay it? The comp, it looks like a second-round pick. Maybe you're 28, you trade it, the Bengals send you Trey Hendrickson and a pick. That happens. The Myles Garrett thing is still just a thing. It's still out there. He hasn't changed his position. You heard his comments at the Combine. And the Browns, candidly, they're going to have to move him. It doesn't serve them to not to. So Max Crosby signing bumped up the pricing of all these guys. There are guys available. Brad has his hands on the steering wheel. Where do you want him to drive to? 248-539-9797. David, ticket text before we get to the callers.
My biggest worry is that the Commanders, Eagles, Packers will make a splash for one of these guys. I don't want the Band-Aid. Extend Hendrickson 2 years at 50. That is from Chris.
Let me tell you something. And again, I understand Rico and I are both, Joseph Stalin over here because we say these things. Oh, yeah, let Trey Hendrickson go to Green Bay. Let that happen. You know what I mean? Let Myles Garrett go to Washington. Go ahead. At a certain point, you have to be the one who knocks. You have to be the one who gets the player.
And see, this is why I said for Trey, maybe you're just willing to come across that first-round pick, and, we'll come off the second. Imagine this scenario that all of a sudden the Niners...
Hendrickson on the Bears?
No. They hang up the phone from going after Joey Bosa. Whoa. Henderson's available. Offer our second-round pick, which is higher than your second-round pick. And now they're saying, well, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll take that pick. So that's why I'm saying just eliminate that and come off your glorified second
and
and
I
pick 28.
That. I understand that, Mike. You just mentioned the team that worries me the most. It's the Chicago Bears. Where did Trey Hendrickson play before he was in Cincinnati?
New Orleans Saints.
Dennis Allen was the defensive coordinator there, who is now in Chicago. They have money. They have resources. They have shown that they are going to be aggressive already.
And a higher second-round pick
they
than
do.
You have.
That's true. That is true.
And again, you would add him opposite Montez Sweat. So, look, the only thing I can ask of you, I can't demand it. I'm just asking you as an audience. Please get your mind right on this. You're in an arms race. You are in the Super Bowl arms race. We already have 17 nuclear weapons. You need 18. And when you get 18, you need 19. It is no different than what the USA, China, and Russia are all doing with their militaries. And newsflash, USA's behind. The point is, you gotta go. So which way do you want to go? And if you are a brave soul, I will make a deal with the audience. I'm in a good mood. If you call up as a Let Brad Cook Chef Boyardee, and you don't want any of these guys, I will turn my microphone off. I will let you simply talk to Rico, who is far nicer than me. I'll sit here. I'll listen.
Just regular. I'm not top 10 today, though.
You're not. You're in a hoodie. You're wearing a suit the last 2 days. Top 10 Rico, it's a different level. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Teddy, 97.1. Ted, what's going on, pal?
Mike, Rico, hello. How are you?
Hello, sir.
So my short and easy answer, straight up, Myles Garrett. I think he's the best D guy out there. It's not even really much of a debate. I'm in F and picks mode. Let's go win a game. Let's go win the Super Bowl. But I have a proposal for you that you tell me if it's A, realistic, and B, if you would like it. All right?
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of moving pieces. But, and it hurts your Giants here a little bit.
Listen, we're hopeless. Don't worry about us. Go ahead.
Sign Bosa. Use your cap that you didn't trade for Garrett. Move up and try to get a stud that you're looking for in Mason Graham. And what it comes down to is you now have two not Myles Garrett players, but you have two great players. And cap's not an issue.
Okay, let me give you a different solution. What about this?
Yeah.
Just something fun.
What if you
Yeah.
just stayed at 28 and took Kenneth Grant, the space eater dominator you need to put next to McNeil, who's the disruptor? You get your Bosa play. Is that something you're into? Because remember, you still need a corner.
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100%. I, like you, obviously think Graham's significantly better, but you're right. I mean, then you don't even have to trade up to go get him.
Trading up to there would be so punitive to the organization. I mean, we can get out the calculator and we can start, doing the whole thing. I mean, going from 28 to 3, I can't even begin to tell you what it would cost. I'd have to look at the chart.
Right.
I'm not messing with you.
So you think it would be more expensive than just going and getting?
Oh yeah,
Garrett
you call
anyway.
Joe Shane and you're like, what do I got to offer you? More. A first round pick, another. It would never stop. It would be virtual
Right.
Joe Shane just saying more.
Yeah.
So Teddy, I that one I don't want to do. If I'm trading capital, I'll trade you to one pick this year and one pick next year, and I'll go get Myles Garrett. I can't trade. Honestly, 28 to 3, that might be 5 or 6 picks.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be idiot radio guy, but I also don't have the ability to pull up the trade chart right away, and I don't want to waste people's time.
No, I think you're at 28. You're probably looking at 3 first-round picks, or
all for a rookie versus
2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks type of thing.
Now, the only way you can do that is if you needed a quarterback, and somehow the team in that position would trade them to you. Now, look, the Niners tried it. They traded. Didn't you trade 3 firsts?
Yep.
For Trey Lance.
Yep.
And it didn't work. But you can take that swing if it's for a quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't need one of those.
Fortunately, they picked a farmer, and it worked out.
I'm going to leave that alone. 248-539-9797. I'm going to get to these phone calls. We're doing Limp White Rumors coming up at 4:15, the Kenny Cott tribute. It's We Think We Know, via the trade deadline, who the Wings' number 1 target is. We're going to get to know that person. Kenny's going to present us with all the sizzle from the NHL.
I'm just thinking of how the song would go, because I remember when you did the song for me.
Yes.
How would Kenny's song go?
Can we not sing about this? It's bad enough that this is an actual segment, but now we're making songs about it.
You made one for me.
I didn't do it.
David singing the hook.
Okay, everybody just calm down. We'll get to your phone calls next.
I'll write that later.
97.1.
Master, this is ridiculous. Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Top prospect Carter Mazur is preparing to make his debut with the Red Wings tonight at LCA. He's looking forward to being out there with some of the former Griffin teammates. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Michigan star Danny Wolf was named one of the finalists for the Karl Malone Power Forward of the Year award. Wolf averaging nearly 13 points and 10 rebounds this season. Both Tom Izzo and Dusty May have been named as finalists for the Jim Phelan National Coach of the Year award as well.
David, who's my sponsor? Who cares?
Tom Izzo can add to his resume for that honor with a win over Iowa tonight, cementing an outright Big Ten title. Vegas has them as 6.5-point favorites to do so. Tip-off at 8. After a win over the worst team in the league Tuesday, Oakland out was a date with the 3 seed in the Horizon League tournament. Milwaukee tonight. Tip at 8. You can hear it on the Bet 1270. The two teams split in the regular season. According to Adam Schefter, the Bengals have accepted the request for defensive end Trey Hendrickson to seek a trade. Hendrickson led the NFL in sacks last season. Update brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I do want to apologize to Jeremy Otto for somehow imitating him and turning him into Robert Goulet. Sorry about that.
Pre-update slander, yeah.
Julio. All right, let's get to the people. If you're just joining in, it's kind of a newsy day, which is great. I mean, it's the business of football. We're going to get to Kenny's Limp White Rumors coming up at 4:15-ish, which is all things NHL deadline, including the singular target of your Red Wings. We think we've uncovered the mystery. What we're talking about now, all right, Max Crosby signed. That raised the price of every edge rusher on a salary basis. Joey Bosa got released. You can have him for the cost of whatever. And now Trey Hendrickson has been given permission to seek a trade. Now, Trey Hendrickson, here are your details. Reliable? Yes. 17.5 sacks the last 2 years? Yes. Wrong side of 30. Going to need a full new contract. He doesn't have 2 years left like Garrett. He's not just a free agent like Bosa, who's younger but injured. This is a buffet, man. You got tons of hot plates out there. Which direction do you want to go? I have not wavered. I am still in just get Myles Garrett. You just go all in. It is our time. And I want to create something that is, frankly, unblockable. Hendrickson, between Hendrickson, Parsons, Max Crosby, and Myles, Hendrickson is the, in heavy quotations, worst of the four. But I'd love to have him. It's just at what cost trade capital-wise and at what cost contract-wise.
But see, he's only the worst of the four.
Heavy quotations.
Heavy quotations because of his age. Other than that, he's a
really good player.
He gives you productivity. And I think alongside, let's just say that you get Hutchinson back, those two, now you pick your poison. Which one are you going to double team? Because the other one's coming after you.
I will agree with you. He's nowhere near the player of Garrett.
He's nowhere near, but Mike, that's like saying, well, this guy's nowhere near the player that Jordan was.
No.
Right.
But what I'm advocating for is essentially trade for Jordan, non-Wizards deal. Right. I want to go get Michael Jordan. Right. I don't want Marcus Jordan.
I think there's a big.
Actually, you know what? You're right. Big.
Okay,
difference.
so let's say you either have Jordan or you could have Allen Iverson in his prime. It's not that. What I'm saying is this.
Sad Casino Allen.
No.
Okay.
You might as well take Marcus Jordan. What I will say is this. I would go after Trey Hendrickson because I think it may cost you one draft pick.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's the middle ground between unreliable Bosa, no capital, Hendrickson, some capital, tolerable, and then Myles Garrett, it is you're selling stock in the company.
Because right now I'm trying to not think like how I would like it, but how Brad Holmes would do this. And Holmes, I think, would say, okay, you know what? Maybe I come off that pick because I do think if you're saying second round pick, the Bears will say, well, we'll give you our second round pick. It's better than the Lions.
Let's go to the people. Let's see what they've got to say. Nick's batting leadoff, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey. Cool. So, Mike, earlier in the show, you made a comment about the Lions have like $40, $50, $60 million in cap space.
Yeah, they're in the 40 to 60 grouping. Yes.
Well, so I saw reported by PFF about a month ago, it was after the Super Bowl, that they actually rolled over $25 million in cap space from last year.
Okay.
And that brings them to, say, 65, 75, 85.
Even
what
better.
are they doing with this money?
We'd all like to know. I'm with you.
My point is last year, our two splashes in free agency cost like $32 million a year with Carlton Davis and DJ Reader. There's a big difference between 32 and 85. So there has to be something coming. And why can't it just be Myles Garrett? Can it just please be Myles Garrett?
I mean, sure. I listen, Nick, I'm with you, right? I am pot committed. I do think you're a step below the Eagles. I do think you need a true difference maker, not only to help Hutch, but just on basis. I need another war daddy on the D line. So Nick, I have always agreed with you, right? I'm open to Trey Hendrickson if I can't make that happen. So now Joey Bosa, I want nothing to do with. Joey Bosa is a more handsome version of Marcus Davenport. I don't know. Like, it's just, I don't want it.
I kind of agree with Hutch in that it is probably unlikely that we get Garrett just because there's probably 30 teams that want him. But if I can get him, he's my pick. Okay. Any of the four, I don't really want Micah Parsons, but that's a personality issue.
No problem. Anyway, and again, candidly,
we need some horses.
Parsons yet to be available. Cowboys have a ton of cap space. They might get something done. I'm with you. And with Crosby off the board, your options are starting to present themselves. Look, I don't have to be greedy. As bad as I want Garrett, I can go with Rico on this. If you brought Trey Hendrickson in, you don't think I'm complimentary of that? You don't think I feel great about that?
Because the fact is, what is he, 30?
He is. I think he'll be 31 during the season.
Okay, so if I can get him 3, I would even go 4, because right now I'm looking at, I don't care about the last 2 years. I'm going to pay you up front these first 2 years because that's what I really need you for, and make it very friendly for me to release you in year 3 or 4, and I'm not going to take a big cap hit. So that's how I'm looking, is 2 years for the Lions. I don't care. You're not going to be here at 36.
Let's go to Jerry, 97.1. Jerry, how you doing, buddy?
Wonderful. Always a big fan of the show. How are you guys today?
Good. Thanks. Where do you want to drive the car today with the defensive ends?
Oh, my God. So, listen, first of all, with Max Crosby, I really wanted him after he signed that contract. That tells me he cares more about winning, or more about money than he does about winning. So, good for you, Max. Enjoy your money playing inside of a dirty diaper and getting 4 to 5 wins over the next 3 years.
I couldn't agree more. Congrats on the money.
Yeah,
You'll never play a meaningful game again.
Yeah, good for you. Enjoy. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not super, hype on Bosa. Like you mentioned, the injury problem, missing games. Hendrickson would be cool, but look, like legit, where I'm at with this whole thing is we've been terrible forever. We have a window right now, and I don't want to be a contender. The Ravens are a contender. How's that going? The Bills are a contender. How's that going? I want to win the championship. I don't care if we go winless for the next 4 years afterwards. Sell the farm, sell the picks, sell everything. Just get Detroit a Super Bowl at all costs. Like, what else is there even to say at this point? You got 2 years left, and this window is going to slam shut. And we want to go, let's pick a guy in the draft. Maybe we'll develop him. Yeah, cool, great. 3 years from now, we're going to be back just like Cincinnati, and nothing.
Jerry, here's the thing, though.
Get Miles.
Jerry, here's the thing. You need to be a contender first before you can win the Super Bowl. A contender then needs some luck to win Super Bowl. So you need to be at the table.
Now. We're a contender now, but I don't want what people are saying when they want to work with the draft is they want to just continue to be nothing more than contenders.
Yes.
And that's why I brought up the Ravens and the Bills. You guys are contenders all the time, but you haven't won anything.
Correct.
I don't want to be good for the next 10 years. I want to win a Super Bowl.
No, but you know what it is? There's an ideology in this town, Jerry, and you're not wrong. But the Tigers feel the same way. The Wings feel the same way. The Lions feel the same way. Oh, we're building to be competitive for a long time. What the hell does that even mean? Ask people in Buffalo and Baltimore how being competitive for a long time tastes.
You know what, Mike? I am starting to come around to how you feel about this. I would rather be UConn men's basketball team, where win title, complete horribly fall off a cliff.
You're describing the New York Giants.
Come back, win title.
Yeah.
No. So it's like, you know what? We're going to win the title, and then we're going to be horrible.
New York Giants football, if I wrote a book. Title, poop, 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 title, poop, 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 title, poop, title, poop. There's no in between. Right. The Giants have... Oh, Jesus, my heart can't take this, David. Yes.
The Giants have their quarterback.
Wait. Oh,
no.
Do we do this now? Yes, let's go ahead, please.
You have your guy, Mike.
Oh, please let it be.
They have re-signed Tommy DeVito.
Okay. All right. Nothing to see here. Okay. Everybody's calm down.
Poop is back.
Yeah, exactly. Poopy.
I'm not doing it. I'm not
No,
doing
it's
it.
okay.
Not
I'll do
doing
it. It's not ethnically insensitive if I do it. Listen.
Chicken cutlets are for everybody.
We needed somebody to sweep the floors. Tommy, here's a broom. I mean, he ain't playing. That don't matter.
See, I don't know what was worse, the breaking news of Kenny's yesterday or that one, David.
Yeah, Kenny. The Wings have made a trade for somebody's foot and 25% of the salary.
Like, what player? Who? Yeah, nothing.
Now, this one, I was more terrified that somehow they had done a Joe Smith secret contract with some, like, I just know.
I was ready to hear Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, Seattle, we got a deal. All right, listen. Everybody just calm down. That was very scary for me. I got to take a little walk around the building. We'll get more of your phone calls. We got to do Kenny's.
Well played, David.
Kenny's white rumors as well. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. That is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound, to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable deals, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready for you to get in on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for just $279 a month. For 24 months, you walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right, $279 a month. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Okay. And we are going to get back to your football calls, but we have to do this. The NHL trade deadline is 24 hours away. The Red Wings are in free fall. So, David has handled the big black rumors, and he loves his NBA stuff. Well, we figured Kenny would be perfect for flaccid white rumors, where we do the NHL deadline, but with a treat. The treat is, at the conclusion, we think we figured out who the Wings' number one target is. The apple of their eye. So with that, David has some high-caliber production for Limp White Rumors. I'm Ron Barr from EA Sports. Kenny? Yes, so white. All right, Kenneth, give us all the sizzle from the NHL trade deadline.
There it is. Not only do I step on the rake for the flaccid white rumors, but you guys make fun of me for being a hockey nerd.
No,
This is
I
gonna
don't.
Be tremendous.
I don't, because you're going to provide us with sizzle. The Rantanen update desk. Go ahead.
And that's the name I wanted to start with because Mikko Rantanen's the most sought-after trade target in this trade deadline. Looks like Toronto, Dallas, and Los Angeles are leading the charge. Amongst others, they're still fielding a bunch of phone calls. They would probably be retaining half his salary at like $2.3 million. But they're also not ruling out extending him at the end of the season because he's a very skilled player.
What I read was his agents have told Carolina they are not ready to make a decision by tomorrow's deadline at 3 p.m.
And that's possible, but look, pressure can change a lot of things.
Where's he going? Does he stay? Does he go? And if he goes, where? Kenny Cott, White Rumors.
I'm going to say he stays and extends.
Okay.
Because of what you said, basically the agent could be the wrench in this whole operation here. Elliot Friedman. This is per Elliot Friedman. We're talking Brandon Tanev, the winger in Seattle.
And this is your guy. And he is held out of the game tonight.
You stole it, Mike. You stole my update. You stole my rumor.
So limp. All right, Kenneth.
He gets put in bubble wrap treatment. He's in the bubble wrap treatment tonight. He's held out for protective reasons versus Nashville. He also is a UFA after this year. Mike, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
This is my boy.
Rental. Kenneth does. Here's the deal. Where does he go? He's clearly going somewhere.
I mean, you could see a team like Toronto scooping him up. He'd be great in Toronto.
If you don't want to win a playoff series, Toronto's your team.
I would have said Tampa, but Tampa just spent like the farm on there. I think they're done trading because Tampa just loaded up for what seems to be the late playoff push and the late one of their last stabs at the Stanley Cup.
Who'd they acquire?
They got.
Don't care.
All right.
Keep it going.
Jesus.
You know what? I hate when he does that to me, so I'm glad you walked on that rake.
It's so demoralizing.
Right? Because you're like, I don't care.
It's like the Rock going, "Are you ready for it doesn't matter if you're ready."
It's all in good fun. Kenny, go ahead. Next.
Well, now we're going to trade one of your players, Mike. How do you like that?
The Brock Ness Monster.
The Brock Ness Monster, eligible to be a UFA. Basically, every playoff team is in on him, except for the Red Wings. I haven't seen any reporting on the Red Wings, which is kind of discouraging because that's center depth, and what this team lacks is center depth.
Don't worry. We're going to fix the blue line. Here's my guess on Brock Nelson. He's going to Sweet Home, Minnesota.
That's the first name on this list. Minnesota, Dallas, Boston, Toronto, Colorado, Winnipeg, Columbus, Tampa Bay, Washington, New Jersey, all reportedly in on Brock Nelson. I would probably, as of today, remove Tampa from that same reason as I just told you.
One thing I'll tell you,
there.
Lou Lamoriello's a pain in the ass to deal with. So the question just becomes, are the Islanders going to do what they do best? Trip on their ding-ding and end up in the hospital. They got to trade him. Otherwise, it's John Tavares 2.0. Agree?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I was asked. All right.
We got to work on the production a little bit.
It's like the baseball bat crack. It's that level. Indeed. So recently, I think we were talking about the Wings' depth, and I think one of you asked me who would fall out of the lineup should they trade for somebody, and I said Christian Fischer. Well, knock, knock, who's there? Not Christian Fischer. He was claimed off of waivers, which we put him on by Columbus. So he's gone. Gone. There's your Christian Fischer up there.
Thank you. The world was waiting. Next.
This is... There you go. This for Chris Johnston, who is as plugged in an NHL insider as you can find. This one I enjoy. Let me know when you're finished.
We're good.
No, let me know when you're finished.
We're good.
All right. The Bruins are going back and forth with Brad Marchand. You just hate to see Boston getting worse potentially.
Such a rat.
On a possible contract extension. Word is they're still open to potentially trading their captain. Teams with interest aren't being told no right now. So he might be out. He's a UFA after this season.
Where's a good fit for him in the mind of Kenny Cott?
Any playoff team that wants to win a playoff series.
Oh, good. So the Red Wings.
You know what's going to suck? You know what's actually absolutely going to suck?
He won't come here.
No, it's when he ends up on Florida.
But he'd fit perfect. They're all bullies and scumbags. He's over here biting people's ears and stuff. I mean, that guy's a weirdo.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Weird dude.
He's biting people. He's licking people. True story.
Yeah, yeah, dude, he did.
I know. I've heard that. That's when we just dropped the gloves.
And it wasn't, 100%. If somebody does that to you on the ice or anywhere, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, where would that be appropriate exactly?
You know what? We're just gonna move on.
Just gonna mosey on past that one.
Please talk, Kenny.
More white hot NHL trade rumors.
This one, the Wings this is the first one the Wings are always linked. Not always, but this year specifically.
Can I make a guess? Dylan Cousins.
Yes.
Right.
Nailed it. Along with Vancouver, Calgary, Chicago for some reason. Can you riddle me that one, Hockey Elite Mike? Why is Chicago linked to Dylan Cousins?
Because the Blackhawks are doing the reverse of the reverse rebuild, where you do things that Stanley Cup teams do, even though your team is still unfixable ass. The Blackhawks are like Bizarro World. It's the last episode of Seinfeld.
Like Vancouver, I get it. They're a playoff push. Calgary, playoff push. Nashville, they're pretty terrible, but again, vague playoff push. Toronto, Stanley Cup contender if they can make it past the first round. You understand that. Montreal, I don't get that one at all.
Okay, next.
Casey Middlestat. This one, there actually is no reportedly teams linked, but the Colorado Avalanche trading away a guy who, I don't know, a second line center. I don't know why they would deal him. This is a weird one.
Cap consideration?
No, I don't. Maybe. I mean, he hasn't been all that productive this year, and that's maybe why.
Oh, you mean it's a franchise that has actual accountability?
Yes. Also, Mike, I want your take on this one.
Yes.
Kyle Palmieri.
Take him.
Los Angeles, Vancouver, Colorado, Vegas. He has a 16 no trade.
Anywhere but Elmont, New York. Just take him.
What's your beef with Kyle over there?
The team collectively is just boring, not good, not going anywhere. We don't have a good cap situation. Anyone who other people want, trade them.
This one I find particularly interesting, and this one's going to be divisive amongst Red Wings and hockey fans alike.
All right.
Elias Pettersson.
Locker room cancer.
Locker room cancer, having a rough go of it in Vancouver, but
sign me up.
The idea would be change of scenery, change of pace.
And he's electric.
Change of culture. And yes, he is capable of scoring you a lot of goals.
What's the ask on that?
The ask is you're probably looking at a first round and a prospect.
Would you? Would you dare?
I would dare. Because I think he bolsters your roster. I think he'd be great. You're looking for forward depth.
Locker room strong enough?
Absolutely.
You got Captain America here.
Yeah, Todd McClellan won't put up with any of his nonsense.
That's right.
Yanni Gourde got traded. He was one of the players that went to...
My heart broke.
Tampa. You really wanted Yanni Gourde, huh?
No, I wouldn't be able to identify him with two hands and a flashlight.
I thought you were being serious. Rasmus Ristolainen, this is a darling pick for me. Can play both left and right D. Stay-at-home defender. Very, very skilled. Edmonton, Dallas, Vancouver, Winnipeg. All linked to him. The last one that I have here is an odd one because I've always thought it was weird that Anaheim was linked to trading this guy, considering his upside. Trevor Zegras. And the Wings have been linked to him also.
That'd have to be a Godfather offer.
You would think so, but he's been so non-productive in Anaheim, primarily because we're Anaheim, we stink.
Yes.
And you're the only guy that's here to help. So the teams linked, the Rangers, Montreal, Chicago, for some reason again. Actually, Chicago makes sense this time. Buffalo, Philly, Detroit.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, and Buffalo, we're going to get to the main deal here momentarily. Buffalo doesn't need more prospects. They don't need more picks. They need NHL player.
Absolutely.
If you're Buffalo, yes, you have to try. But that brings us to,
according to reports. Multiple reports. Kenny, deliver the good news that the Motor City can use.
The good news, this is per Athlon Sports and specifically Frank Saravalli.
My cousin.
Your Italian cousin, yes. Bowen Byram of the Buffalo Sabres has been linked to the Detroit Red Wings.
Number one target.
He really would be good you would kick out probably a Justin Hull in your defensive core, which addition by subtraction.
That's getting better at 2 spots.
Exactly. Before you even get to Bowen Byram.
He's 23. He's a restricted free agent, so it's not a rental. Because
Means
remember,
he's yours for a while.
Yeah, no.
You have the negotiating rights to him.
So if a teams don't flip offer sheets, but if teams did, they'd owe you $7 million first-round picks. So you get him. He's 23. The question becomes, all right, what is Buffalo going to want? Well, we just got done saying it. The reports I've read is they don't want a ton of prospects or picks. But Kenny has produced an offer. And this is a name that's popular on this show. Kenny is ready. He has girded his loins to make this offer. Kenneth?
I have actually 2 offers, and I'd like you to pick which one is more attractive to you.
All right.
The first one is Vlad Tarasenko and Joe Veleno.
Sold.
The reason this works.
Are you kidding me?
Both. I'm saying.
You want to hear him out?
if you're Buffalo, I would assume you would think that's crazy on surface level because Vlad's been a disaster here. Joe Veleno is nothing special, right? Joe Veleno is young, team control, changes scenery. Vlad was a 20-goal scorer very, very recently. So this could just be wrong team, wrong fit. That's how that could work. Both NHL players, both ready to play right now.
Okay. Sold.
The other offer, Jonathan Berggren, and every year it seems, Jonathan Berggren, his name is always in these trade proposals. Teams actually are interested in him.
Then take him.
He's still young. He still has value on a different team. He could be a pretty good hockey player and a guy who has been great in Grand Rapids this year and is probably very close to being NHL ready. Amadeus Lombardi. Great name. Great
My cousin.
Another one of your cousins.
We got an Italian guy in the system?
We have 2 Italians. One's not actually Italian.
Is he like Matt Lombardi's son, the old flame?
No.
Okay. Listen, here's my deal. I'll leave it to the hockey elite. Both of those deals would be done yesterday if I ran the Wings. Because to me, Byram is a second pairing guy here. Mm-hmm. And that means you're getting better at 2 spots. Because that means Hull is unemployed. 23. Restricted means you hold real rights before you got to sign him. He fits the timeline of the team. And I don't have to give up his buddy Rob Pelinka, the kid in Sweden. I would do it in a heartbeat. Pelika, whatever his name is.
Axel Sandin Pelika.
It's too much effort to say it. Old Pelican.
Aquadine Pelican.
Right. Almondine Mohammed Pelican. Look, if I don't have to give that up, if I don't have to give a Danielson up, like, Kenny, I would do it in a heartbeat.
And if you want to throw a couple of draft picks in there, I actually don't have a problem with that either. It's time to start weaponizing your draft capital. So if you wanted to do a Vlad Veleno, Berggren, Lombardi type of a trade and throw in a second, that's fine.
All right, so look, here's the deal. If the Wings don't get Bowen Byram, blame Athlon Sports. There you go. That is Kenny's flaccid white rumors. Paulson's annual inventory sale right now. They don't want to count boxes. They want to move product. Up to 70% off on all 4K TVs, tower speakers, outdoor landscape lighting, you name it, it's discounted. You can go to paulsonsav.com, you check out the website and their stock list, and certainly stop by the showroom. Sign up for the Music Matters event March 19th and start saving. It's March Madness. It's going to be hockey playoffs before you know it. Get involved and save money while you're doing it with Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, we're going to get to your phone calls momentarily. Still got a lot of NFL news in the defensive end front, pass rusher front. We'll reset that at 5 o'clock. Just had some fun with Kenny's Rumors. NHL deadline, day away. The Wings target, according to Athlon Sports, and my cousin Petey Zuccarello, or whatever this guy's name is, never heard of him. A little Bowen Byram, 23 years old, perfect second pairing guy for you. And if by getting him, it means you never have to look at Hole again, well, winner, chicken dinner. You can comment on that. We'll get to the football calls as well. But first, David, ticket text. What's the feedback on the White Rumors?
Who says no? Yzerman trades Bergeron, Tarasenko, first-round pick, last year's first-round pick for Mikko Rantanen.
Oh, you got to get Kenny in here because that just sounds like when I was 13 and Eric Lindros got traded. That's a lot of stuff. Where's Kenny?
He'll be here in a second.
All right. I mean, that's quite a lot. You're talking.
He doesn't run fast, so give him a second.
Well,
He's
no,
on his
he
way.
don't run at all. If he ran, he'd bleep himself. I mean, you know how that guy's system functions. All right, Kenny, take a listen to what this texter just said, because I think this is a little bit out there.
Who says no? Trade Bergeron, Tarasenko, this year's first-round pick, last year's first-round pick, to Carolina for Mikko Rantanen. Sign him to an 8-year, $108 million deal.
8-year, 108?
I'm opting out of this. I'm nervous even talking about this. I leave it to Kenny.
Am I crazy for considering it? I haven't said yes or no yet.
No, you're not crazy. You're desperate. And desperation makes you do things.
Mikko Rantanen is a Stanley Cup champion. He's done it before. He's a playoff performer. He's a guy that would immensely help your team. If you want to talk about big boy moves, this might be a little on the aggressive side in terms of what you're giving up. But
okay,
Mikko Rantanen's a hell of a player.
We had to bring you in. That sounded like when I was a kid and Eric Lindros got traded. I'm like, wait, how much just went over there?
I think Carolina says no because I don't think they value. Who was it? Bergeron and who else? Tarasenko. Okay, yeah, I don't think they do that. I think they're the first to
And what
say
do
no.
they care about the picks? They don't. They're trying to win a Stanley Cup.
They're trying to win right now. And if they think that Mikko Rantanen is a fair swap for Bergeron and Tarasenko, then yeah, I don't think so.
All right, David, go ahead.
Yzerman and Holmes are in an arms race for who can do the least this time of year. Let them cook.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. If Yzerman doesn't make a move, I think he's taking whatever cachet he's got left in the mind of many, and he's going to put it at risk with how the last few weeks of the season plays out. You know, if you make a move and it doesn't work, there's a different feeling. But if you do nothing again and the team collapses again
it's Groundhog's Day.
That will hurt even the most loyal of Yzerbot. David, one more and I'll get to the callers.
If you're telling me I can get rid of Tarasenko, Veleno, and push out Hall, that actually is getting better in 4 spots.
Okay. Listen, it's just that's the report. It's a 23-year-old. It's a high-level defenseman. I think they've got to fix the blue line. It's been Yzerman's great failing. They have not put together a defensive core. No, I understand. They don't have a great goalie. They rarely can quote goalie teams. But if you have a bad collection on the blue line and you're bad at the penalty kill, specifically with your defensive pairings, yeah, it's going to make average goalies below average. It's going to make good goalies average, great goalies good, and Hall of Famers great. It downgrades everything between the pipes when your defensive pairings stink. And you put out, arguably, metrically, the Wings put out the worst pairing in all of hockey, i.e. wherever Hole is.
Not a big Hole fan.
It's not. Data doesn't have feelings. They're Big Daddy. It's just data. All right, to the people. Go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, Jay. What's on your mind?
So I'd like to talk a little bit about the defensive end conundrum, if you want to call it one.
Sure.
I think a lot of people are looking at it the wrong way. I don't think it's all in or bust, right? I think our defense last year, when healthy, was good enough to compete in a Super Bowl. And with that being said, I'm more so interested in guys who are hungry to win a chip. So and would be inexpensive. So give me a Calais Campbell, give me a Khalil Mack, re-sign Carlton, and sign Darius Slay, bring him back home to Detroit. Call it a day. You'll be able to have enough money to re-sign Hutch, to re-sign Kirby, and let's see what happens. The biggest concern for me is our offensive coordinator and Ben Johnson leaving. So everyone that's freaking out about the defense, let's pump the brakes a little bit and maybe let's go this route, a different route instead.
Okay, so the biggest thing, look, I'm not going to freak out. You want Calais, he's a locker room dude. I got no problems with it, but I can't lean on him 60 snaps. The Mac thing, I'm not angry about.
It's Calais is really north of 30.
But he's north of 40 almost. But Carlton Davis, I'm out. How many years are you going to pay a guy to only play 75% of your games? Jason, I can't. He's already stated publicly, I'm going to the highest bidder. I'm not paying that guy $4 at 80 for a guy who every year now it's established misses 4 games. That's the biggest flaw in all of it. Jason, if you want to swap Carlton Davis out for a different corner, I'm more apt to agree with it. Look, that's your approach to it. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're a bad fan. I want more up front.
Yeah, because if you're still trying to fill that cornerback role, then what did you do last year in the draft?
Well, you have to. I mean, think about it. You can't roll out there with Terry Arnold and Rakestraw as your starting pair. Can you?
Well, the Eagles did it.
Yeah, with 2 guys that were like NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year caliber. No. And, hold on, candidly, what'd their pass rush look like?
Every guy wanted the Lions to draft. Okay.
All right.
You're right.
Come on. That's not fair. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls in the mix. Get to a football today as well. Reset everything in a big NFL news day, including Trey Hendrickson now gets to negotiate his own trade. Do you want to be a part of it? We'll give you the particulars top of the hour. When the NFL is done, don't worry. Other things happen like the NBA. I think James Harden just scored again. FanDuel, more ways to play than anybody. You got March Madness. You got all kinds of things happening. So if you want to, diddle around, FanDuel.com/ticket. Your first $5 bet wins. You get $150 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, who's my sponsor? I don't care.
It's actually Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan, Michael. The Red Wings hit the ice again at LCA as they host the Utah Hockey Club tonight. Forward Carter Mazur is up from Grand Rapids to make his NHL debut. Todd McClellan says he'll play on the fourth line. Michael Rasmussen will skate in this game as well for the first time in a while. Face off at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's simple for Michigan State basketball. Win tonight, and you're the outright Big Ten champion. Iowa standing in their way. At State head coach Tom Izzo, the tip time at 8 there. The Tigers will once again play a spring breakout game featuring some of their top prospects against those of the Braves coming up this Sunday. Max Clark, who was left off the Major League spring training roster, headlines the breakout group. Joining him are the number 2 through 4 prospects, Kevin McGonigal, Bryce Rayner, and Tyrone Lorenzo. Michigan women's basketball advanced in the Big Ten tournament with a win over Washington today, 66-58. Olivia Olson led them in scoring with 21 points. Michigan State in action against Iowa tonight as well. The one-of-one Paul Skeens autographed patch rookie card will head to auction tomorrow and will close after 2 weeks. Fanatics Collect is handling the auction and say it should land a very significant sale, end quote. Fanatics plans to donate all proceeds to the LA Fire Relief Program. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 5 o'clock on a very newsy day, and a couple of notes for you. A major announcement I've just been made aware of at 5 o'clock, Rico. This will be the last game Kenny Cott attends if the Wings don't win. He has simply said, I am done. This is it. It is all on the line against the hockey club tonight. So the Wings need to play their A-plus game.
Unless they make a splashy trade. If they make a splashy trade, I'm back in.
Okay.
Got to win, though.
We will get more on that later in the hour.
I thought you meant the I'm not attending the game tonight.
No. I also would like to say I'm really on my game today. I asked Rico, hey, you going up there tonight for state? He goes, where? Iowa? I want to apologize.
Probably should have been on the plane by now.
Might want to get going.
You ain't going to make it, Rico. You ain't going to make
No?
it.
So, with that in mind, I'm going to get to your calls in a second. I just want to refresh this for everybody who's getting done with their day at work. Last 24, 48 hours has been a major, major news cycle for edge rushers. Not only did you have Max Crosby sign, so that takes away any of the fantasies, he reestablished what the marketplace is. $35 million a year. That's $1 million more than Nick Bosa. You also had Joey Bosa get released last night. So now your acquisition cost is simply money. We outlined this on yesterday's show, and I'm sure it's up on our YouTube. If you'd like and subscribe, Evan's child needs to eat, please. Also, I got a real problem with Evan's kid. I got to tell you, I got a real problem.
I know where you're going.
He got her. She got him sick again. Evan had to leave work today. I know the kid's not listening, but I've had enough. Now,
okay, what are you going to do?
Nothing. That's the problem.
Right. You cannot return the kid, okay?
There
are
has
no
to be,
refunds.
You know what? That's one thing God missed. There should be a return policy. Now, listen.
3 years or 36,000 miles.
There's a warranty. This thing's broken. It keeps getting me sick. Now, listen. All right. Let's get back to business.
What's wrong with this one?
Where's the immune system? All right. Come on.
It's a recall.
Damn it. This kid's getting Evan sick every 2 days.
He was like, don't touch me. Leave me alone.
Now, I don't even remember what I was saying. Okay. So Bosa is a free agent. The problem, 5 games, 4 games, 9 games, started the last 3 years. You can sign him, but the Chargers felt we don't want to pay him $25 a year. Not 30, not 35. 25.4 is his cap hit. You want Joey, you can go get him. The next level and the next piece of news, Trey Hendrickson. Now, that has been a name in the mix for a while, but officially today, the Bengals have said, Trey, you can go seek your trade. Go work your trade out. He's 30 years old. He'll be 31 during the year. 17.5 sacks last year, 17.5 the year before. All effort.
He's kind of a welfare version of Hutch, but he's a real good player. He had his best year ever this year. The problem, you've got to give him a contract. Now, to Rico, to your point, a 4-year deal where really the money's front-loaded the first 2, less risk. But he is a D-end on the wrong side of 30. So got to be a little careful there. And then the last one is, look, the Myles Garrett thing is still a thing. He's got 2 years left on the deal. He's 29, and he just got done saying at the Combine, nothing's changed. I'm not playing for Cleveland. So here's the question we had for you guys. Kids, why? No, the question we had is, seriously, kids, why? No, the question is just, Brad Holmes is driving the bus. Where do you want him to drive it to? You know, the market is moving on edge rushers. And this time next week, I do believe these guys are going to have contracts. Like, I don't think Joey Bosa will be around long. Do I want him? No. He's just a better version of Marcus Davenport. The Trey Hendrickson thing.
Joey Bosa is just a name only type of thing.
For a guy who hasn't played in 3 years effectively, I'm with you. Yeah. Trey Hendrickson, you know, the comps, you're seeing a 2 and a 5. Maybe if the Lions flip pick 28, the Bengals would flip you a 3 back plus Hendrickson. What do you want to do? You know, Rico is saying, go get Hendrickson. I can't make fun of Rico, even though I apparently had him going to the Iowa game tonight. I can't make fun of it. I do worry about that contract, though, and I do worry about an aging player. He's not Myles Garrett. A lot of what Garrett does not appear statistically.
Right, but the problem is, Mike, you're worried about the age, but it's not like his productivity is falling off. As a matter of fact, it's actually pretty darn good. Finished second in Defensive Player of the Year. Like, he's in his peak right now. You're in your prime window right now. It's a match made in heaven. You don't need to wait a couple of years for him to develop. He's ready to go. To me, he's the ultimate plug and play. 4-year deal, front load the contract. Don't worry about the back 2 years, because if you win a Super Bowl, Detroit, you won't care about it.
Does not matter. So where are you at with it? And look, we played a little game. Look, if you say Joey Bosa, because Brad Holmes likes injured players, and you get to keep pick 28, wouldn't it? Joey Bosa and maybe at 28, you take Kenneth Grant. I'm sure a lot of Lions fans would enjoy that. I wouldn't. No. And I'll say it again. I'm not re-signing Carlton Davis. How can you say that? Simple. I didn't want him here in the first place. And I told you he'd missed
fair enough, you didn't.
At least 4 games. Oh, yeah, remember I got killed for? How'd that work out? Where was Carlton Davis when you needed him most? I can't sign people that keep getting hurt.
Oh, Mr. Funny Man, the Lions would have won it all if they didn't all get hurt.
So, with that, thank you. That was a great impersonation. 248-539-9797. Also, congratulations to David. He DJ'd a funeral today, playing all the hits. And you are dressed, you are Natalie attired. You look like you're ready to take your wife to dinner tonight. You look great.
No,
what do you make?
This is not the best. This is not the best.
No, I didn't say the best. You couldn't wear the 2 bow ties in here. That's your uncle's look. You can't do that.
It would be dust all over.
Save the 2 bow ties for Myles Garrett when they sign him.
Well,
that's the day.
If they get Myles Garrett, we are all dressing like your uncle.
Yes.
Live on the air.
You know what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Tuxedo hats and everything.
Whatever is needed.
Can get a cane and get up and shake it at
I
you.
will write a check to the church if we get Myles Garrett.
All right, Brad Holmes, you know what to do.
Make that move. Brad, if you care about religion, you will get Myles Garrett.
I will say this, though.
That's what David is basically saying.
While that would be wonderful to have you write that check, I'm on the Trey Hendrickson train.
We'll take that.
I'm on the Trey Hendrickson train. I know will be 31 by the time the season hits. I'm on that train. I think I like that because you're keeping your first round selection. And I know that sounds weird for me to say because I don't care about trading it. But if you can add more and not give that up, I love that option right there. Hendrickson, keep the pick, get somebody. Love that.
Okay. People, where do you stand on it? Brad's driving the caravan. Where you want to go? Rico's Hendrickson. David's Hendrickson. I'm just anyone but Bosa, ABB. I don't want injured people here.
If you get Bosa, I mean, this sounds bad, but if he makes it and plays 9 games for you, that's a win.
Oh, dear Jesus.
That means over half the season he played 9 games. Now, it may be because you play this murderer's row schedule, especially the road games, Maybe they're the right 9 games. I don't know. But that's what
Rico has turned our defensive end play into Wheel of Fortune.
Somebody did text in, I get Bosa and have him agree to sitting the first 5 games just to play important.
David, you almost want to put him on a pitch count. Like, no, he's done for the day. He played his 30 snaps.
248-539-9797. David, what are the early returns on the ticket text? What do people want?
Bosa hasn't been healthy in 4 years and is nowhere near as productive as he once was. I'm fully out on him. I'll take Hendrickson on a cheaper deal.
Yeah, but remember, Hendrickson's going to want his money. He is not going to give discounts. This is a guy who the Bengals have screwed over now, multiple years, making $13 million a year. You're going to have to pay him. I'll be shocked if he doesn't get $30 a year. With what Crosby just did, I mean, okay, fine, I'll leave myself some wiggle room. High 20s to 30. I don't see any value. Like, there's no... If someone gets a deal and it's not the Lions, you do reserve the right to get angry.
How about $100 million, 4 years, 60 guaranteed?
And he lands with the Bears or something, you have every right to get upset.
Go big or go home. Trade anyone and anything but Sewell and Goff to get Myles Garrett. Let Brad cook with fire. Go Lions. Jordan in Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah, that's where I'm still there. I can't let go of it until I hear the report that Garrett's an Eagle, or he just said I'd rather die than play in Detroit. I got to stand by it. He's a gold jacket, first ballot, first team All-Pro Hall of Famer. Go get me that. Keep the fake watches.
Sign Bosa to a 2-year deal and then draft Grant at 28. That's my choice.
Okay. I mean, it's a free country. I don't know what you guys are so scared of. I really don't.
Well, this texter isn't. AC from Monroe isn't. If Holmes invests in the D-line, why not gamble on the electric Garrett-Hutch combo versus the high-risk gamble of a cheaper Bosa?
That's right. That's where I'm at. You know, the other thing, too, and it'll be a storyline, is like, do people want Carlton Davis back? He's now very publicly stated he's going to the highest bidder. Why am I going to pay for a guy who's missed at least 4 games each of the last 4 years? Why?
Yeah, that was, I don't know. I don't know why the athletes go to social media to post this type of stuff.
I don't know. My point is, I don't want to pay a guy who can't stay healthy. He's a nice player. It's not about the player. It's about the availability. When you consistently miss 4 games a year, that's who you are.
I'm fine with Joey Bosa on a prove-it deal as long as it comes with additional investment in the position. That is the only condition I would accept.
All right. Only thing I'm going to say is this. I'll be very surprised if Bosa takes a prove-it deal anywhere other than where his brother plays in San Francisco. Because remember, you still have teams like the Patriots with $8 billion in cap space. The Bears still have 51. Like, there are so many teams have money. It's just, look, 6'6", 280-pound guy. They don't grow on trees. Right. Someone will believe they've got the answer or the magic carrot juice to keep him healthy.
And if he just stays healthy, we got to steal. It's like, okay, but it's a big if.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls coming up next. 97.1.
Hey, it's supposed to get warm weather this weekend, and if you would listen to me earlier in the year, you could have had your Koi Construction deck already built for you. But good news is you still got time for the spring and the summer. You need to call Koi Construction right now. It's a family-owned business. It's a Trex Pro Platinum dealer with over 40 years of experience serving in Metro Detroit. And guys, they designed and built the deck for me. Outstanding. And here's the beauty of it. This summer, spring, I can watch my neighbors stain and do all that stuff to their deck. I don't have to. I can just go back out there and watch them. Why? It's a Trex deck, easy to clean, great maintenance, and it's high quality. Call Koi Construction right now. Get on their schedule because your weekends will be spent relaxing on your deck. Whether you want a lavish outdoor living area or relaxing space to unwind, Koi's expert team will make your vision come to reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your project started.
Hello there.
On you.
A personal injury of any sort is indeed personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recoveries. Look, David is dedicated to make sure you get the care you need and put your life back together after an accident. So if you need an attorney who makes it personal, that's David Femininio. Call him today. He will answer personally. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people on what has become kind of a hurricane of defensive end news. We'll get some hockey rumors bottom of the hour, and we think we've centered in on who the Wings are going after, if anybody. And also, if the Wings lose tonight, Kenny's never going to LCA again. So a lot on the line against the hockey club.
Ever? Wow.
Let's go to Warren, 97.1. Warren, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Man, it's been a long time. I haven't talked to you since that debacle at the end of the football season.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm glad you've healed. You're emotionally ready. What's going on?
Yeah. So, first thing first, let Brad cook. I'm okay with that as long as he stops trying to feed me from the kiddie menu. It's time to grow up. Get in there and get some big boy ingredients. It's time for some beef Wellington.
Warren, you're not into chicken fingers?
No, I'm not into chicken fingers and fries. So what I want, it starts with Myles Garrett. And then I would like a Bosa also to complement, because there are three things that are for certain in football. Number one, we don't pay running backs. Number two, the cap is not real. And number three, you can never have enough pass rushers.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Warren, you're never going to get a disagreement between 2 and 6. I know others will disagree, but it won't be us. I would love something like that. And in fact, I'd forego spending big money at corner. If you have a pass rush like that, it reduces what you need to have at the corner spot.
Mike, with a pass rush like that, you and I can play corner.
I mean, listen, Warren, the word's out on the street. You got great hip turn from what everybody says.
Well, you know, I was an offensive tackle and a defensive end at one point.
Oh dear. All right, we're gonna put you in zone coverage. I don't think man to man's gonna be your game.
Definitely zone. Hit squad all day. But then I had one other question because I've been dying to ask this question.
Yeah.
Which player that will be available is the best compliment for Cade?
For Cade Cunning? Okay, this summer, I'll tell you the best one. It's Lauri Markkanen.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Utah, stretch 4, three-point shooter, pick and roll primary, spacer. He just fits what I want, what I need. You know, you'll have hyper-athletic wings. That's what I need.
And their athleticism can cover up from some of his deficiencies.
Yeah. Yeah, and listen, I mean, Warren, what they've done has been remarkable. I'm not disrespectful about it. But I won't take it serious as in, oh, boy, we got to watch every night until they get Cade or Robin.
Right, that's what I said. At that point now, when you watch the Pistons, it's not just fun basketball. It's, okay,
we can be a threat.
They can win this thing. And even if it's an outside chance, you still feel like if we get the right breaks, we can win this thing. Right now, you don't feel that way.
Cleveland's fake. This is a one-year blip. The Celtics are not going to be able to keep this whole thing together because the tax bill is so big, it forced Wick Grossbeck to sell the team. Dad got a little upset. When it's Dad's money. What do you want me to tell you? The luxury bill is going to be like $50 billion. The Knicks are the Knicks. They're better than you now, but I don't think they'll be better than you forever. And the Bucks,
always find
let's face it, Giannis is going to Miami. So that leaves you, and we win 10 championships. I'm trying to be positive for you.
No, it is positive.
Oh, and by the way, thoughts and prayers to Paul George, who had to step away from his podcast to, wait for it, play basketball. Let's go to Ryan.
But he won't be playing tonight.
I hate this league. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going? First time, long time.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Rico, Mike, Kenny, especially David. I just wanted to start off by saying, if we get Myles Garrett, I'll pitch into the church donation pot.
Thank you. Ryan, I think what we should do is advertise it. The Myles Garrett Fund. And we just start donating to David's church. And if it doesn't happen, we just go in there and repo everything. We just go down there, sledgehammers, and repo the pews.
Now, why don't we do that? How about we go to Allen Park and do something there?
Ryan, go ahead.
I need everybody to get up off this pew.
I wanted to talk about the Iser plan. So
yeah.
I'm back in 2018, 2019, I was a young college graduate. I'm now 30 years old with a kid. And looking back at those years, we had Al Avila with the Tigers. We had Troy Weaver with the Pistons. We had, who am I missing here? We had Iserman with the Red Wings.
Yep.
And we had Bob Quinn, our favorite Bob Quinn with the Lions.
That's right.
So now 5-6 years later, I wanted to put the perspective out there and get your guys' thoughts on, I never thought we would be in 2025 and the Detroit Red Wings would be the darkest situation in Detroit.
I mean, look, I'm almost ready to say that. However, we got to let the next month happen. If they make the playoffs, it doesn't look so bad. But if they don't, or if Iserman, even worse, if he doesn't act by tomorrow and they don't, I'll be right there with you. It will have been a titanic waste of time in my world.
I'm just disappointed. Another loss last night. It's tough.
Yeah, tonight's a big one now. And I understand Utah's close point total wise, but the Wings, candidly, they're a better team. You're at home. You've lost 3 in a row. You got to win tonight. This is a league game. You got to win tonight.
Must win.
So if they
Must
don't,
win.
oh boy. Yeah. Ryan, I'm with
All
you.
right,
And I
thanks,
think
guys.
your perspective's awesome. You were a college kid without a care in the world. Now you're a dad and you're old. They still haven't made the playoffs. Life over. Hope dead.
Give it till next year.
The perspective is everything. David, a few ticket texts if you'd be so kind.
Someone says, get Hendrickson now and still go get Garrett.
Okay.
Go big
All right, hold on.
or go
All
home.
right, this isn't a video game. Hold on a minute.
I don't think the Lions get any of them. Garrett to Philly, Mac to Chicago,
Okay.
Hendrickson to Washington,
All right.
and Bosa to San
Well, then
Francisco.
guess what? There's going to be nowhere to sit at Greater Life because I'm repossessing every
Why
pew.
do we have
every
to have
pew.
the problem?
And I'm putting a cross on Kenny's back, and he's
Go
going
down
to
to-
walk it out of there.
Go down to Ford Field and remove a section there.
Nope. Shame. That's right. Go make you walk Belle Isle naked. Shame. Shame. Ding, ding.
If I have to trade any picks, I'd rather... No, that's not a bail. No, it's not.
Shame. You didn't get me Garrett. False prophet.
Oh, man. I love Hendrickson, but he wants a new contract. I hope they can get him if he's getting moved. Don't see it, though. That is Corey in Cincinnati.
Are we at least aligned here, within the four walls of the Ticket Command Center? Are we all in the anyone but Bosa camp? Are we done with injured players?
We are.
Uh-oh.
I don't think everybody in this. No, I'm including Kenny as well.
Just us here.
Right.
Yes,
We
just
are.
us. Yes.
Okay.
Certain individual in a certain city's initial maybe AP may not feel
Yeah,
that way.
because things change. Because
He's in the kitchen right now.
I was
grabbing the
originally
paprika.
go get Bosa versus Garrett.
What if Bosa just blows out his
Blosa.
ACL?
Blosa.
He blows out his ACL, getting out of the limo to sign his contract. Ah!
At least it'll be before he signed it.
You know what? But he's
Right. Don't blow it out.
He's so
after
brittle.
He went to celebrate signing with Detroit, and he's out for the year.
Right. He has the Joe Burrow wrist injury signing. Ah!
That signature counts. There's a J.
J Squiggle. David, go ahead.
You make it sound like it's a given that they can get Garrett. I think Bosa is doable, and this
Hold on.
draft is as good as
Time
it
out.
gets.
Time out. The only reason I approach it this way is because you are one of, and I want to be fair about this, Washington, Bills. You want to say the Bears because of the money? I mean, you're one of 4 or 5 teams that really fits the bill. Myles Garrett wants to win. You want me to say the Eagles because they're the Eagles? Fine.
yeah.
My point is, within that, you have the cap space, you have the right fit, the right roster, and it is a choice to be outbid.
That's a choice. Now, if Myles Garrett says, I hate the city of Detroit or something, I'm not going to slander you. There's nothing you can do. But to me, if you don't go out and get that player, that is something you decided to do because you will have to be outbid to do it. I don't know. No, I don't view anything as given, but I'm also not taking us out of that running. Now, if it comes out they just simply don't want the player, different conversation. But if they do nothing and they just go to the draft, I'm sorry.
I think see those three go to some team that you're going to be playing, especially in the NFC.
Right. Then at that point, I think it's totally okay to be frustrated with your team. I don't think that makes you a bad fan.
To some.
Well, I don't care what they think.
You know, Lions fan will get upset.
Hey, David, you better bolt those pews down.
Brad, you better make this move.
We're going to be coming down there with a couple of pickup trucks. You better put some blankets out. People are going to be sitting on the floor to hear the good word. It's Myles
Maybe some
Garrett.
of them should anyway.
It's Myles Garrett, or there's no. Pretty sure David just slandered his parish. All right. Hey, who? Hungry Howies. Wow, quite a segue. They have a new deal for March Madness all month long. And whether it starts with tonight with the Red Wings game or maybe some college hoops, Rico's flying a helicopter to Iowa after the game.
See you later, buddy.
Listen, they got the You Choose $8.99 combo. You can choose a large one topping with 100% real cheese, your choice of topping, and any choice of flavor crust. You can pair it up with a oven-baked sub or any of the regular salads. You choose $8.99 each. You put them together, and you got yourself a game time meal. It's just that simple. Hungry Howie's, the originator of the flavored crust, all 8 varieties, for a limited time only. Hungry Howie's, online carryout only, the You Choose combo. Get it tonight. You know, it's always interesting. We sit here, and I think we have a decent grip on the salary cap, and we're flippant. We do have some fun about it, saying the cap isn't real, right? Because you see what a lot of these teams do. And it's just so funny. You take a quick spin. Trey Hendrickson is going to be allowed to make his trade. Every article I read, it's the same water carrying stuff for the organization. Well, you know, got to pay Aiden down the line and might preclude us. And I'm like, you know, it's weird. The Eagles don't have that problem. It's weird. The Niners don't have that problem. It's weird. I never hear the Chiefs cry about money. Like,
you know what it is, Mike? It's new money thinking. But old money knows where you have to keep reinvesting in order to stay rich. New money is put it all under your mattress and don't do anything with it.
Well, the other thing is, I got bad news for you. Like, case in point, you want to talk about flipping salaries and stuff? All right. Mahogany's going to start for this team. He's a 6th-round pick who makes no money. All right, you're not that far off from Manu once he learns to play American football. By all accounts, he's a monster of a physical specimen. Okay, let's say he replaces a Taylor Decker, or Sewell goes to left tackle and Manu plays right tackle. Okay, so automatically now I've saved a bunch of money there.
Right.
What rule is there that I've got to keep everybody at all the time? Like, I love how Lion fans are already ready to dole out the top 2 safety contracts in the league to Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. No, thank you.
Because Lions fans, Detroiters, fall in love with their players and can't imagine ever being without them, but you're watching other teams saying,
right,
hey, great seeing you, but you got to go enjoy your new team.
That's my point. And
it's just business. Like, I just finished reading Debo basically was like, hey, no hard feelings, San Fran, but I had to go, and it worked out best for both of us. You don't get attached to your stars that much because it's constantly refreshing, and you're bringing out the old, you're pushing out the old, bringing in the new. But Detroiters, I guess it's a little bit of new money where you don't realize, well, eventually you're going to have to get rid of some of these people to bring in some new people. Yep. You keep the best people.
That's right.
But the fringe people, you can work around.
And you know what I consider?
You can draft somebody else to replace them.
What I consider the premium positions are quarterback, my tackle spots, and my D-line. Everything else is negotiable. So when I talk about being irresponsible, which it's, paying Aiden and bringing in a Trey Hendrickson or a Garrett is irresponsible, I'm doing it in the right spots. Mm-hmm. So it was interesting.
Because to me, Garrett and Henderson, it's insurance because it helps you right now because you're in your window, and it's insurance in case Hutch is not 100% Hutch.
Yeah. And if he is, you've created the top edge rush duo in the league. Let's go. Look, it's case in point. I mean, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter powered a Texans team that lost all their good players on offense, and they should have beat Kansas City if the refs didn't know the mob money. That's my opinion, editorial. My point is, it's a powerful factor. We've seen the Niners do it over the years. You see the teams, the Eagles are consistent with it. The Chiefs are consistent with it. I just don't want to hear about the money. I'm tired of it. We're already in the planning stages for Hutch's deal. Good. Make a plan to add another stud. Like, why is it always a problem for us?
Because by the time Hutch's deal kicks into that big-time money, the cap's probably gone up about 40, 50 million.
Right. They just sold a first quarter of a game to Amazon Prime for $300 million. Right. All right, I don't care. Redo deals, figure it out, and eventually the whole team goes over a cliff like Thelma and Louise. It doesn't matter. Win. I'm sorry. It just really irked me.
I'm with you. It's don't worry about the future, and I think that's where a lot of Lions fans are. That's why I call them new money, because it's like, what about this and what about this? Other teams are just out there like, what about 3 years from now? 3 years from now? I'm worried about 3 days from now.
David, a few ticket texts if you would, and we'll keep it moving.
I'm ceremonially bricked up thinking about the Lions signing Garrett. Go get Garrett.
Listen, it would be a landmark trade, and again, he has not demanded a new contract yet. I cannot be clearer about that. You trade 2 picks for 2 years of Myles Garrett? Yes, I would. Okay? Yes, I would. You want to slander me, make fun of me? Go ahead. Yes, I would.
It's got to be Myles Garrett. What if Hutchinson's injury is the beginning of being injured every year, much like Bosa the last 3 years? Go get Garrett.
That was a freak injury. I'm not going to put that on Aiden. I'm just not going to do that. You're welcome to.
I'm more so about the healing process, and this becomes something chronic. I don't want it to be, but that possibility is
It
there.
has to be out there. It has to be in the back of your mind. Yeah. Brad Holmes will sign a safety for $15 million rather than getting a pass rusher. The Lions will never win a Super Bowl. Hey, guys, I just spoke with the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi. He said, this is not the Bosa you are looking for.
That's right.
Go get Garrett.
That's right. I agree with him.
No one will blame Brad if he gets Garrett and he gets injured. Fans will blame Brad if he gets Bosa and he gets hurt because that's what he does. Go get Garrett.
Yeah, you've got a rare offseason here where it's a good collection of edge rushers. Max is off the board. Nothing on Micah Parsons. You got Hendrickson available. Miles has demanded the trade. I see no reason to go with a Bosa. I'm sorry. The guy's started 5 games, 4 games, and 9 games the last 3 years. You can miss me with that one.
Let's not forget what we have on the defensive front when healthy. Hutch, McNeil, Zadarius, and Reeder. Are we all going in too hard on the need for another top edge rusher?
DJ Reeder was half the player he had been previously. Zadarius is a nice depth piece at this point, but he is not an every down war daddy. You're losing on Zarike. You don't have a true player that's high end to line up next to McNeil. You lack, here, you don't want to listen to me. You can listen to TJ Lang. You lack a space eater. You lack a true nose tackle, a guy that can line up next to McNeil on first and second down. And you certainly lack an edge. So I'm sorry. I don't think you're passing off Hydrox as Oreo. It's not the same.
It never has been.
And DJ Reeder, I didn't kill that signing, but what did I tell you? He was coming off of another just catastrophic injury. He blew out his other quad. Well, it's no accident he wasn't the same DJ Reeder you liked in Cincy or Houston. He wasn't the same player. So, no. When other teams have Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, not the same. And now Aleem McNeil's coming off of a catastrophe of an injury. So I don't think you can ever spend enough on your defensive line.
Right there.
I don't.
No, right there. Because not to beat a dead horse, Hutch is coming off.
Rico, they could sign Bosa, and I'd still want to take a defensive lineman at 28.
Yes.
That's why you just can't have enough.
And that's why I said earlier in the show, it would anger me if you took Emeka Egbuka at wide receiver at 28. Like, no. Wrong direction. That was a joke. We're sorry. Can we do that pick all over again?
I could even work my way around an O-lineman, but not a wide receiver.
Okay, Kenny, an O-lineman is fine. Yeah. And that's this year's draft.
Yes.
Big people, offensive and defensive linemen, fine. You're adding depth to the O-line. Okay, that's great. But toy positions? Absolutely not. Not for me. I don't want to see it until you get to the Aaron Glenn picks in the late third round. Then you can go and get a receiver.
Is that how they're going to be
back.
labeled on ESPN? The Aaron Glenn picks?
Yes.
David, go. That's great. David, go ahead.
Grab Garrett, no question. Love Trey as a backup plan, but Garrett has to be the choice.
I think all I've tried to establish this offseason is, look, here are the premium guys. You got to get one of them. And if you don't, I just don't think you're serious about your business. You got a new OC, a new DC. You lost 7 coaches on staff. Your best 2 D linemen are coming off season-ending catastrophic injuries. Yeah, like I want to make an upgrade. So let's see what I do. You know the fun? Next week it all kicks off. And then here's where it gets scary. If some of these dudes end up in your division, you do not want that. Like Trey Hendrickson, opposite Montez Sweat in division. Yeah, I'm not.
Because the Bears are already showing you they mean business. They're trying to jumpstart this thing.
They do.
There is no 3-year curve. It's next year.
It was so funny, and people were acting like the Golden Girls. And like I get it, the Jonah Jackson thing was a little irresponsible. But when you back it with Joe Thuney, and you go, look, we still have $55 million in cap space after doing that.
And then they went and got a blocking tight end this morning. So obviously,
you know what Ben's doing. Then they're going to draft Amari in Hampton.
Is Ben cooking?
Well, no, Ben's terrible. He's a bad guy. Sorry, it's the first time Lions fan has appeared today. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's a jerk. Okay.
Yeah, well, it was all Dan Campbell. He really didn't have anything to do with the Lions'
That's
success.
right. You got it. He was actually a puppet, and Dan would press buttons to make Ben's head move. 248-539-9797. Paulson's, their annual inventory clearance sale right now. 70% off, huge savings on 4K TVs, tower speakers, outdoor speakers, preamps, receivers, theater seats, and a whole lot more. Stop in today. Take advantage of the huge savings. Never too early. Start thinking about your outdoor living spaces, outdoor televisions, landscape lighting, and more. Paulson's has it all. They are the preeminent audio-video store in Metro Detroit. Visit paulsonsav.com. Register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event, taking place March 19th at the Paulson store. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
All right, we were all across the board today. If you missed anything, including Kenny, of who the Red Wings should go after, use the Odyssey Rewind. Let me get that out your way, Rieger.
There you go. Rieger's coming in. We had to have a quick summit meeting. I'm serious. Did you hear his show the other night when him and Bob were talking bias?
Mm-hmm.
Now, us reaching acceptance phase, being sad, not mad, being shocked. We're angry, but like we're still in shock. Wojo has no problem with Javi Baez being back with this team. And in fact, he's willing to give him until June. Rieger, how did you maintain your composure?
You know, it was
you
the
probably
one
thought you were being punked at first, right?
Yeah, it was the one time in my life where the calls, the ticket texts, the tweets, everything wanted to just have Wojo go home early. Usually it's me going home early. No, it's ridiculous. It's asinine. And it's funny because Wojo didn't want to believe the reporting coming out of Lakeland. Like, we now have...
You mean the place where he was just at?
Well, yeah, and I did ask him. I'm like, well, what story did you break? But no, we've had Petzold, we've had McCoskey, we've had Woodbury. They've all said it. Yeah. Baez is making the team, and now the latest thing is he's going to be the starting shortstop.
Yeah, and the latest could be Trey Sweeney may not make the team.
Yes. And he's had a decent spring, but yeah, I agree.
And again, I can't bring myself to scream about it, but in no way am I supportive of it. How did Bob support it?
You dig the data. Like, you know this. I mean, Sweeney, a plus 0.7 WAR.
He would have been a 3 WAR player if you extrapolated
Baez
over.
minus 1.1. You look at the defensive runs saved. I think it's plus 3 for Sweeney.
Baez
it's negative 4 for Baez.
He was minus 8 when he got hurt, I think.
Right, and if you do it extrapolated over the year, it's minus 12. So, like, I just don't know what – I have no idea what the hell's going on. And I don't understand what Wojo was saying. And I got to be honest, like, there was one guy that maybe called in that said, give him a chance. Why are you giving him a chance? Here's the other thing that nobody talks about. I don't think his teammates want him here. Like, dude, it wasn't a coincidence that they started to win once Baez got put on the long-term IL.
See, I don't think that's true because it sounds like his teammates like him, but they like him in the clubhouse. No, because he's that bench guy. He's that, he's the OG of the team. But you can't ignore the fact that it was just addition by subtraction.
Let me ask you this. They bring in somebody to do another radio part here. They pay him triple your money, and he only has to work 2 hours a day. Is that fair to you? Would you be upset at this individual? It's the same thing with Baez.
Boy, these jokes write themselves. It's too late in the day to get in trouble.
I was about to say, he may be listening to the show.
No, but
I was thinking.
No, but like Riley Green and Colt Keith and all these guys have to play Scott Harris baseball, right? They have to take good, disciplined swings. Meanwhile, Baez makes like $1 billion more to them, gets to go up there and hack, do whatever he wants.
We agree with everything. It was so strange, but I give you credit. You didn't lose your cool. It was really something to behold.
Oh, thank you.
All right, what are you going to lead with tonight? You going defensive end, spin the wheel like we did?
Oh, I do like that, and we'll have plenty of time for that. No, tomorrow trade deadline at 3:00. I have a question for the people.
Bowen Byram.
Okay.
Bowen Byram.
He's young.
Restricted free agent.
I got my own guy. What do you guys think of Kenny's not here? What about Ryan O'Reilly? 34-year-old center, plays on a bad Preds team.
Can I just
say
help
you immediately?
Can I say why I don't want that?
Yeah, go for it.
They got bigger problems on the blue line.
Okay.
Well, how about this? True or false? Anyone paired with Hull, it's the worst defensive pairing in hockey.
That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
So if you get a defenseman and you move someone off the second pairing and Hull disappears, you're better at 2 spots.
You know what I like?
I feel good. I feel like I got the sneak preview of your show because we had this conversation this morning. So
you know what I like, though? I like when people are like, well, Jeff Petrie's almost back.
Great. When's his other leg back?
As if that's going to solve anything. No, I talked to Rico this morning, Mike. The thing that I don't get is the Jordan Bennington talk.
He hasn't been good.
He hasn't been good. They are 1 point out of the playoffs, St. Louis is. So why are they going to trade him? Not to mention, your guys are better stats-wise than their guys, and everybody brings up Team Canada. He had the best in the world playing in front of him.
Correct. The only person
I don't get it.
Propping this up is your partner.
Well, my partner, I heard the morning show talk about it, and I heard some caller this morning say, the Dan Forth game-winning shot, outdoor game, Columbus the other day. He's like, well, yeah, Bennington would have made that save. No, he wouldn't have.
Oh, yeah, they said, it wouldn't have bounced off of him.
I mean, this guy is not the answer. So I am curious.
Bowen.
Okay, I'm fine with it. Do we think it's going to happen tomorrow before 3:00? Are you starting to feel and wonder if there is a move that's actually going to be made?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I just feel like I've been lied to about this hockey team and who we hired. And at every turn, I'm underwhelmed. So I don't ask me. I'm not
Rico?
I'm not even qualified to answer.
No.
Okay. No on the move, or no, you're not commenting?
No on the move.
Okay. By the way, can I just bring up one quick thing before we go?
Bowen.
Byron Bowen. I must say, I was listening to Middays today, and I called Rico. Doug Karsh was talking Michigan basketball in the segment, and he brought it back from break. And Doug Karsh, it took everything he had to give Tom Izzo credit for winning the Big Ten. And both him and Gator weren't ready to say that he actually won the Big Ten, even though they got a share of it. I think they're waiting for like the outright Big Ten. But it kind of hurt me a little bit. Doug was so distraught because he had to say, congratulations to Tom Izzo winning the Big Ten.
Listen, I
enjoyed it.
Just pumped up. They found time between. What's your favorite chalupa? All right, look.
What is your favorite chalupa?
We're out. We will talk to you tomorrow at 2.
Hey, good luck against Iowa.
If they lose
I'm hopping
tonight,
on the helicopter.
Yeah, he's going out with Dr. Tom Davis tonight. Listen.
Tell Fran I say hello.
Well, it'll be a cheap date. All right, so listen. Tomorrow, NHL deadline day. Kenny's future ever being at LCA hangs in the balance tonight.
Oh, my God. He's never going to go again if he doesn't make a trade?
Tonight,
oh,
they're out.
What time do you guys have Tom Izzo on?
7:30.
Come on.
No, the object is to have an audience, not to alienate
His
them.
voice will all be blowing out. It'll be fantastic.
Oh, here we go. All right.
After Sunday night's game. How about that?
Okay. Good night,
everybody. You guys will win by 50.
I'll get him live for you. How about
We'll talk to you tomorrow
I'll
at 2.
gladly interview him.
Rieger's next.